can't help but feel this tune. Straight up, you need this tune. Had to Shazam and steal this tune. Realist, got the realest scoop. This one come like breaking news. Pouring free and I'm blazing too. Few more of those and I'm breaking loose.
Oh, I'm in the mood. Yeah, I'm in the mood. Better believe it. Yo, said I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. I'm in the I'm in the mood. Bust 2 foot and groove. Hey, after the. Said I'm off to the. Said I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. After the.
Hey, I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. Said I'm off to the moon. Bartender, pour me a juice. Yo, cocktail with the fruits. Yo, DJ, pull up the tune. So this one, yeah, rude. This one, yeah, lift up the room. Said I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. Said I'm off to the moon. Bartender, pour me a juice. Cocktail with the fruits. Yo, DJ, pull up the tune. So this one, yeah, rude. This one, yeah, lift up the room. Yo, I'm in the mood. I got the feeling. DJ wheeling. This one's beating. From the ground floor up to the ceiling. Good vibration, speakers leaking. Yeah, system bumping. Larger phantom. This one jumping. From LA back to the UK. This one straight up damaging function. Yo, make no assumptions. Told you top floor down to the dungeon. Big vibes in abundance. And we got style and flow by the hundreds. Yo, big buds in a bundle. Yeah, I got these ones straight from jungle. See, I'm done being humble. I'm about to make this venue rumble.
I'm in the mood. Yes, I'm in the mood. Yo, said I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. Yo, lift up.
Man, no say I'm M's, Bingo, Marcus, Visionary, they are. Man just, hey, man just step and sway. Hear me. Yo, me done left sober, so man wave. Screw faces, I ain't got no shades. Chat with your chest, man, don't do shade. I need cake, don't need headache. Vibe in a place, man, step and sway. Wink and gal when I come my way. Man do road and man do gal, yo. Bread get break and bed get break. Food up a run, I need a new plate. Gal up a run, I like a new shape. Gally on me, true, say I look sweet. Can't get enough, now she got a toothache. Man one friend, now they see me on stage. Why don't beg, better know your place. Finger on deck with a funky sounds and M's on bars, yeah, man, no say. I'm a skeng on bars, car and with me. It's my style, them man want take. It's not real, them man too fake. Don't call me power like man, don't hate one. Stab my back and smiling face. Feel some way, then you're that brave. Get a little change and man try change, but them thing there can't run with me. Live from my step in the entrance. Touch my kin farm, everybody in trance. See a hot gal in the distance. Close that distance, let me get this dance. Live from my step in the entrance. Touch my kin farm, everybody in trance. See a hot gal in the distance. Close that distance, close that distance. Just step and sway. Just step and sway. Can't spend all day tryna get paid, but can't spend if you don't take no breaks. So step and sway. Just step and sway. Spend all day tryna get paid, but can't spend if you don't take no breaks. And I can't stop cause I ain't got no breaks. Only money and drink get chased. Got a one hot gal in my face. Come fresh from my hair down to my bootlace. When gang step we make the room shake. Drop the bass I make the room shake. If you let something then it weren't a mistake. So live life cause we only got one take. Just step and sway. Just step and sway. Can't spend all day tryna get paid, but can't spend if you don't take no breaks. So step and sway. Just step and sway. Spend all day tryna get paid, but can't spend if you don't take no breaks. Me done.
look into my eyes.
Yo, P-Money, Handy, Skanker, don't know. Oh, them again, P-Money and Hamdi, them again, P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Top man's crowd, can't see them again. Gal at the front, one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the, real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Oh, them again, P-Money and Hamdi, them again, P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Top man's crowd, can't see them again. Gal at the front, one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the, real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Oh, inferior, I said them, man, are inferior. Pull up at show like, yo, here we are. Black whip with black interior. Can't front like you don't know who we are. Every week, man, do show regular. Gal in the rave, tryna see where we are. Backstage ting, man, know where we are. Similar.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, the #1 seeds from China and the Americas enter the competition, and we've got 2 big matches on the way. Hello and welcome to Day 7 of Masters London. We're coming to you live from the Copper Box Arena. I'm Mimi, on the desk today, joined alongside both Billy and Minnie for this double header. We've got a big crowd today. We got both Chinese teams playing. Minnie, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's nice and sunny outside, so a perfect day to be inside watching some of the greatest Valorant teams in the world playing.
Yeah.
He says that as if he doesn't do that every other week anyway, sitting inside,
I've never
watching
been outside.
Valorant. Yeah, Minnie doesn't go outside.
Doesn't matter what the weather is. We'd rather be in here with you guys to watch this. Let's take a peek at our bracket. We've had our first day of playoffs completed and already a lower bracket match seeded. Billy, do you have a team down there already that you're looking at as a lower bracket run potential?
I mean, Team Heretics, they're no stranger to the lower bracket, but it almost feels unfortunate that one of those 2 teams out of Lev and Team Heretics will have to go out of the competition without any wins in this playoffs, which is really upsetting to see, I think, considering the performance that Lev was able to put up in that Swiss stage.
Yeah, I think for me, Lev look really strong right now, despite that game against PRX.
Sure.
And I think that those 2 is going to define maybe the rest of their years. Like, that can be a big game in terms of their mental going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Some more big games coming up today. Our final 2 teams entering the competition. It's EDG take on Foot alongside G2 going up against XLG. And our first matchup today, that's the subject of our Mastercard fan poll. We're asking you who you think is moving forward in the upper bracket. Is it EDG's Kung Kung or is it Foot's SOP? Scan the QR code on the screen to cast your vote. And while you're there, get involved with the conversation. Let us know what you think using the hashtags VCT and Valorant Masters. This match, I think, is one of the closer ones to predict. Where would you guys go on this poll?
Well, I think before the tournament, well, at the start of the tournament, I said that if you don't know who SOP is, you're gonna know him after this tournament. And so, like, it's crazy to me that him and Kong Kong together, the historical Jet player versus now the new Turkish firepower, I'm not predicting this one. I think it's too close.
I think it's exciting, though, that they're up against one another today because you have the newness of SOP and then, of course, the kind of vintage Kong Kong performances that we're expecting to come out. So, yeah, I think it's an exciting head-to-head.
Yeah, a great one. And lots of fans here to watch it. Frankie, she's outside.
I've come outside to see who the fans are supporting today. So have we got any Foot fans here? Oh! Lots of Foot fans apparently. What about G2? Oh, they're all saying no. So no XLG fans? Oh! What
Well, a plurality of CN fans out in the audience today. I know I have 2 foot fans here, though, so you're making up for it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be a little bit more biased today towards the foot, because EMEA, this is our region. It should be a little bit more foot biased, right?
One would think.
Yeah.
But people show up for the CN teams no matter where we are. Let's talk about that matchup, though, because it's China's #1 seed, Edward Gaming. They had a really disappointing run at Masters Santiago, guys, and it's been a while since they've been back on top. But now, returning to the #1 seed from their region, reclaiming their crown. What was different this time that brought EDG back to that position, Billy?
Well, I think to look at it from the bigger picture, it's been 470 days since EDG were last crowned in China. So
Crazy.
I think that they're coming back into this one with a lot of excitement. Of course, the last time that they won regionally was a kickoff back in 2025. And honestly, I think this stage they looked super sharp, Minnie.
Yeah, I think that their form has been phenomenal. I think that Kong has been that player historically that we look at. Chi-Chu recently joining him, and now it's Smoggy too. They've got 3 players right now playing extremely well. I think broader picture though, it's meta. I think that you can match their success to whether Jet is meta and whether Yoru is not. They were not doing well during that Yoru meta at all. Yoru is out of the picture for a lot of these teams now, and so it's time for Kong to shine once again on that duelist on the global stage.
The meta is obviously a big piece, but there were other changes too. They've switched around the coaching staff, moved away from the guys who had been on the roster for a very long time, and also brought Jenny back, who had stepped away for CB. Do you see those as big changes, or is it largely this meta that we're looking at?
I think that's a big change in the sense that CB was not delivering.
Sure.
I think on that double duelist now, they have both Smoggy and Kong, and GN, he maybe not quite at the height of the other players, but he's slotting in nicely, doing his job, and he's not kind of inting his team at all.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that, like we mentioned, they're coming into this event with great form. You see all the players finally kind of stepping up to that level that we expect from players like this, considering that it was a champs winning roster once upon a time.
Yeah, and well, the guy who brought them that win was the MVP of Champs Korea in 2024. That's, of course, Kong. He's standing by with Jenlei.
Jen here, and we have Kong here with me of EDG. Kong, so many fans here rooting for EDG. Did you expect this?
我觉得很开心吧，因为在这里有这么多的粉丝来到现场支持我们，所以说我觉得我会尽我全力打得最好的，对，不辜负他们的希望吧。
I think I'm really happy that we have so many fans rooting for us today and coming here, and I'll try my best to have a good performance on the stage. Don't let them down. Right, another question though. You and Foot both thrive in aim duels and chaos. What makes Foot dangerous?
我觉得他们也还好吧，就只是打得比较激进而已。但是我觉得我们需要做得更好，可能比他们更激进嘛，对。
I think they're a super aggressive team, but I think for us, we just need to do better than them. We need to be more aggressive than them. All right, a lot of aggression we're expecting for today's matchup. Thank you, Kong, and good luck.
When Kong's talking about being more aggressive and you guys are pointing me towards the meta as the key to success, it feels like you have to look at just how good EDG's individuals have been to explain their success.
For sure, when we look at Kong, he's coming into this event as one of the best ACS performers regionally when we think about China, but it's not just Kong and the meta really suiting him when we consider how great he is on that jet, but also Smoggy stepping up to the plate. I think that he's found a new lease of life, and a big part of that has been jumping onto this Phoenix. They've been really leaning into that double duelist, and I think that, yeah, like I mentioned, it really does feel like the perfect meta for these 2 players at the moment. Kong's not having to worry about being cleared out of utility and can just focus on those mechanic prowess that we know from him.
Yeah, 252 ACS is ludicrous from Kong there, and every time he's at a global stage, I'm always putting it in my list of like players to look out for, because every time he's here, like Durka, he is going to perform. And so there is scary prospects on this team.
But I sense a but coming, Vinny.
On the other hand, I do get critical about EDG sometimes.
Okay.
And for that reason, it's because some of these fundamental plays, like look here, we have a Phoenix ult at the start of the round going down B. That's the kind of stuff I don't expect even in my ranked game sometimes. Here we see Kong positioning on Fracture. He's on the weak side. He's with an operator. He's in a position he can't get out of at all. And this was just me looking at it very quickly. Here, minimap. Look at the rotations on that defense, straight through CT. There's no push-outs. There's no aggression. To me, this screams the map theory just isn't there on some of these maps. I think some of the fundamentals aren't there on some of these maps. The form might be there, and that is what is going to carry them through this tournament, but there are lots of things they need to fix. Hopefully the time they've had between the last tournament and now, they could have fixed some of these things. But usually EDG, that's not the kind of style I look at. Like, for me, they're aggressive, form-based, not so much on the technical side.
But it's 6 weeks. It's the most time, Billy, that anyone has had to prepare for this competition. Do you think that you have faith in EDG to have looked at improvements after some of these issues regionally?
I think so, because we're talking about the individuals, but then we've also got Mini highlighting these, you know, little moments of things that they can improve on macro-wise in terms of their theory. I think with the prep time that they've been able to have, they can go ahead and look at those flaws and be able to fix them coming into the global stage.
They do have a long-term tendency of looking somewhat weak regionally and then showing up to the global events and performing. We'll see if that's the case, but it'll be tough against a Foot who looked so damn good in Swiss. One of the key players of that run was Cristalli, and he's highlighted in today's HyperX player moment.
Ben Crostali, Foot Esports'tan. Enerjiye karşı olan playoff'a çıkma maçımızda güzel oyun oynayarak, aslında daha üstün bir oyun oynayarak kazandık. İlk harita Lotus'ta biraz sıkıntı yaşadık, hani yine bence bizim kazanmamız gerekiyordu. Ama ufak tefek hatalar yaparak onları yani elimizden kaçırdık. Sonrasında Heaven'da daha direkt üstün oyun oynayarak kazandık. Round'lara yakın geçmiş olabilir ama oyunun genel kontrolü bizdeydi. Sonraki Fracture'da da gayet güzel oyun oynadık yine. Son atak tarafında ufak tefek çok yaşadık. Yani adamlar oyunumuzu çözdü, zorlandık. Sonrasında ufak tefek ekstralar gerekti. Ekstra yaparak da haritayı kapatıp kazanmış olduk.
Single shock dart, all that he's got. The defuse being started. Scuba to play protect. Peeks in though and isolates it down. The retap. It's already held the half. He's waiting it out. Swings it. Wins it.
Pulsense öyle çok üstün bir şekilde yenince herkesin özgüveni yükseldi. Ama Vitality'ye yine elimizde maç verip o maçı kaybettiğimizde herkes bir moral olarak düştü. Ama şu an playoff'a her türlü yine çıkmış olduk enerjiyi yenerek. Ve enerjiyi yenip yani eski dünya şampiyonunu yenip playoff'a çıkmak ve onları playoff'un dışına itip onları eleyebilmek hani özgüven kaynağı. Yani bu maçtan sonra hepimiz çok daha özgüvenli olacağız.
Foot, they have to feel like they're playing with house money at this point. It's the first time they've made the playoffs of a global event in almost 800 days. The last time all the way back in Masters Shanghai. But they've done it here. And Billy, they did it by taking down the world champions, a team that I think most people, at the very least, expected to make it to playoffs. What impressed you in that game? What actually got Foot the win here?
I think for me, it's been the fearless approach for Foot, knowing that they're coming into this event as, I guess, the underdogs, one could say. But I think the fact that the last time they made a playoffs run was back at Masters Shanghai, as you're mentioning, that's the best performance that they've ever been able to have at a global event. And now I look towards this young roster, this new era of Foot, to see if they can be the ones that push it even deeper than this time round.
Yeah, I think Sop has been the obvious highlight. He has been looking like one of the best players in the world right now. But it's Zeus. When Sop was quieter in that last series, Zeus also stepped up. So having two superstar duelists on their team is the perfect recipe for a dark horse run here for Foot.
These are both teams that have double duelists, that have excellent aim, whose regions are historically in that way. There's a lot that's similar. What about their styles is different, Mini?
I think that there's some subtleties in Foot's tactical game that maybe we don't see from EDG sometimes. Like, I think there are maps where Sociable is actually, I can see TMV celebrating upstairs, he's having fun. I think Sociable has some really good mid-rounding on maps like Ascent. A lot of these maps are right now in the pool, you don't necessarily need to rely on that. So I do think that there's a tactical game to Foot's game that is a little bit underrated.
Sure, but in the Swiss stage as well, it seemed like some of these games maybe could have been a little bit cleaner, Billy. They were slow to close out.
Yeah, I mean, even the coach Vlad has said multiple times that there are some maps that they should have won, and we saw this even regionally, Mini.
Yeah, here we saw Rand right after a time at 11-5 on an eco, and they go in and use 3 ults. That is criminal to me. I think that if you're 11-5 up, you wait for the buy round and then you use your ults together. And that being out of a timeout is a little bit strange. And here we saw once again 12-9 after another timeout. There's an ult strat called here, but Ethan's able to count it very easily. The smokes and the actual execution of this strategy doesn't make much sense to me either. The Raze ult's going one way, the smokes don't compare with him at all. So to me, I think it's a little bit about the inexperience, but also these timeouts. I think Vlad is a great coach, but some of these timeouts when later into the game need to improve just a little bit.
But Vlad was the turnaround point for this team at the same time. He joins and they're back in playoffs.
For sure. I think that that's where we start to look at Foot in terms of experience, relying on people like Yetijay that have been on this global stage before, but then also Sociable, new to the role. I think that for Vlad, he has long deserved his flowers, I think is fair to say, considering how he's been able to turn teams from one thing into another thing by being able to turn Foot around. When we consider the kickoff performance that they had, they went out without any wins. And it's not just VCT that he's been able to do this, and he did it with challengers last year with SOP when we consider the Ascension run that they went on.
So what has he turned Foot into? What changed once he got in the team?
That good old Turkish firepower and Turkish style that we're speaking about. Here you can see the achievements that Vlad have been able to have, quite literally turning that challengers roster around. And now for Foot, taking them to the global stage, one that they missed all of last year, finally returning to these events. And I think, yeah, he deserves his flowers. And like I mentioned, it's that clear Turkish style and identity that he's been able to implement.
Yeah, and I think that works really well in this meta right now. It rewards you for playing that style. Double Duelist has been the comp that has been working all of this tournament. I think the traditional old Foot, where a double initiator team, are not quite leaning into that just all-in death ball style that I think this Foot is doing perfectly right now.
It feels like two teams where the meta has come to them. They've found themselves in these last few months to now make it to these playoffs. But let's send it back outside. Jen Lee, she's standing by with Yetijay.
Jen here with Yetijay of Foot. Yetijay, you guys are now entering quite a relatively unfamiliar territory for yourselves against an unfamiliar opponent. What are your plans to handle both challenges today?
Actually, we did prepare well, so we trust ourselves. We will just do and show good Valorant to them and just do the Foot things.
Foot things. Define Foot things.
Yeah, define Foot things. I don't know, be ready for everything.
Okay, nice words for EDG. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, yeah.
So maybe it's just Foot things that they need to do today to win. Earlier, we asked you in our Mastercard fan poll who you expected to come out on top today. Would it be Kung Kung or SOP, EDG or Foot? And this poll, closer than I would have expected.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of recency, like the people seeing SOP play right now. Like
I mean,
before
he was
this tournament, he was
stage.
incredible. I think before this tournament, you would have had this poll at Kong Kong easily beating him out. But I think that SOP right now is in fantastic form, and this is a head-to-head that I cannot predict. And I am just so excited to watch them both play.
I think what's interesting is we even saw SOP have a quieter performance, right, in that last series. Yet still, people have that belief because of the impact and impression that he's made this tournament so far.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the predictions here. Pretty evenly split. I want to hear the sell from you, Billy. What pushed you to predict Foot in this game?
Oh my goodness, do you know how often I've been having to sell Foot on this desk throughout this event because there have been doubters, but honestly, I think that it's just been so incredible for them. I think having the warm-up throughout the Swiss stage as well, you can really see how much they're enjoying themselves, soaking up the environment. We've spoken about how incredible the individuals are. It's just whether they have that cohesion today rather than relying on hero plays and individualism.
I think the interesting thing for me is this is the first time that Foot has played against this style in this form. In EMEA, we're not used to playing against this level of aggression or skill at the same time. Like, we have some aggressive teams, but right now they're a bit out of form. You're looking at the BBLs who are not here right now. But EDG have both those things together. This tournament too, Foot have not played any of those teams either. It's been a lot of the slower style, and that is what I'm looking at. Just two aggressive teams just sending at each other, and I'm wondering how Foot are going to react to that.
Quickly, what should we be looking forward to in the map veto for this series?
I think that Haven is going to be the key map for me. I think that Foot have won it 3-0 so far, and I don't think EDG are going to ban it, and it's going to be just fighting fire with fire on that map.
Watching the Haven in this map veto, our coaches standing by.
All right. Cool. So today we're gonna do EDG versus Foot map veto. EDG has a higher seed, so they will pick their side.
Team B.
All right, EDG picks Team B, which means Foot is banning first.
Ban Breeze.
Alright. Breeze is banned. And what is your ban, EDG?
We ban Ascent.
Ascent is banned. And Foot is picking the first map.
Haven.
Haven. And the site for Haven, please.
Defense.
Defense. And your map pick?
We pick Pearl.
Pearl. And site for Pearl, please.
Defense.
Okay. Then we have Fractured Lotus and Split left. Foot banning first.
Fractured Lotus.
Fractured Lotus and Split, yeah.
We ban Lotus.
Okay, last two maps are Fracture and Split, and EDG is banning.
Ban Split.
Okay, the decider is Fracture, and Foot is picking the side for the decider map.
Attack.
Okay, quick recap. We start with Haven, EDG defense, then we have Pearl, Foot defense, and if we go to the decider map, which is Fracture, Foot attacks. Everything correct? Alright, good luck, guys.
EDG picking into that Pearl despite it being their regional permaban, right? I think that makes for a really exciting game here, Mimi.
Big changes coming out into this one. Two teams with high expectations. Foot, they've already taken down one world champion to make it here, but now they have to slay another. Foot versus EDG, our first match of the day. London, are you ready?
对于我来说，圣地亚哥是一个应该是我最糟糕的一段经历吧。可能是因为那天正好在我过生那天打了那场跟 T1 的比赛，所以说导致我可能负反馈很大。但是呢，我始终相信一句话，该来的总会来的。
Masters turnuvasına başlamadan önce kendimize güvenimiz çoktu.
And out of nowhere, Butt will close it! And Butt advance to the playoffs!
Ve enerjiyi yenip yani eski dünya şampiyonunu yenip playoff'a çıkmak ve onları playoff'un dışına itip onları eleyebilmek hani özgüven kaynağı. Yani iyi bir durumda olduğumuzun da farkında olduğumuz için hani özgüvenimiz de yüksek. Ufak tefek hataları yapmazsak çok rahat bir şekilde ilk üçe gireceğimizi düşünüyorum.
对于林顿来说，我们最重要的就是不后悔，然后全力以赴。
Foot is ready for playoffs. Are you?
Show me how to feel alive. Hold me close and let it ride. Show me how to feel alive.
The party lit from the night till the morning.
European firepower, London, please welcome EDG versus Foot.
Show me how to feel
Foot slayed the reigning world champions to make it to playoffs, but now they face another set of kings. EDG, 2 years away from the top of their region, now back in playoffs against a team making their very own return. Only one of them gets to continue in that upper bracket. But this map pool, Billy, it was an interesting one. We go Haven, we go Pearl, maybe some changes from expectation, especially in that second.
Yeah, for sure. I think I want to start off with Haven super quickly. Obviously, been a very dominant map for Foot. It feels like the map of the event for them so far when we consider their Swiss stage performance. EDG, perhaps a trick up their sleeve coming in with the Pell. I mentioned it before that this was their insta-ban regionally, so I'm intrigued to see if there's any changes around that one. But then we go to Fracture at the very end, Mini. This has been a great decider map for Foot so far throughout the tournament, but they almost let it slip away from them against NRG the other day.
Yeah, I think for Haven, it's about Kong Kong. I want to see him on the jet this time around. We've not been seeing it from him regionally, and that is the map where Sop has been looking phenomenal. Every time he picks up that operator on the defense, he is frying. I think that the head-to-head here, we've been setting it up. I think this is the map where it's going to shine brightest. I do think that EDG have some things to work on in this map, though. I think Foot have come into this tournament with Haven looking amazing. I don't have too much to critique there. On EDG's side, with the time they've had off, I think the defense side, they need to be far more aggressive this time around. They were playing far too passive. That's not the EDG I want to see. I want to see EDG looking like that bread and butter Chinese aggressive team that they were always doing. And I think on attack side too, I think that there was like not enough just going in and sending it.
Sure. 6 weeks off, though. A bye straight into the playoffs. Billy, you would think that that's exactly what this team needs to get that last 10% to be ready for another championship.
For sure. I want to pick up what Minnie was saying, though, about what Kong Kong might be playing. We've seen him play a variety of different agents on this map. I'm curious to see if it is the Jet, if they jump back onto the Chamber. That's where my question goes. What do we see Kong Kong play, and how does that impact the rest of what this team performs? On the other side, when I'm thinking about Foot, Crystalli being having incredible performance on Haven on that Sova, but then also Zeus being an incredible Waylay so far throughout this event.
Yeah, I think this might be the map where you're looking at where Foot might have to win this one. But I think that toe-to-toe right now, I keep doubting them, they have been the dark horse team. I want to see EDG just coming in like the form Foot have, and today we're going to have just two teams that have got that explosivity, they've got that firepower, they've got the kind of defining meta Valorant style right now, and I'm just excited.
Turkey, China. Since the beginning of Valorant, those regions were known for exactly this. The aggression, the individualism, the excellent duelist play. And the meta's now come to them for both of these teams. But I think you look with different expectations, at least in the way of the fans. There's so many people that love EDG. They've been waiting so damn long to see them back in a playoffs like this.
Yeah, with
champs,
champs in their home country at the end of the year, this is the tournament now. There's no excuses, I think. I think the meta is their way, form is their way. I think everything is pointing towards EDG. EDG's comp change, crazy here. We're seeing Waylay, Sky. Kong Kong not playing the Jet here. There's going to be big question marks if he is not performing on this Waylay, because Jet is the obvious pick for him in this meta and on this map.
And they have played Kong Kong on the Waylay on this map previously when we think to their regional performance. I'm also looking at Smoggy here. I hyped up his Phoenix, but he has also been jumping onto that Raze more recently. We've not really had a chance to speak about Chichu, but he has also been having such great individual performances when we think about how they looked coming into this event through China, looking incredible.
Yeah, starting on that defense side, I said before, they're not aggressive enough for me. I think that with the Waylay, with the Raze, you're looking at trap plays. I want to see either early round aggression, trap plays, or mid-round, I want to see them pushing out. They can't be rotating through spawn against Foot. Foot are going to be too quick for that. I want to see some flanks coming in. I want to see just giving the game towards Foot.
And a first-time Cypher for Gianni as well, here on the global stage. I'm intrigued to see how he gets on. He's, of course, been having to flex across a bunch of different things. We saw the Neon when we think back to early games in China. I'm excited to see how that kind of play style changes for him coming into Haven.
Tell me this, Waylay. Why are they picking it over the Jet? It seems so obvious to put Kong Kong on his best agent.
I don't know, to be honest with you. I think that there are lots of things you can do with this agent. Foot are doing it themselves. It is about trap plays, using that saturate to get that A main space, to get that garage space, but I haven't seen it so far from them.
EDG, they've had time to prep. They've been waiting for this moment to return to global playoffs, but a fierce Foot awaiting them. Map 1, Haven, London, make some noise as we hop into things with Bren and Sideshow.
And there's bound to be an explosive one between these two teams here. We've got EDG, the champions of China, going up against a FUT team that are an absolute tear. This Turkish Brotherhood right now that have just bested the reigning world champions and now looking to take another scalp here as we enter day 2 of playoffs here in the Commonwealth Arena.
EDG, massive crowd favourites, but there are so many questions immediately about what they're up to because this composition change is crazy.
Yep, already we're seeing some fast of the cup gameplay occurring. Trying to get themselves into garage, and Nate is good. Chichu using that as a good opportunity to reposition up through. Nobody's deep pushed in A main. Already deep control over towards A lobby, and it's causing a pivot over towards FUT now in a different direction. Looking towards B. It is open. A lot of space going to be given up, and they make the call to just go all the way, wrapping around. They know that A lobby space is taken, and they know off the jump they're going to realize that A side is now open as a result of it.
Gianni's cam taken down instantly. Look at this trip as well that was laid down to try to catch Sop or Zeus as they were scaling into the A side. This is now like a washing line above their head.
Not too worried about it now. Post plant out to be played here for FUT. They are surrounded. Multiple avenues, but it's an EDG that has split up, scattered across the winds essentially, and clearance is called for. Nobody rooted out of his position towards bricks now. It's all onto these EDG players. The trades are coming in thick and fast. Smoggy though, missing this opportunity ever so slightly. Sidestep by Crostali, knows he has to play time up towards that heaven angle. Crostali wins his fight out. This is FUT in complete control. Domination towards the side. Chichu, one hell of a task ahead of him, and the time already ticking way out of his grasp. That's full of a pistol open here on Haven.
And what a great one it is. Showcasing that they can adjust to what EDG are up to. And also looking like they're in slightly better form, at least to open things up. They're the team that's heated up, having played the Swiss stage. Nobody caught there, tucked into a corner. Lots of solo fights. Lots of FUT players coming out on top. This is a really dangerous team. They've done incredibly well throughout the Swiss stage. And even when their backs are against the wall, even when they lose maps, they are never falling over. Every map is close, and I think in this series, a lot of the maps, they're going to be favored. Haven has been their stomping ground.
I mean, the map pool is something that the desk was talking about, we're going to be talking about all throughout, but Haven's an interesting one. FUT have managed to get this one in all of their series that they played so far.
Yeah, at some point,
London.
At some point, surely someone's going to end up banning their best map.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be EDG.
Bit of presence there, confirmation from the flash, but FUT have got other ideas.
Nobody loves to hold that A-long angle where you just saw him take a bit of attack from the Marshal. Even in previous iterations of EDG's Haven, he looked like a potential weakness. The guy is crazy. He's certainly a player to watch, but his attack side calling when the side swap have been one of the big things powering EDG through. But now, though, FUT have got a completely empty C side. It's like a great opportunity to just solidify their position. There are a lot of threats when you think about FUT coming into this game and EDG having weeks and weeks and weeks to prepare stuff.
34 days.
You've also just got no idea how a comp like this plays. I'll tell you, Waylay Raze is not something that FUT will have played against in any scrims. On Haven, there's just no way. No one is playing Raze on this map.
Yeah. Making a right call on this one. Nobody making all the noise in the world. It's going to be heard by Yeda J. It's going to be calming that most of the presence is going to be through CT, and that's where FUT are looking to get a couple of eco kills, farm up and generate some ults while they're at it. Stop taking that first contact. Just looking for it. Signs alive here. Armor dissipated. Overwhelmed though, EDG. Right their time. Anchoring down, just aiming to go down to the spike in a spot like this.
They made it decently expensive too. A couple of Bulldogs saved over. Sociable.
There we go.
Just out of dodge, but Chichu's got that Phantom. A nice collection from EDG there. Takes a bit of sting out of FUT. But EDG have got to show us in this round right here what they've been prepping for. This is their opponent's map pick. It's an expected one. It's one clearly that if you watched EDG in China, they were not comfortable playing Haven. Uneasy allies, EDG and this map. And yet in the past, they've been dominant on it. So they understand the theory. But what theory have they brought in today?
Attempt now to see if they can push back the bonus of FUT, and they're all in over towards the A site. At least towards lane control nice and early. Deep cam in mid's not going to be broken. Very passive defense, but a lot of noise being made and heard here by nobody. He's going to be calling for some reinforcements. Smoke Popped up, lay it down. Chichu's got that paranoia at prime, but already Sop is ahead of most of this here, but he doesn't end up squaring up for the fight properly enough. It's Chichu. Swift dismissal. Slaps him down, and Foot were moving in a completely different direction off the back of it, but Jenny, re-exploration, catches the kill that was necessary at that. Massive advantage now to EDG. Contact plays continue here, but still aim is sharp here. EDG, no messing around, it's Kang Kang and Smoggy combining their might.
Little bit of fear in that round from Foot, not something that we're particularly used to. I think they're incentivized to go for these contact plays, Brent, because Smoggy and Kang Kang have got the saturate and the nade to be able to play with. It is quite potent on the defense side. Again, we're learning how this composition works as we watch because it's such an unusual one, but Foot themselves will be coming in and kind of double guessing their own preparation. Normally they're quite an explosive team, but that was a very contacty approach on the bonus. If they had hard committed to the A fight, I'm not sure that EDG was set up to defend that well. We'll see how much Sop has relayed to his team about his entry into A. And early on, EDG have been putting a priority towards Garage and towards B.
Yeah.
They seem to expect the fight to be headed towards the middle of the map.
Flash, Kang Kang. Exploration towards mid, he doesn't overcommit though. Move with the cam enough, really. It's going to cause Foot to have to re-clear some of this space, commit the drone towards it. They've already got Sociable in a very forward spot. Just, hold on, spotting that one, yeah, just ahead.
It's good information, though, from this dog. Clears out the whole of short and recognizes that Sociable's probably alone on this one. They still keep 3 players stacked on the site. But Foot, in the meantime, have been chasing ghosts in mid. Kang Kang with the refract put pressure there.
Yeah, Smoggy, though, is going to be exploring here just from that delay with the dog. But now that's a little bit too much contact that they were hoping for. Immediate. Dissipating back towards the side, looking to see if he can anchor and hold this one back. Chichu is using the util, he's trying to bail out Nobody, who's cut tight to this corner. Finding it difficult now, they're going to be overwhelmed, and the presence comes down to the aim! And the gunfight! Nobody trying to shut it all down, still traded out in the end. Cristali did a number on him. It's brought Foot into a 2v1 now, post-plant. Down without a problem, Jenny. Attempt to take the timing, but no clearance into the corner, and there it is, cleaned up. Foot leading this one 3-1 so far.
Re-exploration with that trailblazer from Nobody. I thought he'd seen enough that there was no one down short, and yet they still commit to the double re-clear rather than rotating players off. That stuck Nobody in this angle, and to be fair to him, he does great, but all of his health dies in the meantime. Foot focused on taking out everyone else who was coming in to try to bail out the IGL. And Foot go up 3-1. They haven't put pressure on EDG's economy just yet. Chishu being able to save that Phantom early, actually paying dividends here. Kang Kang's got the op in hand, and this is the deadliest weapon. Kang Kang's a nightmare with the op, and if he can get himself into good positions and anticipate the end point, Foot are probably going to pay for it, but as of now, that Foot exploration towards A, pulling so many players.
Slow going, thrown into many, VXX, Jenny, this is brave. A lot of damage done, breaks the trip here. Yedajay just softened up and calling for the pack to come back towards him over towards C.
Again, the Trailblazer out through A, sets up Kang Kang on the line. He is not going to be a threat in this round, just holding that A line as the rest of EDG get to rotate and help Jenny.
Jenny needs some assistance now. He's going to be spotting a bit of contact with just the one player now. The cage propped up and they've walked all the way. Yeah, that's going to be saturated to 4. Sop unaccounted for. Already here, holding them all the way back. Blade Storm in hands, and an attempt to retrieve the gun is successful. That could go down here. It's a tough retake for EDG. Doing this one with the operator in Kang Kang's hands, but he's not scared to get aggressive. Not when his team needs it, but they are a player down. It's going to make it very tough. They need mistakes to be made. Foot to open themselves up. Overzealous potentially with the peaks, but it looks like they're already primed for it. Paranoid is sent early. Sociable, he's still looking for a little bit more. Head clean off the shoulders of Smoggy. EDG. Slow going with this retake, and at this point you might be just calling it quits for the save. Still kills flooding in, but at this point, yeah, time ticking too far away. It's another round added to the tally here for Foot.
We've seen earlier in the tournament that Foot actually have fumbled some of those post-plant situations. That was one of the biggest reasons that they lost the vitality early on. Good to see them there, still looking actually to challenge, still looking to put pressure onto EDG. There was no way that EDG could get through the choke. Especially with Kang Kang just holding the op like this. He's got to pass that off to somebody else and try to set up for the retake. In theory, this comp could retake fairly well. But only if Kang Kang commits to it. And EDG are going to take a timeout fairly early here. Foot are learning more about their opponents with each round that passes.
Yeah, they're forcing a lot of rotations with just some of the early noise that Foot are putting out.
And the rotations are late, Brent, as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Jenny there was begging for help for so long. He took a very early timing down C. There was a lot of forward notice that EDG needed to get over to C and help him. But there was no flood there.
No, taking a look at this Coinbase win condition, there's not too much to look forward to really for EDG. Just scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of trying to put a buy together. Whatever this timeout is for, will be for the follow-up.
I mean, I would say the big win condition for EDG would be trying to lock down over towards A a little more with the operator.
Yeah.
I think when you look at what Foot are going to be doing on that side of the map, normally they're looking to challenge you. If you really want to take a fight, I think A-Long, if you can try to even use your refract to get in front of Sociable's brick smokes, that would be a fantastic way of Kankan being able to generate some early picks. If he's going to play the Waylay instead of the Jet, there have to be some Waylay-specific things that he is looking to do on this map, whether that be the retake, whether that be the use of refract to walk into aggressive positions. Otherwise, what was the pred for?
That's what I mean. We want to see evidence. I think that the time has been well spent because for EDG, a lot of pressure on them at this tournament, as there always is, but past 2 global events, 2 matches, 2 losses, they've been bombing out of them. They're hoping for a return of form. Back to some of the glory days.
Here's this A long take that I was talking about. Sociable smoke over towards bricks. Kankan chooses a passive position at short, though, just hoping that people are going to walk into him. EDG re-clear, flash sees nothing, so Kankan might feel confident to get on an angle, but this just means that he is going to be in a spot where no Foot players are. It's great information for the rest of the team, but it hasn't helped them in these prior rounds. They need to be getting Kankan into these fights. He's a superstar player.
Not going to be broken here. Sociable, TP, it's going to be cancelled. He spot signs of life forwards now, but that's a Cloudburst off to the side. Sob just trying to insert himself into the side. Zeus, double dash is accounted for. Chichu's right there. Let's see if he can return with that fire again. Back at the side, back to the wall, and he really needs to barrel his way out, but this is all Sob. Yenache alongside him. Just barreling over to EDG. Attempt of a defense, attempt to flood in and help them out. Kankan, consolation prize with a kill. But he just looks to save this op for another rainy day.
Sop has been magnificent, man. Even when he took a little bit of a day off, Zeus stepped in, the double duelist duo, no matter who it is, and usually it is Sop on Haven. They've looked spectacular.
Yeah.
This is one of the things we could have been talking about coming into this game, is the experience gap between the two teams. Because EDG, they've been here before. Of course they have. They've won champs. They've lifted the trophy for their region. But Foot, Sop feels like the newest big name to step onto a stage like this.
Yeah.
If you were watching him in EMEA, you knew that he had talent, but we mostly knew him for his Neon, for what he'd done across Tier 2 even as well. But this Jet that he's brought out here has been immense at
magic.
London.
It's magic stuff. I mean, when they put the operator in his hands as well, we'll probably see that a little bit more when we switch sides, but one of the most exciting matches is that Kankan versus Sop matchup when you think about it.
It really isn't disrespectful to Kankan to say that they can go toe-to-toe.
Yeah.
And saying that about anybody's Jet.
Come on. Nice, one more. Nice!
It's so clean. The way that they dealt with that flood attempt as well. EDG, not with enough utility, not with enough smokes to be able to get into backside and reinforce that. EDG have used their tag timeout, and I haven't really seen an adjustment that's going to help them get on top of Foot here.
Kankan's much braver, though. He's past that A-long smoke, taking a lot of space off the back of it. Jenny, quick break of the cam, quick disengage now. Soa, okay, Smoggy, just stop. Oh, hold on, that was a dodge from the refract. Pulled it all the way back, and Foot is squaring up, gearing up potentially for a bit of an offensive play, but Hunter's Fury was committed. Cristali feeling like that was a lot more pressure where it came from. Still, massive plays all around. Kankan with a deep push, though. Gets a punish, and the trade is instant.
That's fantastic.
And now, straight on top.
Now Foot's just opened up this line towards A. They're accelerating. The call's really nice here from Sociable. Chichu tries to make a reactive play himself and gets fended off by Sociable, who even picks off Jenny as well.
Risky plays, and it needs pure heroics from EDG, but it's just going to be another round one here for Foot.
And this one's
inevitable.
This one was the big adjustment, Brett. This was Kankan getting onto the deeper line over towards A lobby like I was asking for. And yet Foot dealt with it brilliantly. They look at home on Haven.
Yeah.
This is easily their best map. But where's a weakness for them? We haven't really seen them tested. Nobody wants to go into their ascent. Neither of these teams wanted to play towards it. EDG even looking to ban it early. Foot allowed to get away with murder. And once again, final play of force for EDG. Foot in complete control.
Yeah, it's tough going for EDG, but for Foot, they're going to be happy with this one. This is a very strong start, a team that on the back of a ton of momentum. And there's that dodge earlier from the Refract.
It's beautiful, isn't it? We've seen more and more players get great with that. I think one of the biggest things you can give Foot credit for, too, is how they've evolved and how they've changed themselves. The coaches deserve all the praise in the world. Vlad and Bambino. You are looking at a team that took the time before Masters London to reinvent themselves. And we were hoping that for EDG. No signs of it just yet.
The money's a bit scrappy here for EDG. Bait and switch setup, Chichu. Don't believe he was tagged or seen by the early drone.
Kang's given up on the operator as well, maybe looking to utilize the ult instead. Some kind of trap play over towards Garage.
Yeah, it's a good adjustment so far. EDG been prone to over-rotate from the early noise cues. This time, it's a stack of players ready and waiting. Convergent passes forward. Stop is already there, leading for the entries. Sidestepping Jenny! Somehow goes down in the midst of all of that. A bit of damage done, but it's inserted. Smoggy now into the back, but he's saturate. Sidestepped and dodged and still unaccounted for. No one looking towards it yet. Still the kills flood in. It's a feed filled with red. And Yenajay's putting his stamp and his name onto the round.
Foot's fearless scaling into these backsites is perfection. As EDG challenge, they are met with multiple Foot players, all posted up, controlling the angles, winning the duels. They're ready for them to be swinging out through the smokes. And they navigated Jenny's setup really quite nicely. Jenny's got specific prep setups to try to stop the normal Foot exec on C. He's got a trip to catch the Waylay. He's got a trip to catch Sop's updraft on top of the double box. Doesn't matter, Foot mix it up and power through with good trading, good spacing. This is a team reborn from EMEA. I'm loving watching them.
Made the most the short amount of time that they've had off of the entirety of the Swiss stage. On an absolute tear.
They rebuilt their comps. They've looked heavily prepared for every team that they've faced. If they win this game, they'll match their best ever performance at a global, which was 5th, 6th at Shanghai. And they've still got more to give. I mean, that was they went down to the lower bracket and won a game there.
Yeah.
Talking a bit early, obviously, but Foot are in control here on Haven.
Like a bit of a punish over towards Blink. Still, the shots rain out, rattle from that barrel. Still, Sociables there, able to trade. Still, it's going to take some individuals. Sharp shooting on display from EDD to see if they can find a way forwards in a round like this. They're not working with the best in terms of weaponry. Just the Sheriffs. We'll see if they can make them sing. Double up, walking into the smoke. It's our Sociables domain. Slam shut the door in their face, Jenny. Wanted to flank rapidly at that, causing a bit of noise. Bit of sound and peeling eyes towards him, but massive advantage here still to Foot. Plant down rifles in their hands, and they know where Smoggy is. Be able to get a couple of kills here, potentially, but it's just Zeus sidestepping, dancing around the bullets. 8-1 lead here for Foot. This is pure dominance.
Sociable's call-in has been beautiful as well. What a pickup for this team, a player that we don't talk about too much, but he went from being in a position where he was a contender player on a team that was doing well, that BBL squad, to coming in and just locking down a solo role for Foot. He's going to come in, he's going to lead, and there've been a lot of questions about how the Turkish IGLs are going to be able to take the raw aim of the region and push it forward. Well, he has done great. Also 11-3 shooting. Now, we were talking about a Coinbase win condition earlier. Here's another timeout, forced to burn the second one because they're down 8-1.
This is tough. Tough going for EDG. It's a squad with tremendous pressure on their shoulders, as always, but they don't want to repeat the history books of what's happened the last 2 events that they've attended. But they weren't able to get anything done. They just went out way too early, and still, we are early days yet in this series, but it doesn't bode well. They have to turn it around here, second time out burns.
Yeah, they're coming in cold to this tournament too. Yeah. They haven't played in a long time. Scrims, they're all well and good.
That goes there.
But it's matches,
that
and
goes there.
witnessing your own improvement, believing in yourself, that's the kind of stuff that's powered Foot to this. They said that when they beat Full Sense as easily as they did, it just invigorated them with that level of confidence. EDG yet to find that. Here's a trip that we're showing you again. There are a lot of tricky setups that Gianni is trying to run to catch Sop in these updraft positions, because that's the way he likes to entry, with the waylay of Zeus as well. But they haven't found what they're looking for just yet.
Cage triggered.
I mean, there is some anti here, but it's micro anti. The macro game, EDG are getting wrecked.
Foot have been quite consistent, I think, in terms of making noise early, rotating to different places. Not punished too yet for it, but will be a prime time to try and speed it up.
We also haven't really seen Kung be able to get into the game. Another round here where he's posted up on the opposite side to the area that Foot take contact.
Largely being avoided. Here to Jay. He's crossed up here earlier. Doesn't have another cage to cross, and Kung is on the line. We'll see what reaction time test, and there it is. Past the mark with flying colors.
Cage, they found my
Plenty of bodies as well waiting. EDG, they have the ability to try and flip defend this one if they choose to hard commit. 47 seconds left. Foot at OMEN and R-Ring, and even that contact back to Peel all the way, but they don't have any map control elsewhere.
Looking to try to get the punish here. Sop is one of the Jet players alongside Kung that loves to run this attack side op. Had an idea perhaps that Chishu was going to be going for that jump spot. They've seen it in previous rounds. It's going to be an A re-hit. And the flashes from nobody, the position from Kung are allowing this to still be this three-player stack. It's EDG's best chance of taking another.
Really is in quite some time. Chichu already drawing that blood. Cristali, though, is going to answer straight back. Trying to wrangle control with the rifle. Still that time. Bled down to the bit a few moments here for EDG. Finally, another round in their hands.
The crowd roaring a sigh of relief as well. I think recognizing that their team needs to be powered forward by sheer force of will if they have any chance of getting back into this haven. This round, though, one of the first where they've been able to get that good stack on the site. And I think Sop's adjustment coming out of the attack timeout to attack up didn't actually pay dividends for them. I'd like to see him go back to the rifle or maybe even using the Blade Storm in the next round. It's an interesting idea coming out from the Foot coaching staff to mix things up and change the tempo, but listen, it was working.
Oh, Swoggy, what is this? Off the rip, showstopper. He's going to try and lead the charge, making it feel like it's a bit of a squeeze.
Another
dodge, but on the open, that won't save you from the rifle. Feels like it's a bit of a crunch into their spawn angle, but everybody else just sitting tight and pretty here. EDG, it's only Smoggy really activated, and he's all the way got out with his life.
They've got Kung posted up down C, and now nobody's walking down there, but that does mean that A is incredibly weak at the moment. Foot choose not to bite. They had a timing potentially, but if they are going to go back into C, nobody's positioning is very unexpected. It is not common for a Sky to be tucked down C cubby like this.
It's unorthodox, really, but that sums up, I think, nobody's game. Loves to make the unexpected play.
And the drone is not going to reach him. Kung can take contact, bait, and play the IGL in.
Broken up. Nobody's going to be hearing potentially some sound cues as well from the rotation away over towards A, but there's no movement, no budging. Nobody, though, will start to piece it together now with a deep push out. Hasn't seen any signs of life. Calling for the rotations to A. The question is, they're going to be fast enough. 30 seconds remaining.
Double walk down short.
And this is it. The re-clear could go so damn wrong. It's Sop. And he's just taking liberties now. Yeta J inserting himself into the conversation. Like a dagger to the back. This guy ripping them to shreds. EDG barely able to get the right read in time, and they're just not even getting a chance to show what they've got.
Again, getting mangled in the macro, Sociable showcasing that they don't just have to run these execs, they can also play a slow game. And Smoggy's left wondering what he could possibly do in a round like this. A 1v4, where two of his teammates, himself and Gianni, do not have the credits for the next round particularly, so it's gonna have to be a save. But saving to try to put together a 3-9 half just feels awful. EDG wanted more than this. At least he manages to recover the operator. But I can't say that Kung has had much impact with this gun, unusually for him.
Very patient game really being played by Foot as well. Poking, prodding, ensuring that they don't run into anything that they don't like the look of here. But the last round to really do something. And like you said, best case scenario will be that 9-3.
30 seconds left.
Sop really, individuals. And that's been what's powering this Foot squad outside of what we were bigging up for the coaching staff for Vlad and Bambino, the work that they put in. it's also been raw individualism, tearing away some rounds out of the hands of their opponents.
EDG themselves need a hero. Jenny with an early cam. Nobody there to help apart from Kang with an ult. Here comes Chishu, ulting in.
A little bit of reinforcements now. He's going to lay it down. That anchor smoke's going to be saturate in for the back Hunter's Fury as well. But a bit of spam into the smoke, just spotted out. Believe the recon revealing. Jenny was lit up there, both by the bullets and the dart. Kang trying to get active. That's a blind shot through the smoke, and he's able to at least find one. Plant still needs to go down here. This EDG did a much faster onto the approach. Plays in position. There's no more second chances. You have to commit into this one. Kang still posted.
Hitting the brakes.
Saturate flies forwards. He's looking for signs of life to see if they can poke their heads up and around, but stop over towards the top, unaccounted for with Zeus. Let's lose to the convergent pass and a 10-2 finish with a flourish at this first half here. Haven, complete control here for Foot.
EDG tried to flood C. They tried to set retake C. Nothing was working. Gianni getting absolutely bullied. And this version of Haven, it does not look like the prep has worked here.
One enemy remaining.
Foot own this map against anybody, but maybe even more so, most dominantly against EDG today.
One hell of a beginning here for Foot, playing in front of EDG, and you might think they might be hometown favorites, but not with this crowd down on the floor, waiting by. Need to hear some noise, and EDG desperately need their energy.
We've got a lot of energy here because I have found some EDG super fans. Yes!
Let's go!
Thank you so much for joining me, guys. And first of all, Kevin, you're saying that they're meant to lose the first map.
Yeah, in the Champions, our EDG always lose the map one, but we're gonna win the second and the third.
And why do you think Pearl? Why is Pearl gonna be a very strong map for EDG, Shao?
I think although we have met a lot of difficulties, I believe that Kang will destroy every one of them. Yeah.
London, do we believe in Kang? And Ray, you have gone to many events now to support EDG, is that right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And what was the best event so far? Was it maybe Seoul?
I think let's believe Kang then I will get win. And I was just say the Kang said before, let's all guys focus on VCTCN.
Yeah, and I think the fans are going to be focused and locked in on the teams as well. Can you just talk me through the artwork as well? We've got Jet versus Jet here.
Yeah, because Soap has played so well in the Switch round, so we think that he is the best Jet now. But we believe that Kang is a better Jet. So I'm really focused on the competition between them. So this photo is on this one.
Well, we've got 2.5 maps to go, guys, or potentially 1.5 maps. We'll see after this one. EDG fans, make some noise!
That energy is desperately needed for EDG. We've already talked about the expectations on this team's shoulders, but horrific start for them. Down 8 rounds at the first half of Haven. For Foot, it's a prime opportunity to get a nice early lead on a map that basically is home territory for them in London.
I like the narrative of the best Jet of today versus the best Jet of all time. I mean, I'm digging it,
I'm
but
here for it.
Kang is on the waylay to open up. And Sop, he wants more heads.
Smoggy spotted out here, and I'm going to see that delayed refight cooking off, and we're going to see it. Yeah, okay. Kill found.
So confident.
Lightning fast by Sop. Even with the saturate going a little bit wide here. Immediate reaction by EDG. They are deep in through spawn, and they're making a call, potentially planning into backside. You know that they've lost all very long. They're going to take it one step further here. Dog as well is going to be clearing a path potentially forwards if they choose to take it. Just spots the signs of life from the one, and it is Kang. Deep on the line now, up towards Heaven. Could be a game changer. 3 players though, a Foot all squaring up now, gearing for the takes. But Marquise, slide off angle, it's nice work, but nobody straight back at it. Instantly there with a trade, Kang wins his fight out. This is the best signs of life that we've seen in quite some time, EDG. There it is.
Another situation where nobody puts himself in a spot for the rest of his team to play off. Comes up with the goods, a 3K in him from this round. who's holding these tighter angles?
One enemy remaining.
They've got the skill. If they could show it. This would be one hell of a comeback, but I think Foot will have something to say about it once guns are back in hand. Can EDG warm up at the very least? Yeah. Oh, you don't want to see them walk into this stack early on.
It would not be good for them.
Nobody's attack side calling has been quite good, though. It's something that I've been a big fan of in China. Let's see if he sniffs this out.
5 players out of line of sight. EDG, they might walk all the way up into this one. It's a trap well laid out. Nobody. Already down awareness is off the charts, and they clear on most of these players. The right clicks, though, reigning true, and Sop will get cleaned up regardless here. Yet J, tucked tight. Nobody doing too much in a spot like that, so they navigate the danger.
I mean, I don't know about navigate it so much as bulldoze it down. Yeah. They walked straight into the stack, but nobody clearing the second player there really is good awareness. Recognizing that it was gonna be a trap setup. And Zeus was baiting for someone.
Spike down A.
I've still yet to see the EDG theory. They took so much time off and reworked their composition on this map. This is the bonus round. If you have any tactic to run, it should be deployed right now.
It's got some bite to it. A couple of Spectres, 2 rifles. Zeus. 2 walkabouts now in through mid, and no one is watching. Sociable, trying to activate off the pressure, but he's already heard these signs of life. No, he's twisting and turning. He doesn't expect it. Kang matters into his own hands now. All the way forwards, Refract just there in time to peel all the way back. It has granted him a lot of space over towards C. Jenny, tasked with holding on to it. That will be able to go down. Still at a player disadvantage.
Yeah, no utility to work with either. They have to make a play here, and Kang's going to be the one to do it.
Moving forwards, it's watched for. It's Yeta J. Counting for the deep push, knowing that there's risks to be taken by EDG just for them to get a way back in. Now leaves it down to a 2v4 deep face out into the open. Just the one, Spectre damage, double dash backwards, forwards. Zeus, weak as anything, but overwhelming Smoggy. And Sop, not worried about being the villain.
They are the villains today, especially here at the Copper Box Arena. But man, they are giving it. And it's fun to watch. They're hyper confident. Sob's got that quiet confidence too. If you hear him in interviews, he's just will always tell you that he thinks that he is the best.
Yeah.
Not in a braggadocious way though. A way that's borne out across his entire career so far. EDG failed to put together the bonus that could have potentially got something going for them on the attack side, and now this is must win. Smoggy 2 away from a showstopper, looking to take the fight over towards A.
There it is, aggression is the name of the game. The reveal shows all! No one has a bloody clue! Blind as anything, the recon spoiling the party. EDG crunched and collapsed. And it's Sop the one to do it, shushing the crowd in the process.
I don't know if it's going to be a library in here so much as a revolt if Sop keeps this up. Where is the break on the recon? We've seen the recon dart absolutely destroying Jenny on the C anchoring. And now another situation where EDG don't anticipate that A lobby crunch. He is so happy to be the villain.
Oh yeah. Feasting off the lack of energy.
Next map, we get to see the Jet v Jet probably. Face v heal. Kang v Sop. That's what I'm looking forward to, because this map is done. From the moment they began, Foot were in control.
Oh
They've had the better read the whole time.
Picked apart. Yeta J is taking liberties here. Deep Smokes lay it down.
Take flight.
Odin in the hands of Cristale. Paper mache floors, a conversion pass, all going to be offloaded now on either side here. Big stuns though, and that's going to be that showstopper again. Pulled out Fuse, going to be falling down to the bitter end potentially. Pre-fire into the corner to no avail. No real kills going their way, but it's every ult offloaded, and for Foot, they're really now seeing if they can make their mark onto this one moving forwards. Dissecting the site! It's a map that is in their sights. For Haven there, feeling almost preordained. With a flourish, with a finish like that, Kang, he tried his best. It was not enough to keep them in it. Map 1 of Haven goes the way to Foot.
tying their most dominant map win so far at Masters London, a 13-4 on Haven. When Foot win on Haven, they can stomp people. And even when Foot lose, it takes everything to close them out.
Sheer dominance on display by Foot. Not scared to be the villains. They've been feasting off that energy, and they have converted it into a dominant first map win. We'll find out where the rest of this series goes as we see this EGG have it in them to see if they can bounce back.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Here we go again.
Wrong way.
I gotta be me. I gotta be me. The dream that I see makes me what I am.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
Watch the girl, yeah, shake up the ting, shake up the ting, just shake up the ting. Watch the girl, yeah, shake up the ting, shake up the ting, just shake up the ting. Watch the girl, yeah, shake up the ting, just shake up the, shake up the, shake up the, shake up the ting. Don't wanna be us on a madman ting. Don't care whatever Batman bring, make a boss.
There's just a few of them here today, so let's see if the EGG fans can make some noise! Nice! I'm still waiting for everyone over here, though, to make some noise with us. Even if you're queuing for a hot dog, I want to hear you, okay? We want to go to a full 3 maps today. So if you're here to see as much Valorant as possible, make some noise! This is going to be an intense situation. This is an upper bracket matchup. Whoever loses this does get to play again. But obviously, everyone wants to have that second chance. Everyone wants to stay in this upper bracket and have the smoothest path to the finals. So you guys need to get behind your fans. So one more time, Foot fans, make some noise! For now, from the EGG fans, let me hear you! Awesome. Well, guys, enjoy the next game. Don't forget, get behind your teams. Thank you so much, London!
they wanna be. On a madman team, don't care whatever Batman bring, mega boss. When I push that swing, top the level, just call me a king, mega hustler. When I move sideways, these streets are big enough these days, like Frankie. Yeah, I did it my way. Brand levels got that equal pay, like watch the girl, yeah, shake up the ting, just shake up the ting, just shake up the ting. Watch the girl, yeah, shake up the ting, just shake up the ting, just shake up the ting. Watch the girl, yeah, shake up the ting, just shake up the ting, just shake up the ting. Watch the girl, yeah, shake up the ting, just shake up the ting.
But Vlad, how important was it for you guys to keep it fast-paced, especially against EDG and their comp? Because it seemed to work wonders against their Sky.
I mean, we know for a fact that we're good on fast-paced scenario, but this game on Haven, we didn't have to be specifically fast because like they didn't take any space that we expected to fight against them. I mean, they put a new comp, but I don't think they understand the capabilities of the like the map itself.
Thank you so much, and good luck on Pearl.
Vlad, surprised by the lack of proactivity from EDG as they take map 1 of this series in a dominant 13-4 fashion. Let's hop right into our HyperX reflex moment of the match. And Billy, this is one of the rounds where EDG tried for that proactivity, but Foot always had the answer.
Yeah, you kind of just heard from Vlad there how they weren't really pushing any extremities or anything like that, and instead opting to go for these kind of trap plays and not quite working out. I think that you see that they try to showstopper, but Zeus actually manages to reflect out of that whilst full blind as well, by the way. So he's probably done that completely off of sound cue, which is just incredible to think about.
Yeah, it was a beautiful reaction there. It's so funny to see that in like 1 or 2 rounds of defense, we saw more trap plays from Foot with their comp than we saw EDG in that entire first half. So a big difference there for me.
Yeah, it felt like a real lack of that aggression they were expecting. Even when Kong Kong's op was in play, we didn't see a lot of rounds where problems were getting created. But you have to look at the other side as well, Minnie, because Foot, I think, had good pivots to their style into how EDG likes to play.
Yeah, I love what Coach Vlad was saying. It matched up perfectly with what I was reading on EDG's game. They were not proactive in their previous series, and so Foot came out with a 2-step default game plan. What that means here, we're going to see them first step the default towards the A main side of things, and then usually the second step to go A. But every single second step in the early game was for them to cancel back round, and that's because at the top of the screen you can see that EDG over-rotate. They stack the other side, and it let that Foot could go into these sites, red carpet, and often bullying Jenny on this Cypher side.
Time and time again, Foot were able to overwhelm EDG because of this. And we have been talking about Foot and the identity and the kind of style that they play with. It very much is a contact-heavy type of play before they decide to go into these site executes where they look so aggressive. But I think being able to create those question marks were leaving EDG looking a little puzzled across the map.
Yeah, that's a little bit of tactical depth that I was referring to earlier. Like, they knew that it wasn't just about going in. They could do a 2-step default. They are comfortable doing that. It's maybe not the most technical thing of all time, but to be able to have just another little step to go to, I think is a good sign for this Foot team.
It absolutely is. This is a great start for Foot, but EDG have to bounce back if they want to stay in the upper bracket. Let's get a listen in with their coach, Autumn.
A bit of a firepower gap for EDG in that first map. Autumn, where did Foot catch you off guard, and how can you win Pearl?
Honestly, I didn't expect this losing the gunfight like that on map 1. So I just want to think about that like a warm-up for us. So I hope we can be back.
Okay, GG go next is the mindset. And we go to Pearl.
You shake your head at that. What do you read of his assessment of that map?
The game wasn't lost on gunfights at all. They didn't change anything from what I saw, what they were doing before. They changed the composition, sure, but a lack of proactivity, a lack of aggression. If Coach Vlad is openly saying it in the interviews, I'm saying it here, I think there's the wrong read of what went wrong that game.
I think on the attack as well, they needed to get off on the right foot, and we saw them getting caught up in mid, right? When we think back to plays that they had previously in their grand final, it was seen through here as well, and so Foot were able to kind of take advantage of that and capitalize on it.
Well, we're going into Pearl, map 2. This is a map EDG banned a lot domestically, but now picking it here, what do you want to see change as they lock in this Jet Phoenix?
So watching the VODs, I think the EDG on the attack side, too much mid-defaulting for my liking. If they do that this time around, Foot are going to eat up on these extremities. I think that Foot were very good on the defense last time. They couldn't just convert late rounds. They were getting these extremities, they're getting the macro advantages. They just couldn't quite close out some of these rotations. And I think that if they watch the VOD back, I think Foot are in a very good spot on this defense.
I think something to keep an eye out for is this sniper head-to-head between Sop and Kong Kong. We didn't see the value come through on the first map from Kong Kong, but he needs to step up from this one.
Both these teams waited years to be back in global playoffs, but for Foot, they've delivered already. A map away from victory and knocking EDG down below. We head into Pearl with Bren and Sideshow.
For EDG, this is their chance now to see and show and prove that they can bounce back after getting smacked around here. The fans wanted, they themselves wanted, I think, an opportunity to prove that this isn't going to be like other global events recently that EDG have attended, where they haven't lived up to the expectations. And that form of prestige that they've earned prior, where trophies were being lifted, they want to return back to that form. They have one hell of an uphill battle to do it in this match now.
EDG, they are the hope of China. And hope can fuel you, but hope can also be an anchor if it comes with expectations. And at the moment, EDG are struggling under the weight of those. They're going to take a bit of B space. Foot ready for it, reading it. Feels pretty similar to the way that EDG were playing in China so far.
Already walking up, there's going to be mollies laid down towards the back here, but the supplementary spam is there. Stun matters not. Kangkang's able to find that kill. Sociable though, the attempt now. Foot are just flooding all the way into this. Kills in to be found. They're crossing up these players and now with a spike out into the open. Chichu, good luck to you. It's a high-low already being cooked up. Jump spotting by Sop, looking for signs of life.
Without blocking vision.
It's a lot to navigate. Star's going to be deaded here. Exchange of the weaponry, picks up the bandit. But at that kind of range here, Foot have already cooked up the perfect answer.
Really clean from Foot as well, just falling back into that high-low setup at the tucked corner there. Meanwhile, incredibly decisive on their decision to flood it. Zeus is in, makes space to play Sociable in, and runs his way forwards.
If there was going to be that turnaround, I'll have to wait a little bit longer. One more round at least for EDG before they can get the buy online. Foot though. Control most of the map here. You can see the identity that they've got in terms of how they want to play the map.
Yeah, they're going to get
A main, B main control.
Yeah, going to get pushed up really deep on the outsides of the map while they leave the trip to cover the insides, along with initiator pairings, basically.
Sociable. You are hard committed here. There is no backing out of that one, and the flash will at least come and ring out true. Cristali underhanded. He's going to be cleaned up as well. So not the cleanest affair by Foot.
No, very committed position to play on the anti-eco. Don't mind that on a rifle round, but they've offered EDG an opening. These are the kind of opportunities you can't afford to let slip when you're down 0-1 already.
Right there.
But
the outsides of the map are squeezing in on them here, Bren.
Yeah, they have a level of awareness in terms of where they could be. A main control. It's theirs. It's going to be locked down by Sop. The trip's still active. Really, the only question mark is going to be that Suez angle, but even that is being watched ever so slightly.
They've cut noise, but they haven't actually done anything with the space. They're just hoping that players from Foot walk into them.
And there it is. First player drop now of the remaining three. EDG looking to see if they can make a move onto the side. Trying to clear up towards the back of the side. It's an instant trade by Chichu, but now he's in a 1v2 plant. Full committal. Zeus is just right there behind. So two players survive on for Foot. It's a damaging eco, I have to say, for EDG. Definitely pulled out a couple of damaging and potentially guns as well that might be lost, but
Yeah, they managed to still keep the Phantom and a Bulldog into this round with 2 players having that light armor. It's really not that bad, I think. One of their players only half board. But Kangkang, EDG, they do like to go towards art. It's an area of the map that EDG like exploring. And so if Foot are holding art a little strangely or weakly, the 2 initiators playing in spots where they can't get help as easily, that could be something that EDG put a bit more pressure on. My concern, though, is with the outsides of the maps, with B main, with A main, with how they deal with Sop's chamber.
I am with you.
Because he's going to get pushed up on deep angles.
Taking a lot of liberties with it now. We're seeing a main fight delayed here by Foot. They're just throwing out a knife, getting the acknowledgement that nobody's there. But EDG were waiting in the wings. They were just out of range of it. That was going to be catching, though, and with that connection.
Big miscommunication there from Foot on who was going to break the haunt.
Covering it.
I think Sop was supposed to break that to play Yedajay into the corner. Yedajay's now going to push up. They knew that he was tucked over towards Cubby. This is
brave.
Very dangerous.
He's pushing all the way up here. Might be able to hear the signs of life, but everybody's walking up now, and he's cutting it up close. Surely we see the clearance. Nobody's walking right in. Astral form, hold on. Gamer timings! Just the one before it goes down, but that is a ton of information. You're immediately seeing it. Rotations about here by Foot. Great migration being made over towards this B site. Util going to be sailing out overhead as well. Anything to get EDG in a position to plant. We'll go down with no pushback.
Last time Foot flooded, but this time Zeus not in a position to help them, so they've got to wait and play a set retake. Crystali, though, with double flash and a nade to clear out halls. Foot are going to have a chance here.
See how clean this one is. They're working with the bonus weaponry at the end of the day, but now already making the moves. No clearance into the corner. Kang straight there. Smoggy makes sure to lock it all down from that main avenue, and with crossfire setups, EDG. 3 players surviving. Not too much damage done to their economy, but critically around on the board.
Autumn's interview was illuminating for a number of reasons. Minnie's already gone through one of them, but I'll bring out another one, which is that they didn't mind Haven being in the map pool because they're looking towards maps 2, maps 3. That means that the time off that EDG took had to be in preparation here for maps like Pearl and Fracture. Pearl, EDG only played 1 time in China. It was in the grand finals when they were forced to, and they did win. But it had previously been their permaban.
They found my trap.
I like the emphasis here. Taking a bit of lane control. The pack of players, but Sop was unaccounted for that deep push-up. So Rendezvous is back, but they're losing control of this one. Yedid is going to be surely coming this one to them, and bit of spraying and praying in through the cloud burst, but your back's opened up. Headhunters and wide into the open, and the shots do go wide. Smoggy all popped off. Peels his way back. He's done significant damage at this one, but his flank now activating.
I'm looking at nobody here. He's the player that needs to be watching over towards the flank. Don't let yourself be caught in the side of the head.
And there it is. It's a bullet to the dome. Nobody's being dropped, and I don't think he saw too many players in the process. Still that nightfall. I guess some acknowledgement that they were looking for, but a plan position it's not quite ideal for either side. Flash is going to be sailing out now, time ticking. It was the time spent trying to get this one online, and there's still a pull. Lay down at the feet, it's a pullback star. Chichu doesn't even have it for it now with a flash and a repeat. Foot! How the hell have they found a win con there?
3 players on the flank and EDG cowering in B-Link. The lack of a pull is devastating.
Did you not have it?
No, he absolutely could have won the round off the back of it too. Had to turn it into a pullback start. I mean, I missed it if he used it earlier as part of the exec or something like that. You just assume that when the Astra is in a retake scenario like this, that they have a star on the spike to use as a pull. Big error, big blunder. You're a map down in the series already. You cannot afford rounds like that to be disappearing from underneath you. They had an advantage. They got themselves into a winning position. Fumbled a bit on their positioning and their awareness of a flank retake, and it all comes crumbling down. The money, it's in the bin. During that grand final, though, where they were playing on Pearl, Smoggy was one of the key players. He ended up being, I think, the highest rated player of that. He's played the most rounds of Phoenix out of anybody in China. I think he's got to be another player alongside Kangkang and Chishu to step up and try to win them this game.
He's got that Guardian in his hands. Basically one of the only weapons they really got to work with. EDG, no slouches with the Sheriffs, but see what he can do in a round like this. They really do need a miracle. It's going to be just the eco for them. Argument onto the line. Shots are going wide on either side here, but the molly Drop down, it's going to be separating most of them. The Haunt is dealt with. A lot of util being pulled out here from Foot. Anticipating that the hit was going to come through. But
this is one of those spots where the pushed-up position of Sociable allows Foot to be stacked so heavily on the other side of the map. And this is also one of those areas where Mini was breaking it down. It would be lovely to get that rotate going in the other direction. But it does make a big difference when Sociable's pushed up rather than in an anchor position. He's harder to deal with, harder to anticipate perhaps, and going to get earlier information. EDG, they fake like they could be going back in the other spot, but they haven't interacted with Sociable, so he knows that this is all fake.
As they're all going up through lane, which is not the case. The stack of bodies has not budged. They have not moved. Foot looking to hold this one back. And the util seems picture perfect in the process, doesn't it? Crystalli's weak as anything, but still the team is by his side. And Yenajay is just tearing them asunder now. Time
Down A.
fully running out, fully out of the mark. What a round by Yenajay. Danger lurking. It dissipates nicely for Foot now a lead 4-1. This is no slowing down from map 1 to now.
One of the dangerous parts for Foot at Masters London has been that their prep work is so good and the usage of their time off after EMEA has been so precise, so excellent, that they now don't really have a bad map, apparently. Or at least from the ones that we've seen so far at Masters London. Even Pearl, when they've lost it, it's been incredibly tight. Come down to some missed clutches, some slightly fumbled post plans, stuff that they can work on. Fundamentally, again, they are playing the game better than EDG here.
EDG's game plan's just getting rocked here. You could see that they were preempting a fast play, a fight towards A main, but realizing at the last second he had to sidestep this knife that's been thrown out.
I think 4 players got detected by that.
Yeah, potentially.
Sociable, though, has put himself in a very risky position here.
It's just these deep pushes. They get the info off the knife, double push up as well. It's a bit of a high-low, and they're watching for the peak entirely here. Sop, already well trained, but it is that clean-up. Sociable, what is this? From behind, they still haven't dealt with Sop, but this operator still looking to see if he can remove most of this one. He needs to peel back to safety! He's overstaying, isn't he? Not worried about it. Rendezvous was way out into the open, yet still he looks like he wants to post his way up once more, doubling, jumping up towards it, trying to lock onto the domes. Barely missing, these shots whistling over their heads, and EDG, they can breathe a sigh of relief, but not for much longer.
They're going back into Sociable.
Yeah, this guy, there's going to be a dagger to the heart. That's a spike drop down in their laps. All Sociable has to do now is buy time, peel back, play his life.
There.
Pressure is on EDG to clear out the stragglers.
30 seconds left. Down.
Does a good job.
There is an opening here over towards A, but Foot are quickly trying to plug the gap. It's a Foot race over to the A side. That Cosmic Divide helping them get in by art. It looks almost impossible for EDG to get past this.
Preemptive Jenny takes the time just to pick up the ore, but that's going to be a knife connecting you. Suppress, you can't use anything in the process anyway. And this Cosmic Divide, it locks you completely out. All the way forwards, the appropriate angles watched for here. They don't stand a chance, not into it. Foot with these deep pushes, this information they're gathering throughout the map. Sociable, it's been aggro as anything, but it's been exactly what they needed. They've been able to just stack these players into the most important areas of the map constantly now.
Look at this from Kangkang's perspective. Can you imagine somebody doing this to Kangkang? This is the kind of thing that he does to players at global events. And yet Sop and Zeus, Sop especially though, just bringing the fight to him at all times. EDG are going to take a tactical timeout here, and I think it makes a ton of sense. This is the first round where EDG have really noticed that push out on the defense side. We can see it. We've got access to the full mini-map. But for the brain trust over at EDG, Autumn should now be able to get the read that Sociable is pushed up very deep behind them regularly. And to me, the Coinbase win condition is baiting that out and punishing it, frankly. You want to be trying to bait Sop onto these deep lines, bait the push out of Sociable, and go back and collect him. Or even have a look at they're ready to punish him in the first place.
We've been mentioning it all throughout this series on top of it. I mean, Foot, got to give immense amounts of credit to them. I think they are well prepped coming into this matchup, despite that EDG have had a ton of time off, a lot of time to work on their map pools.
EDG have also changed their coaching staff enormously, right? Yeah. You might be familiar with seeing the Chinese members of the coaching staff there in the booth, a co-head coaching situation, and yet now it's Autumn fully taking over that. They even picked up an Australian assistant coach at the beginning of this stage who was previously making YouTube videos titled stuff like, "This is how you fix EDG."
We saw evidence of that in their own region in China. EDG were back on top, but this is a tough and rough beginning here. The squad that was hoping to put their best foot forwards. Especially representing China as that #1 seed. This is EDG gearing up for a bit of an exit.
I assume this is a pump fake, but no, they're just going for it.
He's committing it now. He's only got the stinger in his hands. He's looking to see if he can make his mark forwards and known. Sociable is already inserting himself here, sidestepping, lining them up though. Jenny is right there, and his shots have all gone wrong. The adjustment, spray control, not on point here. Yedajay only getting the one. Collapse of the foot defense here. Cristali has got a lot to do in a spot like that, and he is just completely unaware. Mastercard thrifty. EDG needed this one, ordered up for them. Something to get the momentum back in their side of the court.
Yeah, they've needed a miracle round like this for the entire series so far. Both of those players, Zeus and Sociable, completely lining up here. And Sop on pretty much the same angle too. Easy work for the Stinger at that kind of range. And this is one of the first times where EDG were actually able to just take an extremity early on. They dominated B long that round. There wasn't too much resistance. Foot choosing to fight over A here as Sop goes solo towards Pillar.
D5 forwards, looking like the GE default. Horns not broken in time, and that forces Sop to respect it.
It is a good default. You can see how much pressure it puts there onto the chamber, but they've lost a main in the process, and Zeus, Sociable, they are not going to give this up lightly.
Tank side operator, Kang. We've seen phenomenal stuff from him. A lot to deal with though. It's off angles on off angles for the A main hold. Smoggy though just completely rips the head clean off, and Zeus following up. Not long for the ward. He's going to be forced back to that spectator seat now, watching in wonder to see how the hell his team can possibly find a way out of this one. Side control here for EDG. Well, taps from nobody, looking for the next signs of life with a util. They will fly forwards here, and these are open sidelines. Nightfall is committed. This is desperation now. EDG looking to see if they can fight away and batter potentially some respite out of this situation. 2v3, hopping over towards the box. That blind is everything there, and Cristali just didn't quite spot it. Jenny though cleaned up, cleared out. Missed shot from Smoggy. Hold on to 2v1. Ults are ripped out, but it wasn't even necessary. Accounted for by Sop over the shoulder. The defense was there.
The Foot fans will be absolutely loving that one. These are the kind of clutches that they couldn't convert in the previous games that we've seen from them in Pearl. Playing against Vitality, they're the ones that were in the post-plan scenarios with all of the advantages. Watching it trickle away from them. Here they convert a 3v5 retake. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. I was all ready to praise EDG. Their spacing's been so much better in the last couple of rounds. But Foot, they are never down, never out. Sop is a menace, bro.
He really is.
That guy's got a Champs trophy.
Foot making a name for themselves as the king killers at this point, taking down NRG. EDG next up. We'll see this one. It's fast. Loses a bit of util to supplement, but the peak just off the back of that stun. Zeus is immediately traded out and cleaned up. Sociable, hold on, what is this? Collapsing onto them, Yedajay. Flexing a little bit. Chichu's right there though, able to respond.
It's another scenario where EDG have got themselves into a winnable position, but Chichu does not have a pull. Something to keep track of. He's willing to use these in the middle of these engagements, these brawls, which means that they probably still need to be a bit more active in this post plan.
Rifle reclaimed here by Sop.
They've split up.
Doubled up, they have split up. Looking to cover more ground together here, but this could be disastrous for them. It's a plant potentially there for Heaven. Star's going to be laid down, watching forward. Good adjustment. Snap back, brings it into the 1v1. Cristali left guessing. And Jenny with that wrap is the insurance policy this team needed.
Super well played round by Shishu. First one where he's been able to stamp his impact on the game. He helps clear up this fight with his team in this scenario too, rather than being on a bit of a lurk play somewhere else in a 4-1. And that snap onto Sop. And the fact he escorted Cristali in a deeper position. I mean, ifs and buts from the Foot coaching staff, but they can't be too mad about it. They just won a 3v5 retake in the previous. But that is going to knock them down onto an econ. It's the first time we've seen EDG really fight back.
They have a bit of respite, don't they? Foothold has been found. We'll See though, pot shots fired out and accounting for this corner, but we'll see if nobody's got it in his mind to clear this one out. Hold on, sidestepping, Guardian! In the hands of Zeus, strikes them down. It's up to Jenny, and he does respond, at least cleaning up those kills, but they're already a player down, and this is not how you wanted this round to go.
The FUT duelists have just been so happy to take those challenges, and why wouldn't they be? They've been good for it every time. Having said that, though, wrong read from FUT here. Yedajay's going to need to get one of these kills.
No way, get out of here at all. Should be cleaned up, and there it is. 3 now. Jenny in a round. It's going to pause for those fast rotations. Cristali's there. He's got that flash being held, underhanded, right through it into the one-way now, and it has pushed and peeled these players all the way back. The blind is good. Sees up into the corner, but no weapon to really work with. Sociable had to sidestep. 35 seconds left.
Looking to try and pick up a gun. Look at the team pinging the position of a weapon that he could try to play for in the 1v2.
There it is.
Grabs a Phantom, makes his way around to the flank. Jenny, though, the wall, it's tripped.
Yeah, so that's going to be signaling everything. There's a gambit by Sociable, hoping that they potentially wouldn't have that util down, but doubled up. They slap Sociable back down to earth here. And EDG finding a way back in. They're just trailing by 2 rounds now.
They've been able to do a little bit of punishing these aggressive plays. This one, not a great example of it.
Just die.
In a 2v5 scenario, though, yes, better weapons. But I think the FUT coaches can genuinely be annoyed about this one. They had 3 players alive towards the end in a 3v2 with guns down. Any level of group up push mid, group up stack B, anything like that would have converted the round for them. They've given EDG an opening.
Some signs for the default here. Phoenix Wall. This time just a flash. Sidestep. Horn will have to be broken, committed. Sop didn't really have anybody to do that for him. The slightest of margins that he's working with here, and he's still overstaying it. Ult's going to be committed though. Nightfall scatters forwards and away. The Molly at your feet. You've got to be careful about that one, but Smoggy did pop off the ult, but now caught into the corner. And a reposition again by Sop. Steel Garden. Going to be good for it. Sop, there's a ton of util just layering down over towards that backhaul position. But just trying to find way backs in. They're flashing forwards, fighting forwards, tooth for nail, but it is pushed back, shut down. Kang, rifle play in his hands, dash towards the side, cuts up the angles perfectly. And FUT are dismantled. The attempt from them. Ult's committed and all. It's up to Yedajay to see if he can do anything at all. Not covered, not accounted for. Hold on, he's bringing it into a 1v2. That was what the plan was. Anticipating the wrap, and he has a lot of util to his name. Star. Dropped down, pulled back, peeled back. Biding his time, just trying to hunt out where these players could be. Jenny, weak. 1 bullet. Will do it. Holding shallow angles across the board. Neither side wants to give it up, but already revealing the hand. Yedajay twisting, turning, hold on, ISO it in. The knife's out. They go wide. Yedajay.
It's an unbelievable clutch from Yedu. It's a spot that he should never have been able to win. We're seeing outrageous player disadvantage rounds being converted here on Pearl. A 3v5, a 2v5, and a 1v3 for Yedu. And you see the difference in the reaction from the coaching staff. Tells you everything you need to know. EDG, just when they feel like they're starting to get the rhythm of how FUT want to take these fights, how they want to flood, how they want to brawl, they're still not clean enough to convert in the moments that matter.
Potential here for EDG. They could bring it up to 5. Make it half-hearted half here. Forwards, but Sop not dealt with. Just disrespecting the default this time. The horns alongside it.
He found that micro timing just before the flash.
Still squaring up, looking to posture their way back in, but they're being slammed shut, the door in their face. Judge at play. They're being decimated, ripped to pieces, and no one has a clue.
FUT get back into things, powered by these clutches, and also by the disrespect, by the willingness to take the fights into EDG. I think they also got a read by the end that EDG were just going in the same direction as their early pressure. EDG tried to keep things simple. Played right into FUT's hand.
Not out of the danger just yet at all. Still trailing by 4 rounds. It goes without saying, but an essential pistol round coming up that EDG have got to put their eyes on.
Jen here with Sociable of Foot. Sociable, when you were prepping for today's matchup, what stood out to you about EDG?
EDG ile alakalı dikkatimi çeken çok bir şey olmadı. Bireysel olarak iyiler, oyun olarak bir şey yapmıyorlar. Çok iyi olduklarını düşünmüyorum. Onun dışında dikkatimi çeken şey çok fazla taraftarları oldu ve bugün çok fazla insanı mutsuz edeceğiz.
Honestly, not much really stood out for me in terms of EDG. They are really good individually, but they don't have too much in terms of gameplay. What really stood out is that they have a ton of fans here, so we're going to be making a lot of people unhappy.
Oh, okay. But people could be happy to see you perform really well and get that win, so good luck today. Jen here with Chichu of EDG. Chichu, in your opinion, what kind of team is Foot?
我觉得Foot是一个很有侵略性、很有进攻性的一个队伍吧。然后他们的风格跟亚洲其实玩得很像，不太像传统的欧洲队伍，所以我觉得应该打起来就是对枪吧，我觉得。
I feel like Foot is a super aggressive team and their playstyle is kind of similar as our Asian team, not like the European teams. So for today's matchup, maybe it's aim duels. Oh, aim duels. Okay, thank you so much and win those aim duels.
Make no mistake, we might be in a copper box arena, but Foot, the EMEA team, they are not the fan favorites here today. It's a packed arena, a packed out crowd. They're hoping for any signs of life from EDG.
And they were right, Sociable was right, they are making a lot of people unhappy with this performance. Foot have been in control from minute 1. There were moments in this map where they've let it slip a little, but EDG's game plan's not quite enough to close out.
Chu, hold on, you are hard committed here. It's committal at the start, but just a pullback now, and he needs to find a couple of targets. Head clean off now. Players are rapidly approaching and already just pure disrespect on display. Flash forwards, Kang handles the pressure and creates diamonds out of nothing. It's a 3-piece for him, and he managed to salvage the entire operation to the energy. Accounted for now with a wall being tripped to nobody. He's got him in his sights.
Everybody on EDG keeps talking about this matchup like it's going to come down to aim duels. They've been behind in macro play. There've been a lot of areas that they could have improved on that are completely outside of it. And yet here you see a moment where Kang is just allowed to take some fights. And he feels so comfortable, so happy in a moment like that. Explodes up out of his seat as well. He may have just given his team the lifeline they need. Picks up an Outlaw too, looking to get a Blade Storm online early on for a bonus potentially. Put a bit of pressure on Foot, force them to buy those full armors into the Randy bonus.
Util's going to be traded out back and forth here. Sop onto that angle. Not quick enough with it. Kang one step ahead. In terms of the A main control, but they've lost art in the process. Nobody has an inclination now with a Prowler connecting, but they're taking it all the way up through Connector, looking to see if they can push and punish these players. Smoggy surely would have been hearing this and making the appropriate reaction. Understanding that he was about to be pinched and squeezed. He presses and pushes forwards himself.
I really like this kind of setup from Foot. Being able to completely navigate around the vice.
Jenny is there with the rifle in hands. Trade eventually coming through, but not before Jenny did the damage, softening up a few of these players. That's opened up the side over towards B, but they're not looking to hard commit into this one. This is Zeus with the spike. I'm not sure where he's going. Now he's caught into the corner. There it is. Sim packing.
They got a lurk through over towards A, and so they wanted the spike to try to extract itself from B link. It's a crazy call.
Everything else is being accounted for now. Missing pieces. They are connecting the dots. EDG.
30 seconds left.
Sociable could have been the playmaker in this round after that rifle was dropped. It was a nice idea that he came up with, but this is going to be EDG fairly easily cleaning him up and recovering this Vandal. I think odds-on best decision here is literally just to toss the gun off the map sometimes. But we'll see if he makes a play for it.
Nice.
See if he looks to keep it.
Yeah, he might be looking to just save it at this point.
10 seconds left.
There's no way you win.
We can see that there's no EDG player hunting him down either. They want to play this one safely. How many times have they been in a winning position? This half has started out nicely. They're not there yet, but the scoreline is starting to get a little more level.
Keep fighting.
And they've got a chance here, especially if Kangkang's able to hit some shots. Sociable and Yedajay looking to come into this round with light armor. No, Sociable upgrades. Kangkang's going to have to hit some heads, but that is not beyond him. He is the superstar in China. He plays like the superstar. He knows that he can have that impact. If he pushes out early, he may be met by Yedajay, but I would expect the Astros to play tucked. A foot. Want to take that brawl for a main control.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of space conceded just off the back of the KO knife. The horns as well, not broken.
Think about the way that Mini was breaking down their Haven. They went and took some A-long control, and they almost always pivoted away, anticipating that EDG were going to be overstacking. This time, Sociable thinks about retreating and wants to double down. Only for a moment, just until he got seen.
Yeah.
Forced the smoke out of Chishu, and it has drawn those EDG players from Art back to site. And now Sociable, with the same read he had on Haven, looking to pivot in a different direction.
Yeah, EDG, all of that Haven map played like a fiddle in terms of the rotations. So not looking too different. The clearance, losing control of pretty much everything in the process. They have no trip over towards lane, so these foot players are going to be able to walk all the way through scot-free.
Jenny was the player pressured in the prior round. It's going to be on him again with only a ghost.
It's barely anything to work with. Scraps. Once it ends, at least with the delay, util is there. The horn not broken in time, so I guess the acknowledgement they were looking for. Trail's going to be leading towards it, and Jenny's just trying his best to see if he can play around these angles, sidestepping. See if he can buy some time, but the rest of EDG to flood in, but they are late to the party. Just two of them remaining. Kangkang is here. He's got that dash active, but a shot to go on wide. So Flash and a Prowler playing into that Hall's angle. Zeus looking to lock this one down. Sociable, he went down as a result of it. More util where that came from. We're going to see the C's sent overhead. Zeus steps forwards. The barrel poking out, but sidestepping, running and gunning. Name of the game, flash forwards. Oh my! It's all gone way too wrong!
Crostali's happy about it. The game comes right towards him. Smoggy with a 2K got an extra flashback. He'd already used two at Halls. This is the third. And Chishu sees nothing but white.
Team flash.
And also, it's just not coordinated with nobody. I think the call must have been, let's push back Halls together, and Smoggy's thinking to himself, oh, I just got a flashback. Surely we should be using that. You don't have time in these chaotic moments. And the tempo favors Foot. That, though, was a bonus, and Kangkang now comes back with an even bigger gun. It's the op in hand for him.
There's the big boomstick, but this is a fast, aggressive play. Still nobody fading away, rifle in his hands. It's two chopped out of the picture, and it's the biggest hitters, 4 Foot. Losing Zeus and Sop. See if there's a pause to be played for. Yedajay, eager to lay claim to a bit of the space if he feels like it's unaccounted for. The Prowler, though, will put a bit more caution in his step.
Bring them.
It's a player disadvantage, but the same game plan again. Gianni alone on B, completely isolated by this over-rotation from EDG. But at least the wall here will give them advance notice. He needs some help. Foot pause. Hesitation. They're not sure how they should play this one.
They're waiting for a player to work their way up through B main, but Yedajay's doing it alone, and he's got a lot to clear.
And that's meant the EDG defense is now more spread out. They've missed the timing to go back and try to punish Gianni. This is now just a straight-up player disadvantage. EDG are wondering where on earth Sociable's taken the troops. But with Sop and Zeus dead, it is some firepower gone, some sting out of the hit.
The wall. Horn's not going to be revealing towards that back horse position. The molly, though, enough to prevent at least the push out. The flood defense. These stars are making it very awkward to see if he can hear and clear most of this one here. And Jenny does hold back that horse position. Critical element at that. Fights to be taken, and one out here by EDG. Jenny doing the hard work there and a heavy lifting around like this. EDG now just trailing by 2.
You see how difficult his positioning can be on this squad. He's asked to do so much. I mean, early on when Jenny was first added to this team, he was asked to pick up duelists and flex rolls and Yoru and all sorts. Now he's such a critical player for them, plugging the gaps, playing the glue role for the team. He still needs help in rounds like this, but they got the help there just in time, and he was good for the first. Playing the Sentinel role on these first two maps for the squad. On Haven, on Pearl. If we go to Fracture, you'll see something different from him. But this is going to be, as far as I can remember anyway, the first tack timeout used by Foot. There's no way they took one on Haven.
No, they haven't been feeling pressured until now, and it's good signs of life really from EDG. We desperately needed to see it, and they have shown up. Now just trailing by 2, you can feel the pressure is on, and it's definitely flipped to the other side of things here. Interjection by Vlad and Bambino.
I think the wall over towards B-Link is actually causing a bit of trouble for them, because if the game plan is let's default A and then pivot B, well, the wall is giving it away a lot of the time, and you don't have the patience to be able to extract yourself from A main and go full B main. That rotate is just way too long. So I think possibly the Coinbase win condition here that they'll be talking through is having some level of a B-Link default to bait out that Vice wall before they go over towards A, but it is very tough to have a game plan that revolves around taking A main and B-Link at the same point. Perhaps they should be defaulting through Art and pivoting back around on the loop play that we saw from them earlier, where you can push through that connector and never have to trip the wall. The wall's gone.
Yeah, it's moved to a different place this time, over towards the A main angle. Kang. He's gonna spot a couple of the backs there, open. Just missing his shot, though. Just able to get the orb as well, so that's knives in his hands. This time, yeah, a bit of pressure over towards lane. Trying to feel out where potentially this util could be, but heavy stack of players. 3 on the side of EDG, looking for potentially a reclear, but attacked up by the knife onto the one side of things. Flash overhead. It's fast and loose. Risky business because of the eco that's being played for here by Foot. Comes down to that individualism. Zeus with the right click. It goes way too wide. Yenajay picks up the pieces from it regardless. Brings it into a 1v2, but there's still weapons to be reclaimed, and he's tapped, pushed forwards. Chichu has got the patience in his mind, and there it is, well trained on the right line.
Slightly wrong read there from Yenajay. He thought that these players were going to be faster to contest him. Otherwise, could have even picked up a weapon in the midst of all of this.
Spike down A.
Zeus was almost the exact player that they needed in that spot. Baiting his team on the art push to be able to clean up could have been perfection. But we get to see a rifle round. This is the one that Foot took the timeout for. This is where Vlad and Bambino have had their input. What's adjusted here?
It's an important one for them.
Well, immediately you see that the Vice Wall's in a different place as well. It's over towards Art. So if Foot are thinking about that Vice Wall, it's in the wrong spot now.
Constant adjustments from EDG to try and disrupt the timeout if there was a plan to try and play around that lane control.
I like it. It feels like they're thinking about the defense more than their attack.
I'm trying to get one step ahead of most of this now. That's a knife that scatters forwards. 2 tags, potentially 3, getting the acknowledgement that this is a stacked site, but Foot are not slowing down. It's Zeus again. He's leading the charge for them. Let's listen in to see what Foot have got up their sleeves.
Kuracağım. Nefes dönme içi. Art dikkat. Arta dikkat. Kuruyor. Koruyorum. Provlarım var. Arta provlar atacağım. Sakin. Çıktım geri. Arkaya bakıyorum. Flash'im var beyler benim. Arkaya al. Art yok. Flash atıyorum. Gelin. Sağına bakıyorum. Yapış. Sıkır. Backside sağ.
Foot making the adjustment to simply hit that second wave timing into A. When they pivoted away before, when they tried to play a tricky game, this time the coach is saying, guys, just hit him. Just sock him with a big left hook.
Yeah.
And here it comes. Yenajay barreling in towards backside. And Kankan missing a really important shot there. The A post plants have not been a strength for Foot. But there they choose to try to take the fights into EDG as they're coming in, put pressure on them, and turn the economy completely on its head.
The war chest filled to the brim for EDG, despite the weaker buy and weaponry. Recall of the star. We'll see if they're anticipating and expecting this one. Knives out, but it's nobody who's going to be claiming that kill. Ulta popped off in a round like this. Yes, indeed. They're already cutting swaths out of this Foot attack side default, forcing a quick reaction out over towards A, but that is exactly where Jenny is posted. Delay util primed. These players are getting cut up and picked apart now.
Device just helps Jenny hold on more than the Cypher did on Haven. You see here how much this foot timing has been stalled. Jenny can now reconnect with the rest of the team. Admittedly, it is going to be with slightly weaker buys. Kangkang should probably give the op to somebody else. He already has the knives. It's greedy.
To take matters into his own hands, though. A spot like this, as a Nightfall is committed, why not? EDG winning position, and it points the trails exactly to where the target's being looked for now. Up trap at the dash. Kangkang, hard clearance. These players are far and away, and potentially an unwinnable position, really. You're going for raw, blind spam. Shots in the dark, going fishing for these kills. Another right click that goes amiss, but still a kill collected. Thanks to Chichu. And now you can square it, make sure you shut out that main angle for EDG to do it once more.
That combo that we saw in the China Grand Finals with Kangkang and Smoggy comes through when they need it most. EDG are fighting back here on Pearl. Smoggy using his ult to be able to distract and pull the crosshair away from Sop. They overwhelm Sociable and set up Kangkang for a freebie, and then he's unleashed with Bladestorm in hand. Foot try to hold on, but it's a tidal wave of EDG players running at them, and the economy is now just flipping on a dime. Foot themselves are on a thrifty round. Zeus miles away from the Bladestorm, but Sop is always dangerous.
Always. Doesn't really matter what the guns are in his hands. Both teams are making an earnest effort, doing some damage here. That's a leg shot. Sop weakened up. Still not TPing back, though. He's going to be sending with the rest of the team, and they are full throttle all the way forwards, trying to overwhelm this position. But Kangkang, steady aim, calm composure. The reinsertion there of Smoggy announced himself to the conversation and the fight. Slammer down these players, he needs a bit of a bailout. Smoggy is right there by his side. 10-10 at this point for EDG, firmly back in it.
Foot were all smiles, all taunts on Haven, and now it feels like they're getting wrapped up a little bit in the aura of the crowd, the aura of the moment. They're rushing things a little here, and the faster they play, the less they rely on better macro, the more that EDG are happy to just take the brawl. It's in moments like that round there that I understand where EDG's read was, that Foot play a bit more like an Asian team, an APAC or Chinese team. I think Foot need to rely on being able to take space away slowly, squeeze EDG out of the map. But they're losing their heads a little.
Composure, something spoken about with his Foot squad. Beginning of the tournament, at least, about their inexperience and seeing what they could do. They've kept their head above water to earn themselves a spot here in this playoff game, but EDG are showing a different level. The experience differential right now as they are weathering the storm that was thrown at them. Finding answers straight past it, instantly there. Zeus dash back. Able to trade at least one of the kills, brings him to a 4v4. Heavy emphasis and pressure over towards this one. Would corner not clear. Jenny's here now, tucked tight. Already found himself one, maybe even two. Yes, indeed. EDG cutting the opposition to pieces. There's no hope, there is no mercy. They're looking to take the lead, but it's up to Yedajay. Spike needs to be retrieved. 35 seconds left. Time is of the essence. They know exactly where his position is now. Chichu and nobody going to be ensuring to play this one. It's a high-low setup.
He won a round like this before, though.
Trying to leave no room for error. Prowler can't be sidestepped, has to be broken. Yedajay to pull back there from the start. He's got one more at his disposal. Going for it once more, this time full committal. Ball not broken, revealed! And a highlight changes the game. And with that, EDG take the lead in this map.
There are so many individual moments here. The nerves are playing a factor for sure. Look at the way that Jenny is fighting over towards this. The first swing is lovely, but then he gets pinned in a corner. Zeus is desperate to play in a teammate. The updraft over the top is nice, but Crystalli and Sop don't commit. Maybe on the wrong page, maybe not willing to take the risk in the moment. But it gives Jenny a chance for two. And he's gone from being bullied on Haven to finding his moments here on Pearl. And Foot, they now stand in a very difficult position.
Another timeout. These are jeers from the crowd. They've made themselves the villains. They've made their bed. They got to live with it. They got to sleep with it.
And what a turnaround, because if you think about the run into Masters London, the mocking and the jeering was towards China as a region, people not giving them the respect that they've earned in previous years, in previous tournaments, but it's been a bad run of form recently in tournament after tournament for China. XLG, though, earning their spot in playoffs here at London with a big win over Global. And now EDG, after looking like they didn't have any gas in the tank on Haven, are fighting back and showing you that Champions level grit here on Pearl. They are favored to take this map now.
Absolutely. It's a flip in terms of that energy, the momentum firmly now. It's like a tailwind behind this EDG squad. Just comes down to bringing it over the finish line to take it all the way to Fracture. Again, it's a weaker buy from Foot, but they're given full allowance over towards the A main angles and these orbs, so they're able to get the knives in the hands of Zeus.
Previous eco round, they only had Sop with a rifle, and they just kind of barreled him forwards. It was pretty sloppy. They led with him instead of letting him bait and clean up. Oh my! This time he's there and he's sharp. Eviscerates Kang early on, paying him back for the execution in the previous round.
A big kill to claim. Kang being their heavy hitter.
Jenny is going to be asked questions of her here again.
Flash of the peek over towards the top, and he's revealed his position now, and the spam! It's perfect! It was a hard accounted for position. He knew where he was, immediately slipping the net. Oh, this is Chichu! Odin spray down, and in the midst of this chaos, is EDG fighting back, tooth and nail! Dominance!
Chichu is in there so much faster than you would have expected in previous rounds. Gets himself through on holes, nobody is looking. Not a single player on Foot has any awareness that they need to be looking towards back holes there. Because Jenny's been the only player in that spot for the entire defensive half.
Yeah.
But now that things are getting looser, EDG are finding their timings and their moments, and we have another rifle round, possibly to end it.
An all-out brawl, an all-out brawl, the pullback and a star! The fight wasn't ready for EDG. Caught unaware here, Smoggy with the disengage all the way back, but that's a knife tag, and he's not going to have any more util to play with, including that ult in the back pocket. He's stuck here. It's about fighting your way forwards, but the trading and the scaling is just immaculate. Foot don't let anything slip here. Chichu and Kang hoping for open sight lines, hoping for access to potentially a player or two. Anything to even this fight out. Dash dissipating, but in on there, they clear out the default spot. But how do you deal with Art? How do you deal with Main? That's the next question. The obstacles will keep piling up. So Starter's committed here. Chichu poking out a bit of the barrel here in an attempt here. It's all or nothing. Bit of spam, but the body block just goes awry. Not able to account for it in time. Still Kang sharp on it, but a wraparound. Zeus, a four-piece to finish that round up. Foot are not done yet.
When the road gets tough, Zeus is there, helping Foot plow onwards. He was absolutely magical in their most recent game. And it feels like any time Sop is not dominating, Zeus has an opportunity to take over. This 1-2 combo is delightful. EDG have still got a great chance to be able to close things out here and go over to Fracture, but the balance, it's all on this next round. And EDG are going to take a tactical timeout to try to adjust what they're going for. It feels like more and more in the later game here, it's been based on individual moments, but that was just a straight up A exec and EDG couldn't hold. Most of the time, actually, when Foot have just kept it simple and gone A, it's been successful. And Jenny hasn't played any of his rounds over there. EDG don't really play the spam angles to try to deny the plant and then play some kind of retake setup. It is brawly. It feels like EDG are willing to toss a coin on an A main fight.
Extremely all in. The last time out to be taken here by EDG, at least in regulation for this map. One step away, closing it up, taking it all the way to Fracture, but Foot not far behind them. They haven't given up just yet.
20 seconds of the clock, Brent. Jenny throws the Thorns over towards A and is scrambling to get back into position to do the rest of this setup. So a little bit of support, but he's still going to end up on the B site as that solo anchor. If Foot want to win and get things at least to overtime, let's say, they're going to have to go through Kangkang's op on A.
Once more, it's fast, it's loose. Kangkang, he's gone! Removed! Head on that chopping block. It's Zeus the one to do it too. A bit of counter spam in through the smoke. Hunting and fishing for these kills, but another site that is open access. And a deep push even further beyond. Foot have space. They have OT in their minds. EDG going to be tested. They have big ults to utilize here, but time is being ticked away, trickled away. Fully gearing up, fully collected themselves here for a takeover towards this CT angle. White face, but Jenny, he was the first one out! And Zeus! Can't be doing this, man! Strikes him down with lightning in his heart! And he's dragged this all the way to OT.
That early A main take is beautiful too. We were talking about Kangkang being that important defender of the A site, and Zeus got past him. And then the players are so ready to be set up for anti-flash positions at the end. Zeus dodges it anyway. Supremely skilled, and EDG losing their chances of closing this out cleanly. Will now have to scrap through overtime and back to the attackers half, which was, it was tough for them.
Yeah.
There was not much working. Sop has come into this first round with a glass cannon op. And if he takes a peek through that double door area, either Chishu or the two duelists contesting mid.
Here it is. Should be hotly contested, potentially spoiled by the barrel pointing out, but everybody biding their time from EDG. Holding tight with the corners, a flash and a peek, it's good by EDG, and Zeus, his way out to the open. They find their marks, EDG, they do well there.
That is beautiful anticipation, pings on the mini-map as well. They knew that push was coming. What a read.
Player advantage. EDG cannot let this one slip. They were struggling for rounds on our attack side, as you already mentioned.
Smoggy one away from his ultimate. Could just pick up an orb here and hit the B site.
We don't want to give anything away. Not to the player that's sitting in lane potentially there. It's a Haunt. Smack bang in the middle of the site. Gets the reveal onto the lane player, but a lot of clearance otherwise. Yet he's trying to sidestep most of this now. Past a lot of the util. Phoenix Wall might get you in, but what does it do for this one here? It's a Prowler that connects. You do know that Yedajay is going to be posted up at a flash to try and play your way forward. Sidestep Smoggy's on a tear for EDG. It's a round that they need it.
This team, the hope of China, they secure another map point here, looking to push things towards Fracture. This is only the second time that we've seen them play on Pearl, and already they're adapting their game plans really nicely. This anticipation of a mid-push is a beautiful way of opening an advantage for yourself. And then they group up, keep it simple, hit towards B, and bait Foot into making the first move. Zeus has been the hero on the other side. Can he deliver again in another scrappy A fight, or are we going to map 3?
No, a full fight, but a molly has to be sidestepped.
It's a fake of the A main brawl, and they're back towards mid early on. Sop walking forwards. We've not seen the Arc Trap play too much, but EDG are pulling out some nice stuff here late in the game.
About to trigger it. Prowler's broken. Biding their time, and now they take it. It's perfect! Picture perfect, but how do you escape from this one? Gastali puts a stop to it. Immediate 2 kills now, flooding forwards all the way. Nobody is going to really stand up and step up into all this pressure. Looking to see if he can slap down the attack that's coming his way. Stars, Util, full throttle, the season to the corner. This guy's not stopping. Eventually, will drop back and leave his life.
Spike planted.
The rest of the team here for EDG, this is absolutely everything. It's Chichu slipping that net. Last player accounted for. In the 1v2, you can play this one with discipline, with diligence. Spotting out just wide here, fight to be found, hold on those bullets. Finding their mark, Chichu onto the defuse, starting to be layered down, the pull is not in time, this is half earned, Chichu, win conditions earned. Another tap, to try and pull him out of the open, but the Star is doing everything now, and Chichu lands it!
An Astra diff to close out Pearl, beautifully played from Chichu there. A fumble from him earlier in a post plant, and Yedajay falls. Pearl goes the way of EDG.
下左手 ，nice。 Let's go, boys!
EDG deliver in overtime to get their first map win here at Masters London. A slow start for the former world champs, but a recovery in time for this series. Welcome back. We're out here with the people here in London after that incredible match. Minnie, this is a complete turnaround for EDG.
Yeah, I think that obviously EDG start in the... They skipped the Swiss stage, which means they started a little bit cold in this series, but I saw them warming up there completely. Some shots are being hit, a lot more smoothness around the map, and I think during that map, it just got more and more smooth. They looked more and more confident there.
And seeing creative ideas come up from Lazelle, even when it got to the overtime, having to adapt and innovate in those moments. And I think that that's when EDG look the best, when they're being forced to adapt and innovate. And yeah, it was a good answer back in comparison to the first map.
And they look pretty damn good when Kong Kong is playing as well as he did as well. That brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment of this match. This is the pistol round, Billy, which was really the turning point to get EDG into this game.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the share of shots coming out from him, it was just absolutely ridiculous. You could argue that he maybe should have got a fourth with the way that he was playing, the positioning so good. But Kong Kong just finally warming up to the stage and performing in the way in which we set him up to today.
Yeah, EDG got scraps on that attack side, I think. There was lots of scrappy rounds on that defense, a lot cleaner. And I think that that pistol round really set the tone for them and Kong Kong to go on that journey of just fragging out on that defense side.
It's so different to map 1 as well, where we critiqued Kong for not getting impact with the operator, not being very aggressive on that defense. Here, up against Sop, who was always great in that regard, it looked a little different from him.
Yeah, for sure. I think that something that we were looking at when it came to EDG coming into this map was being more aggressive on the defense. And I think Sop, yes, putting up some good numbers, being able to get 200 in ACS, but not at the level that we've expected from him so far throughout this event. We're expecting minimum 250 from someone like Sop.
Definitely Kong won the war in that game. And I think going into Fracture, that's going to be big for Sop. It's going to likely be a Jet head-to-head. The operator is extremely strong on that map. We need to see Sop step it up just a little bit.
Yeah, you certainly do. The defensive side was really that problem alongside the slow start for EDG map 1. How did you feel about their approach to defense here? That's where they made this comeback. What changed between maps, Mini?
They took it to foot here. They really did fight on the extremities. They were getting a lot of kills. Even later in OT, I love the fact they were fighting one side and then they're transitioning away. And I think for the next map, Fracture, you need to play like that on this map. And EDG were not playing like that in regionals. So they need to bring what they're doing on Pro to this third map.
I think something that I want everyone to glance their mind back to is what you set up in the pre-show, Mini, of EDG and the rotations, not using the extremities of the map, not pushing out on the extremities like we expect, and hopefully they've been able to kind of fix those issues coming into this, because we are, of course, going to go to that Fracture lastly.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about Fracture. For EDG, just coming into this tournament, they've had 6 weeks since the last time they played this map. Are you looking to see any changes from them playing it here in London?
I don't mind the composition they're playing, double Julius with the Jet. I think that it is about getting active and pushing out. I saw many times on Fracture when I was watching their VODs back that they're pushing out and then running back to rotate through their own spawn. I need to see them taking that space and then pushing more forward, going for those flanks on this map.
I think because they start on the defense, that will be the kind of key moment for them to be able to pick up that momentum. We saw how favored they were when they had that momentum. We can hear the fans going crazy now that the players are starting to walk back out onto the stage. I think on the opposite side, you have Foot starting on this attack here. We saw them almost let this map slip away when they played against NRG the other day. So I think that they need to be able to bounce back and have that confidence coming into Fracture.
I think one thing for Foot is that no map they've played and no map they've lost has been a blowout. They have been extremely competitive every single time. We talked a lot about EDG being good here, but Foot are still absolutely in this series, and I expect an absolute banger on map 3.
Let's talk about being here and playing on a stage like this. This is familiar territory for EDG. Sure, it's been years since they've gotten to step onto a global playoff stage, so they've gotten to deliver in a regard like this. But Mini, you've been with teams that have been in these positions. You know how these experienced teams feed off this.
Yeah, and the crowd seems to be supporting EDG a lot more than Foot in this series. And I think that having that, some of those rounds where you're kind of a little bit disappointed, maybe having that energy from the crowd behind you is so big. It really helps you bring up the momentum. I think if we look at someone like Yetoje bringing the hype, sometimes the crowd can be that sixth man on the server.
And you see Yetoje on your screen right now trying to lock in for this last map. When I think about Foot though, you have 4 rookies that have not ever stepped onto the global stage, now finding themselves in a position where they're only 1 map away from being able to match Foot's top ever performance when we think as an organization at these global events.
And it would mean so much for them, for Turkey as a whole, a region that has such fandom in this game, trying to live up to those hopes. Here's the agent select for map 3 of this series. We talked about some of the win conditions for EDG on defense. We look at Foot bouncing back. What do we need to see from them, Mini?
Well, I'm already looking towards EDG here, locking in that Neon, going away from that Jet.
Still double duels, but it's a change.
Again, like the one map they've won so far was Kong firing on that Jet. I think there's going to be a lot of criticism going EDG's way if they're not able to convert with Kong not on the Jet.
From my perspective, I'm happy to see Chichu back on that Cypher. I think that he's looked like such a great site anchor, and I think especially starting on this defense is going to be really good. I think the Phoenix in Neon is interesting for me. We kind of highlighted that we were expecting a Jet pick, but to have Kong on that Neon,
it's certainly strong, but I consider Kong the Jet main, and Sop being able to play on the other side means that Kong should be able to on his side. I think, as I was saying before, EDG starting that defense. I need to see them pushing out, I need them to be aggressive, and I need to see them flanking in this map.
Lofty expectations for EDG. They had a massive recovery to push to this third map, but more needs to come. One of these teams continues in the upper bracket. We head into Fracture, map 3 with Brent and Sideshow.
It's all going to get decided and defined right here, right now, for both of these teams and their chances of a playoff run. The trajectory of it really decided on Fracture, and it's not really favored territory for either side. The desk was talking about it. Both of these teams have looked weak and shaky, really, realistic, on the recent times that they have played Fracture overall. But we're seeing changes thrown into the mix here by EDG. Twists and turns, and evidence that they have used those 34 days of prep well.
I think Foot have also showcased a better version at London. Soft, Yedajay under pressure early as EDG tried to take the fight.
Oh! He's burned to cinders. Seen a fast reaction out of Foot, though. They want to take this one straight out from that disc control, but it's KongKong!
Spike down A.
Stamps down his authority over towards that A site. There'll be no recovering around like this. Pistol round vitally important. Sociable looked his way in, but now accounted for fully. 3 in a round for KongKong. And a massive deal for them to get a pistol round under their belts.
Doubt is Neon at your peril. What a stun to open up. He basically gets the kill onto Sop there anyway. And that's a clean flick, deleting Crostali. EDG, they struggled in the Yoru meta. Now they're back into a double duelist meta where KongKong can play the Jet if he wants to. And he's chosen here to play Neon. I think conventional wisdom would say Neon's a bit better on this map, but you heard Mini want him to come out and play the Jet, dominate the same way that he did on Pearl. KongKong showing you why you won a Champions Trophy playing this character, though.
Cam's going to be broken here, bit of presence across the board.
This is the major thing that Foot does on their attack side, is a Dish default. 3 players go towards Dish, leave Dish almost every time.
Oh, hold up. Nobody potentially overextended, but no, it's just a Cam. Like a siren at sea. Sociable couldn't resist but stare at it now, and Chichu sidestepping. Nobody's got to be careful here. Doesn't want to donate a weapon. The nade at his back is going to be forced to swing out wide, and it is capitalized off of. Could have found a way in here. Wedge over through that arcade side, just about hammering it now.
It's another one of those spots where nobody chooses the more aggressive angle. And he's donated Spectre over towards Sop. Foot cancel, though.
Yeah, the call for the cancel here, but still with these sightlines watched.
They're just
looking in a position to feast.
They were just looking for that little moment to see if they could catch a rotator, somebody who's flanked.
There it is.
And instead, it's KongKong with a Marshall, any scope weapon.
30 seconds left.
He's at home.
Yeah, you're going to see the best out of him. Already knows where the signs of life are. No scope will do the job. Looking for that fourth, and give it a cheat shoot. Still happy with it. Strong beginnings. And brought up the pistol rounds earlier because they were vitally important when EDG did play Fracture in that grand finals in China. Ends up losing both of it and the bonus conversion.
I think this game, this final map, comes a lot down to how well prepped they are. Like, not only have they changed their composition, but we saw that that did not work on Haven. So they need to be coming into this game with good theory, but also good ante. You've seen now multiple times this new version of Fracture from Foot. You knew who your opponents were.
Very slow here. Attempt of a bit of a crunch onto the north side. Anything to punish potentially. They see the Cam, though.
Bring them down.
Gives any acknowledgement that the pack is probably leaning towards the south side of the map. It's norm usually if you see that Cypher Cam. Foot eager to take a lot of this space now, contacting all the way through, trying to get away with murder. See if they can avoid using too much in terms of util. The fight's going wide here, and KongKong's that play with a rifle in hand. Shuts it all down entirely. Already watching and accounting for this sand angle. Shots fired straight through the box, softening up the opposition. And too much to account for, but Jenny's right there. Side by side, reciprocating. The cage making noise, though, and Chichu will be cleaned up. Spike down, though. Drop to the feet of Jenny. The smoke to replace it. Sociable, weak as anything here. Bonus round. Looking likely, EDG in a prime position here. I
have retrieved the spike.
Only 38 seconds left to get the spike back. Not being watched for, but your options are so damn limited.
Jenny's been an absolute monster in this round. He's thinking about sticking around. He's wondering if Yedajay is going to go for this exact play. This Spectre's already tasted blood. And Yedajay with only 30 health is going to walk straight back into it.
It's an off angle. Jenny's got to be favored here. Yetajay weak as he is. Time fully against him, and he bides his time so damn well. 4-piece for the bonus conversion. That's more than momentum. That is a pure statement to slap under Fracture for our decider.
He's the hidden hero today for EDG. Came up in some massively important rounds for them, defending often fairly solo with device on Fracture. On Pearl. He couldn't get it done on Haven. He was getting absolutely bullied at backside on C, but puts together another very good round in an anchor position there with only a Spectre. And a couple of whiffy moments actually from Foot. The deeper that this series is going, the more they seem to be running out of stamina. You'd like to see a resurgence from them, and there goes Kang early.
What?
How has Yetajay got two?
2 kills in the blink of an eye, and now putting a squeeze onto Chichu, following up through his 15 HP. Gonna take sharp shooting, and he does at least dismiss Yetajay. Threat of that one onto the flank, not found, yet jump bring all the way down, Zeus. He gonna draw blood. Can't commit it though into the corner now, being spammed away. Rifles paving away to success here for EDG, but still tenuous. Crystali, it's not planning for him.
There is quite a lot of time pressure here and lots of corners to check.
And they got the Sheriff though, it's gonna have to be sharp as anything, offering up these kills, and he just misses the opportunity.
EDG get away with it a little bit in this one, I think you've got to say. The help came through very fast. If you think about what the desk was saying about pushing out on the extremities, well, nobody did that. He sprints out through the north side and comes around to try to put pressure into the back of Yetajay and forces this fight into Chishu. Really important there, because he's then also in a position to clean up Zeus. If nobody had rotated laterally through the map, through Canteen or through the Jenny position, couldn't have helped out his Sentinel player. A Foot with a showstopper. They love going dish in rounds like this. And Kang, he wants to take the op right to them. Instead though, Foot mix it up, put the pressure onto this double Sentinel kind of setup with Jenny and Chishu hard anchoring.
There it is, showstopper now is going to be unleashed. The Fuse going to be dropping down by that anchoring position. Chishu not pushed back. Jenny straight in there.
What a hero.
The reposition of Chichu is perfect on top. Cut noise, contact up, but unaccounted for. All eyes were trained to tower. Spike in the middle of nowhere here. EDG couldn't have put on a better performance. Even if they scripted it, it's a 5-0 beginning.
And this is why I was saying that that B side looks almost like they're playing a double Sentinel role. Because Jenny's going to throw down the smoke from Ollie, and then he's looking to hard anchor, take the fight to them. And he pulls a bit of pressure away from Chishu, who's immaculate with the conversion. EDG have got a good thing going here if Jenny's playing as well as this. A reminder that this is a player who had to fight back for his spot. Last time you saw EDG at a global event, it was an entirely different player in the 5th position for this team. And Jenny has been brought back into the rotation, filling the gaps beautifully for them. Foot have been rocked. They've been hit for 6.
You can see it on their faces. Felt like they were feeding off the excess energy in the arena that wasn't on their side, wasn't being cheered for this EMEA squad.
Sop in particular, man, he was absolutely feeding off that idea of being the villain.
Now you're starting to see that inexperience rear its head at just the wrong timing for them. A decider map here. It's not the end of the world if you end up losing this series, but it gets a lot harder for our playoffs.
I'm looking at the body language over on Foot, and they need someone to bring the vibes up, bring the spirits up.
Yeah.
You got Crystali sat back in his chair, they're fidgeting, they look out of it. They need a round, they need a hero to get themselves back in, and EDG have got the stamina. They've won BO5s before. They've won in grand finals. They've lifted trophies. Doesn't matter how hard you hit them on map 1. They're never down, never out.
No, never going to be giving up. Peak adjustment straight through the dish. Hold on, these players are lit up entirely. Stun's going to ricochet all the way out, and Kang's going for a little bit more. He's going for a little bit more. Punished as a result of it.
What a timing.
Bullet to the dome, putting the pressure now onto them. Hold on. Oh, no way! How has he gotten away with that? Nobody. Leaping through the fight and somehow disengages, controlling that horse space. Ult's online. Committal considered. Jenny's got that orbital strike.
There's a fight over towards Dish here as well. Chishu looking to take a duel against Sop.
Waiting for the right time to strike. Sop locked onto the sidelines here. Let's push these players way out into the open, but they can just find a little bit of a corner to play in. Zeus with a peek. What a play to make still with that damage done. The Nightfall hold on to Molly. Down to the bitter end. Sop, the hero they needed.
And the crowd responds. The villains put a point on the board for Foot, but what a way to do it. What a mess this fight was. The repeat from Kang is what begins it. It's too much, it's too greedy. It hands the operator over to Zeus. Nobody gets away with murder as well over towards A-Halls. He should have been caught dead to rights. There's the energy back in the squad for Foot. You see them at the end of all of these rounds in EMEA screaming. But they were looking out of it. They were looking dejected in the last time out. Yeah. Is this going to make a difference? Or will Kang strike straight back? Takes Yenajay's hat off.
Far too consistent Kang is. Norofeft as well going to be revealing quite a lot. Foot are going to be forced to slow down here to obfuscate where they potentially could be hiding. Okay! Nobody!
Spike down A.
Kills handed on a platter.
He's a feast or famine player, but he is eaten in that round. Oh. Sociable's left in a 1v5. And just like that, the energy sucked out of the Foot camp. Unless Sociable can pull out something miraculous.
Hoping for individuals, hoping for ones, but this is a high-low setup. EDG do not want to let anything slip at all. Wonderful round from Nobody.
If I was looking at the EDG Vaults of Fracture, and admittedly they've changed their composition around, Brent, but I'd be looking at Nobody as a potential weakness. When I was watching him play in China, I was thinking, what on earth is this guy doing over towards A-Halls? And you see it a little bit with how he interacted with Yenajay in the previous round in the anti-eco. And here, you know, he scrambles. He runs forward and backwards in A-Halls, trying to pick up timings. He's very loose with it, incredibly loose. But also, he's willing to take fights. He's willing to scrap, and he comes up with the goods fairly often. He's 7-3 right now. If he's having a good game, if Jenny is as well, EDG looks scary. There. Kang, he's missed it.
Oh, the haunt, it's half clearance. You two hold on, that's accounted for! Just hearing the subtlest signs of life.
Absurd stuff. But also Sociable not taking that timing to look for a peek. Just cowering in the corner, hoping that Kang would walk into him instead of trying to take his own peek.
Sidestep at a haunt here. It's Kang again trying to play a game of timings himself. Not scared. He's up against the weaker buy! And for good reason! Avalor in his hands like a supercharged operator. Gone for a few more. The shots will go wide, but surely the damage done. Starley. It's a nice shot.
Down B.
Immediately answered back, and Yenajay doing it from a spot like this. This is EDG. Almost there entirely, claiming that 7-1 this early on.
Their defense sides have been so good, actually, in the last couple of maps. Cross Pearl, and now from what we've seen in Fracture, they've had good anchor setups. They've also had good proactivity, willingness to fight. Kang finding himself in positions to have impact, unlike on Haven. And I don't mind the re-peak in this round too with the Outlaw, who are critical of it with the op, but when you've got two insta-fire bullets just to decimate Foot as they approach.
Makes the most of it.
It's too clean.
Feeling like he had to go through with a rifle in his hands, but at this point, Foot needs something to get themselves back into this. EDG, they are fully in control. 7-1 lead here. The defense side of Fracture as well, nevertheless.
Yeah, if we're going to talk about the map in general, it does tend to be attack-sided. A lot of teams struggle with this on the defense side. That balance of when do we push, when do we flood, when do we anchor, it's really difficult to navigate. 4 lanes around the map for the attackers to pick. And I'll tell you what as well, Foot have looked really clean with the way that they've piloted the double duelist comp at Masters London here.
Molly, beacon down.
It's going to be a fast play. That Molly's going to be landing towards the back stairs of Tower and attempt to see if they can get the punish off. Kang Seized up, orbital strike. Where's that one going? He's missed it entirely. Hold on, miscommunication. The rest of EDG just happy to bail him out.
Oh, it's a fumble from Foot.
What's happened there?
They looked disastrous with it. Nobody held the angle that he was going to get pushed into. Kankang's got away with murder.
Down towards tunnel. The last stragglers of Foot remain. Looking to do anything at all, but there's awareness here. Nobody going downs. MJ also finding that kill. That does reveal both of the players, but a spike yet to be retrieved.
Looks like EDG might overfight for this one.
Yeah.
The spike being down is like a tasty piece of bait. They can't resist.
Deep smoke's laid down, but there's a slight gap, and that is full capitalization. G2 straight there. No theft even going to be committed. Yedaj's hoping to see if he can find his way through this one, but not likely. Not with Kang in such sharp form, the marksman from top tower.
He's 14-3.
God.
He's been hit by a seize. Player holding the angle against him. Dropped down a weak health. Orbital strike on his head. He should just never be surviving. He's got plot armor. Doesn't it always feel like that whenever he hits the global stage? Even when his team is underperforming, by the way. Saw him at Santiago. He was the only one with life in him for EDG.
That bright lights player forcing the second timeout out of Foot because they realize it. It's getting to the point of do or die. To be knocked down into the lowers this early in playoffs. All that momentum that you accrued in Swiss of taking down the reigning world champs, that's going to dissipate pretty quick. For EDG, I mean, we were mentioning it, man. They needed a show-up at performance like this.
This is also where they desperately need to find that Coinbase win condition, because Foot have never been blown out of a game like this.
Yeah.
Every other time that we've seen Foot play at Masters London, they have been at least keeping it close. In every map, they have had the fight in them. The fans knew it. There it is, the Kang Neon, dismissing all doubts of him playing any other role. The Waylay, listen, I wasn't a big fan on Haven, but if he's sticking to the Jet, if he's sticking to the Neon, absolute prime territory. But Foot just don't have the fight in them currently.
No. The wind taken out of their sails, stolen by the voices of this EDG support. It's ripped its way all the way from them. It's a missed opportunity for Kangan, but reposting up. The confidence is boundless from this guy, but still going for a little bit more. Third time is the charm. Still, I don't know if you want to be re-peeking into that one. Softly as low as anything. It was the Decay that was kicking in. Chichu re-exploring and peeking. That is a dangerous tiding. Trying to go for this one here. Still gets a clean up on the Yedajay. Barely in time. Chichu went down. It could have been a cracked open B side. The Foot could have capitalized off.
The defensive setups are just way better from EDG with this time off. We were asking what the prep even was that EDG had done between their grand finals of China and this. But here on Fracture, you can really see it. Their defense side has improved a lot. That A-Hall's control is much more dangerous, and Foot is scared of it. Sob didn't want to take that duel, but they need him to find a fight here on this B finish. EDG ready to hold an angle, flood back in.
Smoke's down.
Spam, hold on. Brutal to the smoke, yeah, that is brutal. Just when they're looking for ins. Foot finding it difficult to get anything going at all. And the lock and key is the B site. 9-1 being that scoreline. The performance that EDG were waiting for the longest time to show at a global event. The last two were bitter in terms of the disappointment, bitter in terms of their placement and ending. But now they look like they're on the cusp of just sail rocketing forwards into this upper bracket.
If their Fracture's been improved enormously as well, then who's to say that other maps haven't, right? I mean, just because Haven was wobbly,
I'll find you.
Foot need any level of rounds that they can gain back in. They go back to their dish default. This is bread and butter for Foot. How do EDG respond? They take the fight into halls, hoping to find Yedajay. If they can get that kill and relieve some of the pressure, then they can turn back into the site. But Yedo's still on the ropes, and Foot have been granted the whole of A.
Nightfall's going to be confirming that one. Ran all the way through, but EDG loose hold towards this one. Yedajay sidestepped. Cage. Potential for him to take the ropes here, but this is beautiful work. Good discipline here from EDG. Cleaning up that avenue. Ball's control is still lost to a degree. Time is going to be ticking as this post plan is played.
Has to be clean from Foot. Need to see Zeus in this off-angle delivery. He's 3 and 10 right now.
Stop. He's on the perfect line there. Precision was needed. It offers it all the way up now. Peeling back and away, up towards that high ground angle. Castali running a mockery now over towards it. And nobody now left in a dire hot spot and position. It's a second round here, earned up for Foot. Maybe, just maybe, you can earn yourself a handhold to fight a way back in.
It's about getting belief and just giving yourself anything to work with on the other side of the map. Just because EDG's defense side looks good does not mean that they're going to be great on the attack. We saw on Pearl, actually, that they struggled quite a bit there. Foot need to keep their composure and just put rounds on the board and hope against hope that EDG's attack side does not look as good as this. If it does, well, the map's already over. Kangkang 16 and 4. And fast from Foot, looking to pressure Chichu.
Rapids and Chichu! Not dismayed at all. The trade is intact though from Foot, and a bit of spam as well. Might just do the job. Jenny falling down to 48 HP. Smokes in the face of Kangkang. Removing this avenue, and even Zeus just slipping past it all. Looking to take a timing forwards, but the same can be said for nobody. All the way forwards. Cam's going to be missing. See if there's diligence in his mind with the clearance into the corner. Dropping down. Not favored. Social Wilder puts him to bed, puts him to rest now. Smokes on smokes, making it all the more difficult for Kangkang to get anything at all. But it's forward position. Yedaje's way out to the open. Zeus though, that earlier position. Finds it towards Jenny. Now Jenny's no longer for the world. This is it. 1v2 time already ticking way too far away. Smoggy might as well make a go of it, but for Foot, it's that third round that they desperately needed. Just toying with Smoggy now. 9 bullets left. Plenty more util where that came from now. You're going to see it all just offloaded. So Foot have earned the slightest of margins to potentially piggyback off of.
But it's EDG still fully in control of the half. A really excellent defense side in general. Last 2 tournaments have been brutal for this region, for this team. They've been mocked, they've been jeered, but this is the wrong time to doubt their ascendancy. 4 rounds separate them and a date with another upper bracket game. If they can just find some attack rounds to work with.
Pure brilliance all around here from EDG, but I want a bit of a heat check to see how this crowd is feeling, because EDG on the precipice of something great.
EDG are looking to put the shadow of Santiago behind them. They weren't able to get anything done at the last Masters, but now they're looking like they could be back on form. And I think part of it is because of the EDG fans who have showed up today. They are the 6th member. So, 6th member, EDG fans, if you want to see your team take this one, if you believe in them, make some noise! And the Foot fans, I know you're out there. I see the EMEA fans. They know that their team can fight back in this second half. So let Foot hear you! We are being treated to an all-out barn burner, London. So let's keep this going for as long as we can. Let's enjoy every moment. London, let these teams hear you! At the end of this half, just one team will be the winner.
It's a packed house here today in the Copperbox Arena. Foot need every ounce of hope they can find here, but it's against all odds. It's against the 6th man that is powerhouse of EDG.
Foot have got a lot of inexperienced players, but they've been thriving here at London prior to this match. Prior to this map, even, you would say. Haven and Pearl, this could have been a 2-0.
Yeah.
It was, to be fair, Foot fighting back to get things into overtime on the second map. EDG got control towards the end, but Foot made it close. This is the first time that we're looking at Foot possibly on the receiving end of a bit of a whooping. They need a pistol here.
Waiting out Signs of life at a haunt. It was used on the south side of the map.
These duelists have been the heroes for Foot before.
As it is, potential high-low, but it's just been resolved ever so slightly. Zeus! Blink of an eye. Found the opening that they needed, and Chichu caught completely unaware. Mixing the match, and he's inside the cam.
Foot fall back immediately into these anchor setups as soon as the smokes are deployed. Smoggy and Jenny have actually got quite a lot of room to work with on the rest of the map, but there's just so many players alive. It should be Foot with a lifeline, trying to play it as safely as they possibly can. Don't want to let anything slip away from them after this great beginning.
No. Pistol round is essential if Foot are going to find a way back into this map, back into the series.
They're constantly fighting an uphill battle here, not just in terms of the scoreline, but it's easy to play against a crowd like this when you're winning. When you're dominating on Haven, you can feel like you're reveling in it and being the villain.
Last player
As soon as you
standing.
lose that a little bit, though, yeah, it can be tough. And this round's a great one for getting the confidence back online.
Essential for them. Jenny, he's going to take liberties here. Last alive in a 1v5. Might as well just look towards the future, farming up a couple of the orbs, because J with a sight line firmly set. Flawless here for Foot. It needed to be the case.
Good to see Zeus firing as well. He was 3-10 at some point in this. Since then, he's gone 4-1. I think he was 3-11 even. He might have just got 4 straight kills in a row.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Setup's going to be laid down.
Yeah, I want to see, across this round and the next, the EDG have got a good idea of how they want to take space on Fracture.
Oh, my goodness!
Well, they've just been bullied immediately here.
Slapping them down over towards that B main angle. Tree control. Not quite theirs yet, but the damage firmly done, and Chichu spotted out in the back.
I mean, a round like this is one where you want to be trying to play for the orbs. And Foot have just decided we're dominating this one.
Stamped out any chance of an uprising or any chance for EDG to earn up a couple of ult orbs themselves. 4 players surviving. It's a big deal. It's a healthy bonus round that they can look forward to.
It's about the best beginning you could possibly get. Nobody on EDG anywhere near an ultimate. It'd be Smoggy with his Phoenix that would be starting to generate that. You'd think go towards a safe orb over towards Dish or over towards Tree. Well, they went for it here, and Foot, despite being on an anti-eco, brought the engagement to them, brought the aggression to them. That's what Kankan was talking about earlier. We have to be more aggressive than Foot. Both teams recognize the other like to fight.
Smoke.
Dish theory here from Foot. This is really weird positioning, but they're going to drop back into the A site.
Yeah, throwing out some Uto like they are, taking out horse control, but Kankan's all the way past this one. Forwards and more. Skills claimed. It's done ricochets, and he doesn't overheat in the moment, just inside this smoke. Trying to play it perfectly, which he does. 6 HP, but already the damage being done. He's definitely committed to the hard work here, trying to push and pull these players out into the open. A bit of a sound and a reload. Baby Chichu, one-man army almost still traded out and unaccounted for. Hold on, this is just turned around on a dime. EDG could have battled away forwards to get the plant down, but these are 2 players counted for in terms of positioning. But it all is up to Sociable. Is he going to be offered these chances? Not quite at all. Wonderful discipline for round 15. EDG got a bit dicey, but they earned the round regardless.
I actually love the way that Kankan's played this as well. Perfect crosshair placement onto Sop, and then he just waits. He knows if he pumps the brakes, they're going to push into him. And Shishu's hyper aware. As soon as he gets spotted by Sociable, he knows he's going to get pinched on the other side. Swings around, deals with Yetu. Early doors here, but EDG showing that they can mix up some tempos, add some pauses into their play, and put the pressure on Foot in more ways than one. Smoggy's still not up to this Phoenix ult.
Multitude of orbs to really pick from here, but that's going to be fast lane. Cuts up towards Halls and open at the door as well. Trying to pull some attention from Foot. Hoping that they're going to re-clear it.
Neon wall layered with the Phoenix wall, baited out the full dash from Sop. Foot don't really have the tools to be able to re-explore this area without Crystalli, and he's at Dish. EDG set up for this B hit. It's all on Zeus on this high ground position.
Yeah, Trip of the feet though is going to be tangling up this ultimate. Yet a J and the high ground punch. Zeus! It's 2 in the blink of an eye. Gives his team a bit of a lifeline in a round like this. A 2v2 is going to be called for. Plan though, committed.
Smoggy has that ult.
Already utilized just to get themselves all the way in. The Nightfall now is going to be scattering. Forwards gets the acknowledgement they were looking for, but Smoggy still not dealt with. Tiptoeing, sidestepping, trying to dance around these bullets, but it's Sociable who wins it out now into the 1v1. All turned. Has an orbital strike, but he wants to keep the gun out. Smoke to cut off the available angles. Left guessing as to where Chichu could be. Here's the footstep, orbital strike. This is to push him all the way out to the open. Chichu, no choice but to retreat. And Amoli alongside it. Slips his way around the corner to Sociable, can stick this all the way, all the way! Chichu survives on a shred of life.
I think, Brent, literally the regen armor has saved his life there. During the midst of that orbital strike, he took a bunch of damage, and the regen shield has come back up, and he's lived with 12 HP.
That's ridiculous.
I thought with the molly down, he should never have been able to get into that. Look at him.
Look at it. Regen shield dropped down 12 HP.
That is outrageous. I've never seen that happen before. I thought Sociable had that one wrapped up. Surely that is curtains for Foot now. EDG have created a 6-round advantage and stolen this away.
It can't be stopped.
Zeus is going to try to have a word about it. Picks up the showstopper over towards Halls. EDG are expecting some level of that high-low setup they ran into on the pistol. They walk Kang in, no need to commit the flash. Contact plays.
Attempting to punish as well the weaker buy of Foot. Even an outlaw in his hands.
They're also going to try to use Nobody's Fade utility to distract and pull these defenders away.
Hero Guardian from Sop. Nobody's util. It's a solo fake, which is all of this util.
It's pulled Sop off the angle.
Just away from the line for but a moment. Crystalli now gets the acknowledgement that they have missed a trick. Guardian, Sop. Essentially a glass cannon is what he's going to be working with. The molly going to be dropped down at his feet. No choice but to retreat. It's Sop just spamming onto the line. Head's going to be rolling. Zeus at that ultimate, but the showstopper committed. No chance of answering back, but a rapid rotation nevertheless. EDG are moving into a different direction now.
Yedajay does not have the gun for this, but the spike is wandering straight into his lap.
Oh my.
If Jenny comes close, it's over.
To judge. Well laid trap, yet nobody still. That is Sharp on the line.
Jenny sneaking past him.
He's all the way past it, surely not. Jenny! Banks pointed towards him. They can do no wrong, this EDG, but there are 12 seconds left and time is of the essence. Foot know it. It's a mad dash to see if they can play spoiler towards it, but EDG cannot be stopped.
It's absolutely divine. Everything that EDG do is working right now. Even when Zeus comes in with that Thunderbolt, this is the play that seals it up. How has he got the awareness to be sneaking around that trap setup? It's so beautiful.
Unreal stuff. Brings them up to 12, now on the precipice entirely for Foot. One round at a time is how they're going to have to take it, but a squeeze is going to be called for. An offside crunch actually finds success, but as a result of giving up map control, Crystalli is going to look to stamp his mark, maybe get his team back in with controlling this tower control, but just one player, just with the Bulldog. Plant goes down, sidestepping. There's the acknowledgement at least, seeing these players. That's two tagged up just from that Nightfall, Kang. Immediately there with a trade, with Sop removed and out of the picture. It's a 3v3. The Foot are left scrambling now, looking for any chance at all. But what can you do? When EDG are playing with fire in their hearts, with life in their eyes like this.
Enemy down.
Sociable.
Smoke's down.
He'll do his best. Smoke propped down, but the tools for the job are right there when they needed it. The orbital strike. Burning and bleeding down the clock. Sociable has no more choice but to stick this one. It's a slam dunk finish. It's a sure shot. And EDG sail their way forwards.
The fans in the Copperbox Arena are rewarded for their loyalty. A 13-4 dismal opening on Haven, but China's chosen champions, they're here to win. EDG, they overcome the doubts and strike that early bow in playoffs.
It's a monumental win here for EDG, a team that had Everything said against them, and listen.
Oh, they are the villains.
Kang trying to bring it up, trying to turn it around. It's all respect at the end of the day.
I don't think that you could be mad at Foot on a personal level, but my God, they were reveling in the idea early on of delivering the upset.
And that is a roar if I've ever heard one for EDG. This match meant everything. Strong start, their best foot forwards into playoffs. They look at the right and wrongs of the past 2 events that they've attended. Much better beginnings overall.
It's been a long time since they came in as China's #1 seed. Since Bangkok struggled so much in that year after winning champs, had the Super Bowl hangover, but now they are back. This team looks dangerous. I wouldn't want to face them.
No. They made a statement here today, I think. Anybody going to be watching in the wings as a potential opponent? They've not just rested on their laurels in the time off that they've had. They've used it to fruition. For Foot, it is disappointment. They still will have their chance in the lowers. Knocked down earlier than they anticipated, but for now we're going to send it down to the floor. Frankie is standing by for the Verizon post-match interview.
Kang, what an incredible performance from EDG today. What does this win mean to you?
康康，恭喜你们获得了今天这场比赛的胜利。这场胜利对于你们来说意味着什么呢？
我觉得这场比赛的胜利意味着我们的自信心回来了。我觉得我们可以拿下更多的比赛，对。
It means that we have regained our confidence, and that means that we can grab more wins in the future.
And you didn't look that confident on Haven. What happened on that first map?
第一张地图隐士搜索，可能最开始感觉大家打得没有那么自信嘛，当时发生了什么呢？
感觉被 Soap 嚎到了。
I think maybe Soap is the Aura King in the first map, so sometimes maybe that's the reason.
But Kang, you were the Aura King in the second 2 maps. So tell me how you got things back on track and you managed to win this match.
但是康康，你是第2场、第3场带领比赛获得胜利的人，想问一下你是如何做到的呢？
我觉得我们现在这个场馆里面有很多支持我们的粉丝，他们来到这里看我们打比赛，我不希望让他们失望，所以说我觉得我必须得拿下，兄弟。
I feel like there are so many fans rooting for us today. They come here to root for us, so I won't let them down, and I must win the match.
You haven't let them down. You did win the match. EDG fans, give it up for your team and for Kang!
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm... With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with the VALORANT Champions Tour, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
XLG. So, representing the Americans, we have Tata. And representing XLG, we have Leo. So, it's very, very simple. These guys are going to try and pump these balloons up until they pop. The one that pops is definitely the team that's going to win. So, guys, do you understand the rules? Are you ready to pop off? Okay, then. In 3, 2, 1, pump those balloons! Here we go. Now, Tata is actually an XLG fan, so I do think she might not be putting that much effort into this one. And there we have it. Oh, that wasn't quite a pop.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Baby. I'm here with my team, G2 Valorant, and I got some questions that y'all need to answer.
All right,
You need to
all
answer
right.
it truthfully.
Oh, okay. All
right. Who is the fashion icon on the team? Who got the most drip?
Alex.
Giacomo.
I'll give it to him.
Jake's got drip too, though. He bought some messy pants.
Ooh, let me see.
I mean, yeah, he does have a chain on right now.
Ooh, you blinged out right now. I can't lie.
Man.
Yeah.
You got the most.
But you are the drip king of the team, though. So like, what's like, if you were to give like a recommendation to like some fans out there, like, how would you drip them out?
How you dripping out?
Yeah.
See our jerseys? See pink?
Oh yeah.
Pink shoes. That's all you need.
Oh.
You don't have black, white. I didn't bring them today.
Oh, okay.
See you on game day. All right. Okay. Got the new drip.
He's definitely drip. He's definitely gonna go buy some pink shoes now. Like, you have to now at this point.
I already have them.
All right. I think this is gonna be a tough one. Like, yeah, this is definitely a tough question. Who is the loudest on the stage?
Can we include the interviewer in the answer?
Yeah, I was
I think you can.
I'm part of the team, guys.
Okay. 2, 1, Baby Bay.
I'm gonna vote for Trent. Yo, this guy was screaming in the final, bro.
Okay,
Like more than me.
Honestly,
no, but like
I never seen
depends
that.
how much he cares. Like if you.
Whoa.
Actually, you're so right.
Yeah, when he's trying, he's loud.
He's loud.
To be fair,
When
though,
he's not
Josh,
trying,
It's definitely him.
All right.
Next question.
Oh, great. I have another great question. All right. Who is always late?
Ooh. Can we still do the interviewer?
Can we do the interviewer for 2 questions or not?
Interviewer for 2.
For 2.
Jeopardy.
2 to 1. Yeah. Dang.
We don't know why.
All right. Who has the best aim on the team?
Ooh.
This is tough.
On 3.
Should we point on 3?
On 3.
All right. All right. Ready?
Yeah, ready.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Whoa.
Me?
3 to 2. Yeah,
Me?
Yeah.
Me?
Mechanics, I think you.
I just shoot people through walls.
Yeah, right.
You're clutching on
I
everybody.
will say, I was gonna point to Nate.
It's between. Yeah, it's between these. All right. This last question
Is it personal?
is gonna be a personal question from me. Yeah. And who does Josh rage at the most? That's crazy.
I think it's
know.
equal.
It is pretty equal.
It's like a
pretty
different
even
person
spread.
at times, right?
It's pretty even spread.
Yeah. Do you think he like does that on purpose?
Actually, I have my answer.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with my boy Trent.
Oh.
Rages. The key word is rages.
Yes, you're right. You're right. I did say rages. Yeah.
Rages. I think he
That's what I
rages
said.
with Trent. Bro, him and Trent, they be fist fighting in the practice. I'm not gonna lie.
Team insight.
insights,
Team
they be
insight.
fist fighting for-
Do you win or lose?
You think I win against
You're
Josh?
on the team.
No,
How
I
do
don't
you not know?
I don't think you do, bro.
Close second though.
Yeah.
Probably Andre.
Yeah,
He
definitely.
doesn't rage at you.
No, it's not rage. It's more of like.
Disappointment.
No, it's more of like be better.
That's disappointment.
Disappointment.
Not in a disappointing way of like I know you can be better way.
Encouraging?
That's disappointment. An encouraging way.
Encouraging way.
The best thing I could
With
say-
some charisma.
The best thing I could say is that Korean dad vibe.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Josh. All right.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right.
There you have it. That was some questions that were answered by the G2 Valorant team. Again, I'm Baby Bay, and
I'm Valen.
your host and also part of the team.
That's Giacomo.
Bye.
Yeah.
See ya.
Yeah.
Later.
Welcome back to Masters London and our second match on this Saturday. It's America's #1 seed, G2 Esports, our final team joining the tournament, taking on China's XLG. I'm Mimi, back here on the desk alongside Billy and Minnie to bring you through this one. Let's jump right in to talking about G2. They're very familiar to this playoff stage, but this time, guys, it was a bit of a slower start in America's. Had to make some pivots in the mid-season. What were you looking to see from G2 that got them that win in Americas, that brought them this #1 seed?
I think the clear thing was stage one, they brought in the Harbor and the Astra. And now they've gone back to basics, just double duelist. I think that is the approach they've gone for and the approach of the meta right now. I think they kept it simple. The Harbor wasn't looking too bad, but it just really didn't suit them. Having Leaf playing that, I just felt like was a waste of his skill. We saw similar things back in Kickoff where they put him on Breach. I think putting Leaf on a fragging agent is key for this team.
Yeah, I think they played some interesting compositions in their first 2 weeks since returning from that 4th place finish in Santiago, but I definitely think towards the end of the stage they had a better read on the meta. We're starting to see this double duelist. We're seeing Leaf on the Phoenix, as you mentioned, Vinny, and I think Jogamo and Leaf are probably 2 of the players that we're looking at coming into this tournament, because I almost feel like it's been a while since we saw Jogamo perform at that top level that we know him for.
I'd say stylistically, a lot of their maps are that double duelist, but the other ones are also, I'd say, anti-meta. They're playing solo duelist with that Vice. I said at the start of this tournament, I think that Vice is the answer to this meta right now. I think it's the best and most important agent. It's able to slow down a lot of those double duelists. I think Americas has been doing it beautifully, and I'm curious how it's going to translate for a team like G2 in this tournament.
And it's no surprise, Billy, to see this be their story. It was similar, if you look back at the beginning of the year at Kickoff, finding a pivot, playing somewhat anti-meta. This is one of the most consistent teams in Valorant at making it to these kind of events.
Yeah, for sure. It's the G2 that we know and love. We expect them to come here and perform on the global stage, but yet to win a global trophy as well. It almost feels like the narrative coming into each global event is, when are G2 going to lift that global trophy?
Well, let's hear from their IGL, Valen. He caught up with Jen Lee earlier about his London debut.
Here with Valen of G2 and his Red Bull. Now, you guys seem pretty happy to have XLG. I saw your reaction video. Why?
I think for our first match of the tournament, it's a good opponent for us. I mean, we have prior history, so we know how they play. But obviously, like, there's no way to beat around the bush. They're probably the easiest opponent to pick from. And it was pretty sick that Josh got the #1 pick, so we were happy.
All right, you guys, as you said, beat them twice already. So what did you already know about them when you were prepping for this match? And how careful are you not to rely on the old reads?
I think we know a lot of their pacing. I think we're faster than them on the plays. They know that too, so maybe we're expecting them to play really rapid, but we know how to handle that as well. So I think in the past we were really well prepared, and for now and in the future, I think we're understanding of what they could change, so we're really confident to go in this match.
Sounds good. I'm going to let you enjoy your Red Bull.
Thank you.
We discussed it yesterday, but this does seem like the perfect side of the bracket for G2 to make a deep run in this tournament, playing such a familiar opponent. But if they're going to go deep, if they're going to finally lift a trophy, Billy, I think you have to look at Baby Bay making good on Santiago and showing up internationally.
I think the great thing for Baby Bay is that he's jumping onto agents such as the Vice, such as the Chamber, agents where he can just put that utility down and focus on these gunfights. And yeah, we are waiting for him to be able to step up when it gets to that global stage. But I think coming into this event, there's a real possibility where we could see him on that redemption arc, I want to say.
When he first joined the team, he joined as a substitute, and I gave G2 a lot of praise for being able to incorporate him. I thought that, you know, he's the caster right now. I didn't think that necessarily he'd be able to compete at this level. He made him look great, but now I'm starting to think this Baby Bay is just really good. I think he is a phenomenal player, but I want to see him do this on the global stage. Santiago was not the tournament for him, and I think that there will be a narrative, if he doesn't perform at this event, that he's not able to do it on the big stage.
But the thing is that the memory in this game is short. He's only played one global event with this team. It was an underperformance, but he's been consistent in Americas. A chance to make good on that today, especially playing that key role like you two are discussing. You heard Valen mention it, but G2 are feeling pretty damn good about the match that they got pulled. That's because they have had a great record against XLG. The emotions on the other side, a little different. Let's listen to Coach Havoya.
Voya from XLG. Now, I want your reaction from the draw. First of all, who were you hoping would pick you? Like, or who were you hoping to play against first?
I really want the Team HyperX pick us. I think it's comfortable matchup for us.
Yeah.
And obviously I didn't want G2 pick us, and that's obvious why, because we've been struggling with the 8 teams, but whatever happens, we're gonna prepare better, and I hope Prague are gonna pop again. Toronto was a prank from us. Santiago was a warm-up, and next match is gonna be a real match, I hope.
Well, maybe it was a prank, but they've got to make up for it here on the third time. This is that video of the G2 players' reaction to getting the first draw in that stage. Why are they so happy, Minnie? What is it about playing XLG that you think favors them?
Well, they're obviously very confident in the matchup. They've won it many times before, but I think the key thing is stylistically. XLG play very similar to an EMEA team due to their coach's style, and I think that G2 are very familiar with that. They like to play at that pace. I think that G2 are at their worst when people run at them and play at that APAC style of pace, and XLG might not do that today.
Yeah, they may not. I think you have to look at them to try and find something different if they want to change that tone. OMEN was a key player for XLG in their Swiss stage. And looking ahead to playoffs, he's outside with Jen.
Jen here with OMEN of XLG. OMEN, despite the outside noise, you guys fought your way into the playoffs. What was the internal message within the team?
Yeah, I think most important is just keep the vibes up, play like practice, and you'll win the game. It was just like, don't put too much pressure on ourselves and just enjoy.
What are your plans to keep the vibes up?
Well, from the looks of it looks like we have a CN heavy crowd today, so I think they'll play a part. But yeah, it's just we have no pressure today. We're really happy.
Crowd favorites.
Billy, XLG had only won a match at a global event before this tournament. Now they've won 2, and for OMEN, it's one of those UK representatives here. They've really stepped up.
For sure, and they have the opportunity now to prove the narrative wrong that we've been kind of setting up for them coming into this event. Of course, the pressure isn't necessarily on in the way it has been in the past when we consider G2 eliminating them from Masters Toronto, and America's always been the team that seemed to be their kryptonite, I guess, at these global events.
I think their group stage has been good, but I would argue that they haven't played against any of those elite level teams yet, and G2 is a different beast. G2 are looking for a trophy right now, and they should be a massive favorites in this matchup.
We're looking ahead to the map veto now. The question is, does the Lotus stay open? That's the map XLG's been excellent on. We'll take a peek.
All right, welcome, guys. Let's do the map veto for the G2 versus XLG. G2 is the higher seed today, so they're gonna pick their side. Let's start.
Team B.
All right, G2 pick Team B, which means XLG is banning first.
Ban Heaven.
All right, Haven is banned, and G2 is banning.
Ban Fracture.
All right, Fracture is banned as well, and XLG picking the first map.
Pick Lotus.
Okay, and the side for Lotus, please.
Pick Defense.
Okay, Defense it is. Then your map pick.
Pick Ascent.
Okay, and the side for Ascent, please.
Defense.
XLG picks defense. We have Breeze, Pearl, and Split left. XLG is banning first.
Ban Pearl.
Pearl is banned. Last 2 maps are Breeze and Split. G2 is banning. Last 10 seconds.
Ban Breeze.
Ban Breeze. All right, the side is split and XLG is picking the side.
Defense.
Okay, quick recap. We start with Lotus, G2 defense. Then we have Ascent, XLG defense. And if we go to the side which is split, XLG defense. Everything correct?
Yeah.
All right, good luck, guys.
Good luck. Good luck.
XLG managing to get their home map of Lotus there, but for my money, G2 are the best Lotus team in the world right now.
The question is that a trap? Can XLG pull it off this time, or will the third time not quite be the charm? Both these teams so familiar with one another, but now their first time facing in playoffs. G2, XLG, let's get them on the stage.
G2 gave it their all, but unfortunately, and the hopes and dreams of G2 have come to an end.
I feel like the same old narrative for G2 is that people think we're international chokers.
G2, who continue to be excellent on the global stage to make these deep runs, but then not be able to make it over those last few hurdles.
It starts to feel like a curse. Good thing I don't believe in them.
其实当我们进伦敦大师赛的时候，我就觉得其实我们一直很有机会去打进季后赛也好。
It is XLG that go marching on to the playoffs.
我觉得从国际赛只赢了1场，到现在连赢2场去季后赛，我们反而从谷底爬上来。
Master Santiago is just neon fest. I think the real duelists are going to shine more this tournament. I know my boy Jogamo is going to fly.
我知道 G2 选择我们，然后我们之前也输给他1-2次了，但我们同时也在进步，所以。
If I can be that missing piece for G2, that would be a dream, and I'm a big dreamer.
G2 虽然我们上次输了你们，但是我们现在越来越厉害，所以不会再被你们耍得团团转。
Show me how to feel alive. Hold me close and let it ride. Show me how to feel alive.
America's sweethearts are ready to have some fun with China's sharpshooters. Make some noise for G2 versus XLG!
Twice already, G2 have sent XLG packing from global events. In Toronto and Santiago, they befell the same fate. But now a question of if the third time is the charm for the first time facing in the playoffs.
And the exciting thing about G2, as we mentioned, Mimi, was that they are chasing that global trophy. And for them to go on that run, that starts right here, right now. On the other side, XLG making it to the playoffs for the first time ever through that Swiss stage. They need to really enjoy this opportunity and make it count.
G2 have been one of my favorite teams to watch over the past few years. They have been deep with strategy. They have the individual firepower there. And seeing their shift away from that deep protocol system into a more aggressive double duelist system, Santiago, I think they overcorrected. I think right now they're in the perfect balance between that system Valorant and aggressive Valorant that you need in this meta right now.
There has to be some mental block playing against G2, knowing this is the team that sent you home in such dominant fashion twice before. For XLG, I think the question is always around their mental, around Rarga being able to deliver in these big games, around being able to show the form that they deliver in China at a global event. This time, a new chance, their first time in playoffs. This is where they really have to deliver.
And you mentioned Rarga there. We're starting here on Lotus. He looked incredible the other day, especially when we think about those adaptations that they made. Him picking up the operator, the sniper usage, looking so good for them on that map. I think that this is definitely a great place to start, despite us mentioning that G2 looked like one of the best teams in the world, Minnie.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think that they have a underdog mentality today. They know they are not the favorites in this matchup. I hope that it doesn't go into a lack of confidence. I want to see them loosen up a little bit. They do that EMEA style, a little bit safe, a little bit structured. I want to see them let off the chains just a little bit. I need to see Rarga going in deep. I need to see the duelists doing stuff. If they just play at the pace that they usually do, GT are going to have a field day here. They are used to that pace. They are good against that pace. They hate it when you get into their face.
This map is absolutely a must-win for XLG to pick into the Lotus, to say, we're better than you, G2, on the map that has been the absolute pinnacle of both these teams' pool. What are we looking to see on the side of G2 in terms of their prep work, their anti-strat, of how you defeat this competition?
Well, I think the thing is, I love to see the confidence come out from XLG to not let this mental barrier get in the way from them. I think from G2...
I mean, that's playing not to lose, right? Pick your best map.
Exactly.
Don't let them get the better of you.
Come into it with confidence, and I think when we think about G2 and the composition they were playing, Vinny, you were a big fan of the Viper on this map in particular.
The Viper Vice composition G2 run is my favorite. I think G2 are the best in the world this composition. They don't necessarily need to go too far away from their normal play patterns, but they could look at Energy's preparation against XLG. On the defense side, it was about Kiko controlling that man space and then falling off if XLG pushed him away. And then on the flip side, they would then take rubble. XLG cannot take multiple points of the map with this composition on the attack side. It's about G2 taking stuff away from XLG.
Against this composition, against XLG, a lot of ice fall that BabyBay has to deliver on the global stage. He disappointed some back in Santiago, but now a huge opportunity for him looking at Lotus.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be crucial in holding down, especially that C side of the map often. If XLG get onto those sites and into those post plants, we know where this is where the composition shines here.
Yeah, for sure. They really understand the verticality of this map. I'm looking at those deadlock sensors. I'm looking at the stage wall, the deadlock walls. Lysor, the TPs on top of the boxes as well. As you mentioned, Manny, if they can get into these post-plant situations, this composition looks really, really good on this map. On the opposing side, G2, we're looking at Jogamo being able to get to that level that we know that he can perform at.
Yeah, but I don't think G2 are going to let XLG get to that position. They're way too good at this map to let them do that. Even if they did, it's because they have a plan to retake with multiple points of entry. G2, I do not see losing this map, even though XLG are incredible here.
Both of these teams favor this map. It's the home ground for the two. But so far, G2 has always owned XLG. A 2-0 record. XLG trying to bounce back and get China another win in playoffs. We hop into map one of this series with Pansy and Hyper.
Yeah, I guess the question becomes, can China get more than one win in one day? This one's tougher though.
Yeah.
G2 have had their number. Already said by the desk, this has been a hard affair in the past. 11 rounds total through both times they met was all that XLG could gather. Here, Mike, they've got to do more.
They absolutely do, and I mean, G2 come into this, obviously, this is sort of like a comfort matchup for them, which is a rare opportunity given in this sort of situation. Start here on Lotus, I think Mini absolutely nailed the points coming into this. This is a very tough composition to come up against, but I think G2, honestly, in terms of tempo, in terms of macro, have the right response to address that.
Well, that'll be the question we find the answers to, isn't it? How well prepared? Who stamps their authority on the game? Again, confidence can be a hell of a thing, as I think EDG found out in that first series of the day. Building off the momentum. But a strong map for both sides. You're not going to have a walk in the park if you're XLG here.
Leaf going to completely concede the site here. Happy to allow progress elsewhere on the map. Come through. Actually, you bait out on the door here. Happy Way will punish. Valen will fall. See if XLG unable to get the plant down here, considering further aggression in towards spawn.
Spike planted. There.
Bit of a weird timing now, though.
Yeah, a little surprised that he fell short on that one, and Noman just set up simply on this. Trade there for Trent, but the number's still very good for XLG. Pressure starts to mount as Leaf steps forward. Paranoia not going to fully affect Leaf, so he tries to keep the pressure. Lysor there. Can Trent and BabyBay do anything? HP's already low.
One enemy
Barely
remaining.
a bullet will do it as BabyBay, the last one alive in a 1v3. Time on XLG's side, and that's the start they'll be dreaming of.
G2 almost caught off guard. Like I said, initially the plan here, Leaf concedes all this space. They don't really catch a bite here elsewhere on the map. And yeah, you're right. It's the bait out on the door, just completely unconsidered here. Happy to pick up sort of kill. Again, that's what makes things really difficult as well. I didn't know actually the position Valen was looking to maybe pressure towards. Again, certainly a paranoia in that situation could have set things in motion. As I said, XLG almost missed that first window of opportunity to get the plant down. Again, Sage Wall goes in, that's when you want to secure the site hold. Come over here. Got to at least plant the flag early over towards Mount, but there's nowhere you can play into. And actually, XLG here, a quick rotation.
Couple of players here, though. Nice little high-low setup. XLG have to be meticulous if they do want to force the hand on this A site, which they can do. And they've already lost one, they've lost a second. Things now get dicey. As BabyBay going hunting for a little more, spots the pixel, goes for the kill, loses. OMEN there to keep things safe.
Good win out initially, G2. And damage done here. It is a 3v3, but still just pistols on the other side here.
OMEN's HP does concern me, but it's fine. Well held by Lysor and Leo there in unison, making sure none of that threat was able to mount to much.
And even all things considered, great conversion here. Puts them in a great position to carry that purchase forward as well. And G2 will be coming back on rifles. Making a little bit of old progress, you could argue. I'm certainly curious to see now, once we get to the rifles, G2's approach will be.
There.
Great catch here. Oh, just about getting out of that.
Yeah, lucky boy. Trent, though.
I think the K actually being negated a little bit on the end there.
Yeah, it feels like G2's still not quite smoothed out yet. You're a little bit jittery still. Some nice ideas at the start, though, but XLG going to keep their players relatively healthy. Going to get that heal through, so no harm, no foul on that front.
Oh, actually, again, G2 play a little further back. Happy to allow XLG to explore this space outside A.
Oh, just that contact coming in there towards B on the spam has drawn the players back. You can see the reaction. Look at Raga potentially to get a good old backstab going if he feels the timing's right, but the plant's going to be in. It's a pretty contested side of the map, though. 4 players from G2 waiting to pounce in on this, and do not forget about Raga. Doesn't have much to play with in the form of weaponry, but the man is here. Hold your breath. That is 2 targets. Does he get spotted? He gets down 1. Can't get Trent, though. Still standing, but Happyway in the back lines, doing serious damage. Stun good, everything looking lovely. XLG! Turn it around! 3 rounds, bonus converted, and the 6th man is already on their feet.
Well, wait for that to end. And the switch out here. The clean up as well. Trent even checks out. He considers the possibility, but still, this flank finds a crucial kill ahead of this retake getting started. Unfortunately, G2 just don't have the numbers at that point to trade out effectively. A couple of rounds here where just the amount of util to secure some of this crucial space on the map. I think that's probably why you've seen G2 concede where they are. Happy to almost allow that util to have full effect and maybe have a little more faith in leaning towards that retake, but a couple of investments here, but it's not much at all for G2.
Nicely
to piece
navigated.
something together.
Again, it is just going to be those stingers and a sheriff or two, but I quite like how they kind of made it around some of that utility that XLG were investing to try and clear that close space, but for now, Valen falling again.
Immediately now.
Bring them down.
Their way towards C. I mean, Leaf not here to actually reinforce BabyBay's setup, so give me a sheriff and a couple of bits of util to slow things down here on the way in.
You're starting to feel that pressure coming your way now. What can BabyBay do about this? That's 4 players knocking at the door of his sight. That's something you can do. Can you give us some more, though? G2 digging their heels into this round. Not going to relent, and do they get to see the spike? I think they're aware of it. That's big information for G2 now.
30 seconds left.
Especially with a chunk removed here, Leaf actually did get himself into a position to apply some pressure.
God, 20 seconds.
You've got to get moving here.
Do you call it quits on this, or do you still try and force the issue? They're going to try it, but it's not working. Trent denies Leaf on the follow-up, and Lysor. Oh, it looks disastrous. There's not much more for this man to achieve. 7 seconds. They're trying to come in with knives. Who do you think you are? 3 seconds. Round is done. Gorgeous stalling from Leaf then.
I mean, it looks like he's completely off kilter here in terms of getting back into a position. But BabyBay able to slow things down here on the back of his util. 2 crucial kills. There's just this gap here that allows G2 to still apply pressure. I guess the worst position is, I mean, the spike's just outside the smoke. They can't retrieve that, and I think a little hesitation on display. Try and troubleshoot on the fly. That's after creating a free opener as well. Early advantage. XLG, unfortunately, slipped between their fingers.
Turning a Mastercard Thrifty like that is going to be a brilliant outcome for G2 to make this not feel like it could be a blowout. We're trying to keep some rapt attention on the A side of the map. Jaw already ahead of this, and Leaf just going to go for the jump spot, big punish. Happyway, fantastic for that. And they've been getting a lot of these first picks. And Jorgamo
exactly
even it out now with the ult coming in. He's in a little bit of trouble. Oh! Big trouble from Happyway, and it's a pivot call though. They're eyeing up C.
Actually catching Leaf in transition as well. XLG just running rings around G2 here. It's Baby Bay and Valen. And Spike hasn't made it across yet, but plenty of coverage on this angle. Baby Bay, few options. Gonna piece it together, and he's found two!
That's some options. Ults now are plenty. Investing them at 35 seconds. Spike left loose. You've got to see them come back together. Lysor and NoMan have to work in unison. Valen and Baby Bay making mountains out of molehills, but NoMan is still on the case. With 20 seconds though, how much can he do? The Spike's a problem. Lysor on it though. Baby Bay gone as Valen the last one standing. Spike back in hand. They're on the move. He's got to catch this cross. Lysor knows it as well. There's the denial, so the plant can now come in. Oh!
What a recovery. I say it requires Baby Bay to find basically all 3 kills here. Gets 2, but XLG managed to flip that on their head. I mean, the smoke goes up here. G2 have to make a move, right? They have to make a very quick decision. And even actually the catch on Leaf, you can't really even fault him for that.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds.
Spam through the smoke.
God, Lysor's having a game here.
Already sitting at 8 and 3, Lauren. Fired up
Again,
for this series, yeah.
I was kind of looking at Raga, maybe being an X-Factor player, having a big upswing, maybe a life game here or there, but obviously if Lysor's on, if Happyway's on, they can give you so much to play with.
Happyway has looked fantastic. Certainly showing here some form, basically delivering this one, at least the early round, on a platter to XLG. Coming out of this, the Coinbase win condition for G2. Could argue, built around some of these ultimates. I mean, Jorgamo 2 away from a showstopper. Leaf, he's going to bring a rifle in here and 1 away from a pit. Certainly opportunities for GT, and I'm curious whether or not this timeout really is going to discuss a change of pace. Difficult to really challenge this sort of composition, certainly on the defensive side for G2. XLG leaning heavily, though, into just that safety net, the blanket of security provided by some of these pieces of util. Yeah, Raga even playing with that in terms of expectations previously as well, that flank way behind B. See how the buy settles here. I mean, Jorg's going to throw a stinger in the mix.
Well, I would have maybe written this out a little bit, but again, the one round that G2 got was the Thrifty. So maybe this is something they can hope to get on the belt, but it's certainly not going to be an easy task. Phantom shown early. It's going to be Leaf considered. Does XLG care?
Looking to deny this orb here. Actually, Raga get the res off this, so they have opportunity to get somebody back on their feet here. G2 poised if they want to go forwards here.
This could be a nice read potentially, but because we have
Happyway on the other side.
Yeah, but do they want this? They do. Oh no, this is a shooting gallery. Happyway making light work of G2. Phantom gone, and so's Trent's head. Happyway is making it look so simple. Alan trying to play to the door, but this round looks done.
Slow approach here, really suiting XLG. Wide open C site now for them. They'll be able to retrieve the rifle at least, Baby Bay, but yeah, 2v5 now. Now you have to consider some of this util that they have to overcome. Situations like this where
Dropping spike.
what chance do you really have? We were discussing the possibility, but
Spike
the timeout, not necessarily to address this round for sure. Damage, something to consider maybe. I mean, there's a few members of XLG sitting around 1,500, but certainly doesn't give you much hope
No.
for the follow-up here. We'll come into this though. I mean, Jorg, one away from the showstopper now. Val and Leaf will have theirs. The best you can hope for here, consolation kill or two.
And again, a lot of people putting G2 quite high up when it comes to outcome, you know.
Don't we always?
It's who's learned the lesson and who's not, I guess, is it. But it was never really at these early stages we got that concerned. I say early stages, but still, at this point, you'd imagine they'd normally be quite comfortable. However, at 5-1, I am a little concerned. A cold start, potentially. They haven't been able to get that time underneath them through the brutes coming in, but again, they are a high-caliber team here, Mike. I put G2 to high standard, top 3, top 4, somewhere around that. This isn't looking like it, especially when Lotus is a very solid map for them.
Certainly. I mean, here, like I said, this has got to be what the timeout wants to address. Well, G2 are going to make any massive adaptations here. Again, they're walking the tightrope in terms of the finances as well. Don't necessarily have a buy to hand either, but some of those key ultimates now online for them.
And I do wonder if that's going to affect how it sounds, because this round we will be listening into XLG, obviously currently up at 5-1, so as soon as they dip into that, we might hear them considering the approach. And G2 already flipping the script here. Happyway, though, the headhunter himself, been a threat, this time nullified. Big start for G2. Let's see how that's affected XLG.
Open tree, let's go tree, let's go tree. Only one. Go together.
They have 40.
Need to go away, we need to go away.
There's a flash,
anti-flash.
You have
There's a flash.
They have 40 guys. Raise ulti. Oh, drop. Drop.
Face your fear.
Oh, we'll raise low HP. Raise low HP. Winnable.
Very aware of those ultimates, but still trying to get around them incredibly hard. The start of the round being difficult with the loss of Happyway and kind of forcing the hand towards the A side. But Lysor, let's see if you can go down swinging, or if there's any way out of the tree at this point. Trent's gonna go down, and actually Lysor doesn't suffer too much for this one, but he is surrounded. And I think he's getting a little tricky. Oh
my God.
You made me believe.
I'm going to be honest, I heard a winnable call. I was like, it is 2v5.
All right, easy. I can't deal with a heart attack day 2 of my job, man. Like, easy it up here. But again, for G2, I like what they did, though.
Yeah,
quickly identifying the kind of weaker side of the approach.
It is one of those no-nonsense approaches from G2 where it's like, we're happy to invest here, need to get the ball rolling. Certainly something that could be, I mean, the observers lost that one, I should say. But, Happyway is now going to have a bounty on him. They can even really comfortably identify his position and get bodies in the right place to address that. A couple more bodies behind this.
Toxins going up.
Set up to follow, though. G2 still conscious of that presence towards Mound.
Yeah, it could get cleared once they get door control, though, so need to be a bit careful how long they outstay or potentially stay their welcome here. There's the Prowler going through. He was trying to catch maybe Val in there or Leaf in transition back towards site. For now, staying alive.
Leaf considering the pit if there's contact from Valen now, actually peeling away from that position. I saw another TP available. Can pivot fairly quickly. G2 have to maintain this coverage right now. I mean, probably pretty happy with Baby playing towards the middle of the map.
Paranoia to stall, TP back. Catch from Raga. Valen getting very little play here. Struggling to get off the starting blocks in this one. Already Leaf has to relinquish any sort of site control that they may have had. It's already going to posture for a retake at best. For now, XLG looking like they've been able to switch up that pace a touch. The paranoia of Happyway's lurks very present in the mind of G2. For now, though, obviously playing with the pack.
How they break back in here, though, is the issue. XLG happy to stay on site here. Leaf will find the first, though.
That will certainly help, but Jorgamo caught, and actually, Baby Bay on the bailout. Going to catch Lysor. And now suddenly just down to 1. Raga, the table's turning. 68 HP. He's got to back away for a second. The defuse started. Baby Bay with some brilliance there. G2 needed that.
Finding the first for free over the top, certainly tips the scales in their favor, but XLG just crumble in this post plant. And so many bodies happy to greet G2. They just get picked apart here. Especially as soon as this stun comes through, you think XLG are going to pounce, but it just never happens. To bring it within 2 rounds. XLG now going to pump the brakes.
Yeah, and just for a moment, I do want to really give credit there to BabyBay on that spacing as well, making sure that first kill wasn't going to be an easy pickup as soon as they tried to play back to the site. So complimentary in how they wanted to scale back in.
That's what is bizarre, though, with so many bodies up on site. There's no really favorable angles to swing back on after G2 find that first pick, which is curious, right? If you set up the wall in this way, there's a cage, obviously, to block off. Why not swing onto these angles, like, as quickly as possible? G2 shouldn't really have had a way back in here. Certainly, XLG maybe going to be discussing that. The Coinbase win condition coming out of this timeout. Raga does have the res available, still going to have a buy of sorts here. Not going to see rifles across the board, but we've already noted, Lysor, another TP available. Happy Weight, up the neural theft as well. On the other side, though, G2. I mean, Leaf, like I said, you could see him considering the pit in the previous, maybe on the back of Valen's contact, but very quick call to give up that setup.
I guess the question in my mind somewhat develops to, is that C site now just kind of out of the equation? They've not had that much success playing towards it. Do they start going back to what was kind of working a bit better, those A approaches that they managed to make work? But obviously G2, with some elevation here, early investment of the pit from Leaf, and that's going to be shutting out that C site. So again now, with this slightly shaky buy, XLG need to find their footing, going back to, I guess, I don't want to say basics, but Happy Way kind of on a solo endeavor, commanding the attention of half the map if he can.
And Leaf doesn't necessarily have to challenge close on this pit either. Have a little pocket to play into. Again, looking actually to maybe trap somebody outside B. XLG not happy with what they've seen initially, but we'll leave Lysor inserted here.
Yeah, maybe trying to identify where that slightly deeper hold's going to be. Keep in mind that Happy Way had gone pretty far towards Mount. Obviously didn't go quite towards the pit, but even in that, mind you, look how far up they've got Lysor.
Challenging into it.
Which is bold, but they've got, what, a Prowler? I'm sure it'll be fine.
I mean, they can obviously wall off the pocket that Leaf has.
Ooh, Leaf, though, technical player here. Still going to respect this. Gives up the entrance, at least, sitting a little bit more towards that waterfall side, but now starts to get curious. At 23 seconds, rotation's going to be coming in. Flanks on the way, and it's pretty much all in from XLG.
It's actually Trent to find the spam here. Spike doesn't go down. Leaf will find Raga over the top as well. It's all falling apart.
Yeah, it's turning into a nightmare here for XLG. They thought they had the right side of the map to go to, but now with the paint shells coming in and G2 back at the gates here, XLG are going to have back to the wall Valorant now. Leaf looking for a pixel out of place, doesn't quite get it, but Valen does. That was that late play coming back around from B, leaving Happy Way. Magic as he might have been earlier. It looks like G2 have finally got their footing.
Leaf able to just exist for so long here. It doesn't have to challenge, as I said, there's no real need to stop XLG walking through this pit. Fortunately, again, yeah, sure, missed slow warp, but it's Trent's kill here that really makes things difficult. Unfortunately, Raga just, I mean, there's no way he can spam back onto this. Just a sitting duck on top of the wall. Great round from G2.
Very composed. On our side now. We got this shit.
The only way for them to really convert this position is to actually go into the backside of the pit and challenge Leaf.
And now look what it's done to the money, though. Obviously, XLG on the receiving end of these 3 rounds has completely trashed their finances. Down to Sheriffs. Looking for win cons that may not exist here. Valen spraying,
Leo's got to be careful.
Yeah, but he's trying to catch one on that back pedal, but he doesn't get what he wanted. Oh, looking like a... Oh, should have been an easy target, but Raga making a little bit trickier there for BabyBay, but he's still confident enough to hold this. And Viper utility, keeping him at the advantage.
Nobody over towards C, though, for G2. Again, a chance for XLG to find another post plant on this side of the map.
Yeah, but they're not getting the same opening picks anymore.
No.
You're not at a player advantage. It feels like G2 have figured out the approach that was working well for XLG, and what felt like it could have been a considerable problem, showing some of that caliber by being able to adjust on the fly. So not really falling foul for any of this. Yes, going to give up the plant, but by all accounts, G2 still happy.
Valen back in the same position, able to dismantle this post-plant hold previously.
Yeah.
Lysol has to go huge here to bail him out. Valen's going to find another one. Traded off, but the numbers just favouring G2. The weaponry alongside that, and just Lysol left now. Shut down. Jorgamo find the final kill, and G2 will tie things up.
Yeah, they're back in business now. Felt like a shaky start, felt like a very confidence-based start from XLG.
I mean, you heard Babyface saying exactly that. It's like, guys, yeah, sure, they were hot for the first few rounds. The only reason they won them. G2 now certainly feeling more comfortable in terms of what's going on across the map. So now XLG were asking to make some big changes.
They're having fun. Seems like levity has kind of been added to the mix here. And I guess we look towards XLG under the lens of, do they have someone to reignite what was working at the start for them? Can they rebuild on some confidence? Because the timeout didn't seem to really find what they needed. But buyback in hand here, but operator out for Jorgamo. So a new added twist here for them to try and find those next couple of steps from.
We're going to be able to hold down the fort here. Operator in hand now for him. Happy way on the other side here. Still a gap for him to confirm. Nobody's slipping through. Valen elsewhere. He's found the opener. Oh, a single point of damage being traded onto that. I think XLG just looking a little one-dimensional now in terms of where they're looking to pressure. The res will come through. Chance to punish, but that will stand for the time being.
Okay, they have got Valen. Does Leaf leave him to die at this point?
I think he does.
I mean, yeah, Valen's screwed. No saving here. So Leaf, you better be able to deliver. You gave him up.
I know exactly.
The sacrificial lamb to hold position, but he's going to see it all coming now. With 30 seconds, limited options of pivoting, XLG need to once again go into the C side, at least this time with a player on their side, but ult for Babybay. It was certainly more than even out the odds. In 20 seconds, still no plant in sight. Mike, this is getting incredibly late. And G2, they've got the site back.
Issue being there's a pain shell and everything to consider here. Tons of util. XLG have to go forwards.
Leaves out for vengeance. Oh, 3, baby. Make it 4. It was a worthy sacrifice to get that round in the bag.
Another clear example for me of hesitation on the side of XLG. I mean, you roll this back 10, 15 seconds and you'd expect 1 or 2 people from XLG to be going forwards, but they're just so hesitant. I think G2 are feeling that as well. When nobody's swinging past second pillar, it's like, okay,
I guess we're going.
Yeah. Except that same window of opportunity we saw where the plant didn't come through previously. Very concerning to see after XLG had themselves a very comfortable start. Certainly in charge of momentum. The confidence certainly favouring them. Sort of rounds that you don't want to give G2. They are now around to the good. Round 12 broken by here. Valen's TP on one side, nothing. Maybe fall. Bay out here of the wall. Babybay will relay that information. G2 has 3 walking out mid.
They've really got their finger on the pulse, it feels like, but Babybay has to be careful to not get caught here, but he's already backed away from sight. The back line now pressured. Happyway waiting. That's an advantage that they haven't had in a minute's time, so this is good for them. A follow-up would be lovely. Not going to get it. Back line now broken. They've got issues once again surrounded.
Jorgamo, one more for a showstopper. That could be...
Oh, it could be wraps.
Huge here for G2.
And Leaf waiting. Needs the rest of his team to kind of build up a bit further, but you can see the XOG want him dead. They want to pry him out of that CT side. Leo trying to fight it back, but he falls. Just Lysor to try and hold back the flood from G2. Already takes away Leaf. Needs Trent dead, needs Babybay gone. And Babybay ain't dying today. G2 bouncing back after what was a really dreary start.
Resurgence here to find 7-5. Massive respect to G2. And the resilience here. So they were being dictated to
these early rounds. XLG, sure you could argue maybe a couple of these passing them by, but certainly want to see that cleaned up for the second half, Lauren.
I'm with you on that. And again, for me, average was never the plan for G2. High expectations on this team, showing some of that pedigree in their ability to turn it around. Bold words from the man on the screen there to say that on a 7-5 half. However, as we are here in London, we've got a couple people coming out, and one of those people have been family members coming in from all over the world. So we are going to send it over to the stage where Frankie is standing by with Trent's parents.
I'm with Trent's parents, Nicole and Jason. Nicole, what was the conversation with Trent like this morning? Because for me, it seems like G2 were feeling positive going into this one.
Yeah, he's always really positive. They practice, they prepare, they do everything they can to be ready for this, so they come in with high expectations for themselves and high spirits, so.
Do you have high expectations for them?
I just want them to be happy and do well, yeah, so probably.
And for you, Jason, you actually are the reason that your boy is standing on that stage right now competing for a title because you bought him his first PC. What was it like, though, when he was 17 and you had to let him go travel the world?
Very difficult. We had to dig deep, talk about it, pull him out of school, and let him live his dream.
But he did complete his diploma thanks to your parenting. Watching him now, though, did you ever imagine you'd get to see him playing so many of these events?
No, not in my wildest dreams. I still hardly believe it sometimes that we're here and he's doing this. It's amazing. It's unbelievable.
And do you believe that G2 are cursed on international stages, or do you believe they can break that here in London?
Absolutely, I do. I believe in them every time they get up on that stage.
Yeah, and they look like they believe in themselves. I suppose I want to ask you the same thing, Jason. When you see your son playing on that stage, what do you believe?
I think we're going to win this one, and I think we're going to win them all, so.
Well, we've got the first game to get through of the upper bracket, so let's head back into it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Well, faith goes a long way in this, and a bit of support, a bit of belief, because at the start of things, XLG were nuts, right? They came out swinging, looking like Happyway was untouchable. Lysol the 1-2 punch, but then they hit around that 6-7 round. I hate it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I take it back. I take it back. I'm too old to do it with intention. But at
I was
this
about
point...
to respond there as well. I was really going to be with you, but I mean, it's not often you see G2 be the ones dictated to in terms of confidence, in terms of momentum, and really, I mean, rolling over in some of those rounds. But to come back and close this out with 6 in a row, that's the sort of standard we hold G2. In here, though, for me, XLG have to bounce back in the second half. It'll be difficult to really dig deep here, but Baby Babe maybe caught off by a minimap moment there. Just totally didn't react.
Yeah, kind of felt a bit...
Not often his age shows, but...
We brought up age once, and now it's just thematic at this point. But let's see. XLG could do with a couple of these rounds. They could do with a couple of these to build back and feel out the game a bit. G2, we know they've got capability of turning things around, so maybe draw. That Sheriff could crack things open. No man needs to be careful. And there it is, sight is open, and it felt like there was barely a second to do it. Leo, it's a desperation play, but Lysor on the double down gonna make the odds look favorable. XLG, man to the good. Jorgamo doesn't care. Gets him back down to a 2v2. Plants now in. Happyway alive and Raga alive. Dangerous duo. Reminded why. Happyway not given up yet.
Gonna slip into that smoke. Happyway certainly there to welcome them. A chance certainly to, I think maybe even noting the heel here and going further forwards. They know they're split. Just a roll of the dice, but Valen's caught so quickly inside here.
Yeah.
No chance of a trade. XLG will find another pistol. He's putting the right foot forwards. I mean, to come back to the composition, G2 have so much to do in terms of the early round to figure out, maybe find a window where there is access to some of this crucial space. Certainly didn't entertain that early on. But you could argue with how that first half went. Team just putting out a few feelers here. You don't doubt they've done the homework, but...
No. Feels a little bit more adaptive, though, in a way. for XLG. Going to have to look strong here. Keep the scoreboard competitive. Nice to tie it up. G2. Considering the A site, probably not a bad shout at this point. Just see where you go, feel out the map a little bit. You've got rounds to play with. You've kept a nice close game, but Leo now could be overwhelmed. Needs to be cautious to not get punished, and well, already, Leaf's going to do that quite easily.
Raga actually walling Trent up here. Luckily, Lysor finding that trade. Spike now actually behind the wall. The spam nearly connecting. I mean, Jorgamo up to 24. They don't retrieve the weapon.
Nah. Oh dear. Oh.
It's all falling to pieces here. It's just happy weight. No man left.
I mean,
he's still challenging.
Does he know that it's a 2v3 at this point? Maybe he does, but he's going for it, and Happyway's nowhere near. Leaf mops him up. This is messy. Don't like this one. Don't know what's happened.
I mean, Happyway's left for the sheriff.
Yep.
Again, they're so conscious he's closed the gap already, but a million miles away from this. Plant will come through.
Planted.
G2 presented now with a chance to flip round 2 in their favor. This would have to be nothing short of sensational from Happyway.
And now do you just keep the Bulldog? I mean, what do you intend to do? Let's see if he can find Leaf fast enough. That's really the part, and if at all, does find him at the cost of most of his HP. So it feels like the door is shutting on this round as Jorgamo ensures it. That's not good enough.
I mean, G2 just showing total disrespect for some of the util here.
Yes.
Raga almost with the assist to get over the top here. Again, this is nobody to really bail out Leo.
Nope.
I didn't even know, even there on the replay, where's Raga to kind of wall off, prevent that from happening?
No trades, no kind of free swings on it. And again, when you're looking across the stage and you fumble something like that and you already see them up on their feet, they're starting to get a bit more lively. It does compound that sort of pressure. The scoreline now starting to sit a little more comfortably with G2 at 8-6. XLG going to be herded down on a very light investment. Just Happyway on a Guardian. Now for him, I wouldn't say it's a welcome challenge, but he's got options more than the others.
I mean, he is certainly the one to welcome this sort of round for sure.
Wall trick.
Early indicators, at least.
Here.
Well, there's the Guardian gone.
Yeah, that's rough. And it feels like Leaf might go farming here. Let's see if he gets checked on.
Is that caught? It has caught.
Yeah, it has. I think it'll go unchecked to an extent, but it's still a problem. And they're still finding individual fights in a 3-play stack. Lysor just gets pushed over. XLG look lost here. I know this is still going to be a very light invested round, but still, G2, comfort under all this pressure.
I mean, if it's flawless, it's about the best thing you'd want flipping round 2 for G2. Just one left to find here. Only really Jorgamo that's taken any damage. I mean, Showstopper available already as well. 9-6 on the board. Very tough situation now for XLG to recover from.
Yeah.
Don't have an ult to throw in here early on.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, they're going to be able to ride out this buy as well, G2.
Oh, it's pretty well rounded.
Everybody's sitting comfortably.
Yeah, Jaw's ult does concern me as well. They can now go with a bit more tempo if they want to be a little bit more direct. If they really want to make that issue even worse, get under the skin with an early start towards Rubble. Gathering a great deal of control. Leo and Raga really need to be on the same page now.
Again, not going forwards in this situation. G2 allow Leaf to get up onto an angle.
How many light
there are
shields?
plenty of light shields to punish. Three to be exact. Jigs.
But it means that, again, XLG have to play so deep on this. They're banking on what? Lysor being out and about.
Now you hear it. Yeah, it's going to put you even further back.
Oh, that's a bold peek from Leo, and he's going to be rewarded.
Okay.
Got Leaf, that's good. Don't get caught out elsewhere. Baby Bay looking to try and find any sort of movement. Anyone trying to, you know, hit that rotation over that contact, but gonna be denied. Lysor wants to get involved. The paranoia should be on. He's gonna see Baby Bay, but he's unsure. Not so certain to go for it individually, but it's indicative of this B hit coming in now. There's the ult. Oh, what a shot from Leo. Beautiful, but a trade there for Valen means it's not out of the woods just yet. The 3v4, numbers up for XLG, and G2
left.
kind of ping-ponging between the sites.
Baby Bay just walked in on the back of this. Valen now looking to challenge to this rotation, but caught off guard. Needed a kill there, ideally, to make this doable.
They're getting active on the other side, though. Lysor, I think he's read this, or maybe just considered it could be an option. As he got to the corner. Oh, no! Okay! Still going to get a target. Valen can't do much more. Going to be found in the end by Trent. A 1v2 for the man. 30 HP. Spots a player. He knows the defuse is going to be on. He has to get involved. He made a choice, and it was the wrong one. Lager going to put him to his grave. And there's life still in XLG.
Difficult for Trent to get back onto an angle there, especially the damage already done, but it's Leo really, for me, that prevents this from going from bad to worse initially. But then the catch here to deny the showstopper. Even then, when you think Baby Bay able to slip the net on the back of all that pressure, you just can't solidify that hold.
Here.
Fine margins for sure, but as you said, XLG still clinging to life, keeping their head above water. But G2 back in with very comfortable buys, we'd already noted, flipping round 2. This could be the next step here for
Caught one.
XLG.
I found my wire.
Don't expect them to be going forwards. I'm desperately looking for a camera here. Now, still not dealt with here. Happyway maybe just relying on that very, very late into this round. Doesn't want to show his hand just yet.
Toxins going up.
How far can we get on this?
I mean, they've been given this space before, so G2 learning round by round what they've got to play with.
It's real tangible to getting away with pressure, getting put with more dedication on the C site. But a 1-for-1 trade, it's going to be down to Lysor to really find impact after that initial work from Happyway. But identified and spotted, you can see the real pour on
Get the hell out of there. He's shut down.
I mean, you thought he had enough indicators to leave. Stuck around a second too long, and there's nowhere safe on the site. No, it's getting messy.
Yeah. Miss of crucial util here. Doesn't necessarily guarantee a kill. The investment comes back in here from Leo. I don't believe we'll catch anything, but clear out the space for sure.
Surprising almost to go for it. I feel as though G2 might have this one sewn up, but if XLG have faith, and show me why. Jogmo still unwilling to relent on the side. Happy to hold. Happy to show his worth here. Paint Shell back as well. Time buyer. Pour it into No Man. No chances. No one really playing in. Maybe just going to try and make him stay on the site and look for silver linings because you're not going to get the round. Jorgamo on guard duty. And it's going to be down to a save.
Sensor.
Have to head for the hills now. Baby Bay on the hunt, but I don't think he'll be caught here. At least hold on to a rifle. Yeah, G2 getting away with murder. Some of these situations. Again, the timing is perfection here. See Leaf applying a little bit of pressure, and it's instantaneous swing on. Unfortunately, I mean, Lysor, it's just desperation to get out. Like you said, there was already indicators that pressure was mounting.
One enemy
I'd have to go back and watch it, but I'm not sure how many were noted initially on that swing, but maybe if you think it is 2, right, yeah, I can hang around.
Maybe I can stick around.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
something. Again, it's quick lessons being learned here. I guess if you're XLG on the receiving end of this, that look, when that site pour on happens, just get out. But again,
it's G2 demonstrating learning round by round more so,
yes.
And arguably with this composition, if you have any faith in XLG still coming back here, it has to be them in terms of adjusting some of this util, where they want to prioritize on the map. I mean, this A site hold towards Tree, couple of times here, G2 are going to run away with that sort of space.
For sure.
And they have done.
Yeah, it worries me that Leaf is finding out so much. As much as he's a really talented player all around, once he starts identifying the map...
The sort of guys that will take liberties in that sort of scenario.
Yeah, he just limit tests constantly. How much can we get away with? Even while they're going for that beautiful C-side execute, he's still there, punishing towards A, making sure how far can I get on this? How much room do I get? So, by all rights, my concerns now really lay with XLG. They've had a close affair so far, 10-7, a very respectable scoreline. I just don't want it to now go flat. I do not want to see a flat line from them, but I'm worried. Financially, they're starting to get down to the pennies.
This is 11, and what you bring, but only one sitting over 3K here, so the next one needs to be clean to follow up if they do. Maybe a chance here for XLG to go forwards. He's posturing that way, the wall up to maybe set Lysol up, but gets off the angle. He's too scared to go for it. Lack of commitment here. Maybe a second shot at it, but we'll remove the wall. Heads up work from Valen.
Yeah.
XLG looking to get a little cheeky here, but not rewarded.
Look at the limit tester once again, Leaf. While all of this happens on A, they soak kind of a lot of the initial investment of utility, that weird wall, whatever's going on. He's still working. He's felt no resistance on that C site. No one kind of shouldering early. So the further he gets, the more he's willing to call them back potentially. Be careful of that stack. Look out towards B. He's the one who's going to be able to pull this out. And again, contact on B now. It compounds the idea of how this map looks. And they still want to test it. They still want to go for it. Happy Way tries to catch Baby Bay on the back pedal, but the wall's going to actually isolate Lysol. He's going to be forced forward. Takes down one, but that's it. Almost a mistake made, and the rifle left so deep now. Do they police it, or do they care? Look at Leaf. He's already passed Waterfall. Oh, this one. Yeah, you're going to be hoping for miracles, because Leaf is so deep on this.
I don't think they're even going to know. I'm not sure if there was a check on the cam or what, but...
Look how far he's got. There's nothing coming back.
Well,
they're still getting kills.
Perfect response.
That will certainly help matters. It puts Valen back a little bit deeper. They have to now hold down on the site. Maybe there's pressure to be had here. They've got rifles to play with. Rez comes in. They're back up to 4. This is the best chance they've had in a minute, but Valen standing guard, standing duty with Baby Bay. G2 holding the line, getting numbers on their side, but Leo gets one back, and maybe they can get towards site. Oh, they're just going to soak the damage! And Leaf on the punish on the cross-up. It leaves Lysol last one alive. Oh, we caught a glimpse. Nearly had Valen, but the time, it's so late in the round. G2, full control in this. Yes, there was a fight back. Yes, there was a chance, but it dwindled.
Come back to that same thing as well, the lack of commitment. XLG, I mean, the plan B in this round just doesn't feel comfortable, right? If you allow G2 to explore elsewhere, even with no catch on the Prowler, or at least the wrong catch on the Prowler, they're still diligent enough to clear some of these angles. And yes, well, XLG find a couple of kills here, but it's only really the neural theft that bails them out from Leaf, running away with this lurk.
Well, operator now on both sides. Raga going to be having that for XLG and Leaf. Looking to find some value. And it is a 1v1 almost on that A site, seeing how far they commit towards this. But for now, the rest of the players all going to meet towards Mound, it looks like. Prowler going to be handled, but it's very indicative that players are looking to fight for this space.
I mean, Raga has to win on this side of the map versus Leaf once more. As you said, operators on both sides. That's certainly one way to address it.
God, they're putting so much faith. It feels so mirrored in this moment, doesn't it? Kind of that 4-1 almost from both sides.
Yeah, but I mean, if G2 get a bite on contact here, there's no way they commit to this. See how they've actually managed to obtain this C site previously. I think they have the read of the map. But again, do you read an operator in this sort of situation?
It's all on him. Raga has to hold this down. And the Prowler could completely crash it.
They can't even say it! They spams him!
Oh, dearie me, that might be all she wrote. Baby Bay looking like he's walking on water. Happy Way dead. I don't know how this man's doing it.
You talk about read of the map. That is absolutely insane. A sixth sense.
Oh, it's just too much to witness at times. Leo with no options. The door's shut on this round. It is gonna be 12. G2 getting up to map point.
certainly looking way more stable now. The opening of this map, again, a very one-sided affair in the second half. That's just, I mean, the intuition, crazy. After that, G2 able to just overwhelm the rest of XLG. Like I said before this, the purchase already in question for me. Hemi coming in here. What? Yeah, sure, rifles, but look at what's behind it. Lacking shields. XLG. Could all be done here in round 20 for them.
Rip and tear. No more time.
Trying to deny the aggression, but Jorgamo in the meantime, they're reading this map once again to perfection. As much as G2 have a lot of flash when it comes to their players as well, their approach, their understanding of the game is looking very, very good here today. And for XLG, on the receiving end, sight's already gone. What are you meant to do now?
Scrambling now in terms of this retake. G2 going to feel very comfortable, able to dig their heels in. A pit to complement that, the worst possible thing.
All right, it's all on this. Trend gonna find one. Raga, desperate to do some damage, but Baby Bay again, just lighting up the kill feed, leaving Lightsaw and Raga with it all to do in very little time. And Jorgamo wants in on the action. It is G2 actualizing that potential in map 1.
A fantastic display from G2. XLG certainly had a chance. This one a full one-sided affair, but G2 to close out. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with a Ascent after this.
Yay! Yay! Yay! Stop it! Go! 3K! 3K! He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he can knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Jen with Josh RT of G2 next to me. Josh, what were your solutions to their triple Sentinels comp, and do you feel like maybe they're being a little bit too predictable?
I think they switched up a tiny bit and tried to mask some of their tells and reads, and I think they did a good job kind of keeping us honest. I think Happy Way, took 2 from us and put us on our back feet a little bit, but I would mainly attribute that to us not really syncing up our plays. We kind of knew he was going to be aggressive and all that, and yeah, I mean, it took a little bit to get us in the game, but I'm not gonna mention anything more about that. I think they played a really good game, but I think we just played a little bit better.
Right, great work from G2.
Well, despite 2 pistol round wins and a bonus to start, XLG failed to close out their map pick as G2 go up in the series 13-7. Let's jump right into the discussion, because Minnie, this is a great start from XLG as G2 played very back against this competition.
Yeah, Josh said he won't go into it, but I will. Early in this game, I was not happy about how G2 were playing. They were conceding so much space, letting XLG get into these post plants. They weren't fighting on man like NRG did. They weren't fighting towards rubble. It's like they wanted XLG to do the thing that they're best at.
Yeah.
So I was very confused.
And this is what we set it up as, do not let them get into those post plants, because XLG are a side that really understand the verticality of this map. So yes, we did see that in the pistol round, in round 3 as we just saw there as well, where they were able to take advantage in those situations.
And Josh talked about it, there was those few rounds from Happy Way to follow that made it look good for XLG. Yep. But then G2 take a timeout, Billy, and that was the influx point of this game.
Yeah, the round 6 timeout, I think, coming in really clutch for them. And then we saw the adaptations coming through from G2. No longer just playing retake, actually deciding to flood out onto site and contest for that space too. Never really allowing XLG to be able to get into a post-plant situation. And I think a lot of the time we saw G2 actually flanking as well, making the map feel very small for XLG to the point where they were funneled into trying to get onto this C site. But Minnie, it felt like it was almost impossible once G2 had made that adaptation.
Yeah, I still had some questions about the way G2 adapted, but I think the flood style worked very well for them. We saw there a few instances at XLG as well, whiffing on some of that micro and some of those lineups. And I think that was also a key thing on some of these XX as well. But yeah, you can see here, Vice ult to flood in. They're very happy to just play this delay style and just fight them once they're going into the site.
And if I see another stage slow outside of Viper Prey, I think I'm going to lose my mind. As you mentioned, Minnie, some of those micro moments with the utility, I think kind of let XLG down a little bit, almost that mental block that we spoke about at the very start of this matchup.
And you tie up the bow, Minnie, with Baby Bay as well, having an excellent game. He was the guy we were looking at. He delivers here.
Yeah, I love Vice, and I was going to say I love Baby Bay.
You can say
I love Vice, I love Baby Bay. Seeing him perform at this event is very nice to see. I think the Vice is so good into the double duelist, which we might be seeing on the next map.
Yeah. I think Baby Bay absolutely performed. I think he went +10 in the end, which is incredible. And, you know, we had set him up as the player that we're looking at to see if he can perform at that global level after such a, not poor Santiago, I guess that sounds a little harsh.
It was pretty poor.
It was an event where we want to see him coming into this one and start to shine.
Yeah, he certainly had a good start to this one. Can't say the same of XLG. Their map pick falls away. Let's check in with Coach Havoya and see how they recover.
Here with XLG Savoya, Coach Savoya, you guys had 5 rounds of great momentum. What made it difficult for you to keep yourselves in the lead?
I think G2 adapted really well. They start playing a little bit back. And the time we needed to sell fakes more because they were over-rotating to the sides. I think we just lost this timing and we start playing more slow when we had to play more faster. And that was the key momentum that we lost.
Thank you so much. And Lotus is in the past, so let's talk about Ascent.
Well, Ascent coming up, permaban previously for XLG. It wasn't really played in China with their tournament happening earlier than the rest of the world. So my question is, as we look back on Lotus and get ready for this second map, Mini, you were selling that you needed to see XLG playing less of that EMEA style, speeding up, disrupting the tempo. Do you think they achieved that at all in map 1?
I don't think so, but I don't think that is where their strengths are on Lotus necessarily. And on Ascent, I think what I'm looking for here is not necessarily a tempo switch, but just something new. We haven't seen them play this this map this year, and so anything they bring out here is got to be a surprise element. They got to have some gimmicks, some cheese stuff going on.
So let's theorycraft. What do we want to see from an XLG comp on Ascent?
Well, we just enjoyed the triple sentinel, but I almost wish that they would have flipped the map at moments when they got into those post-plant situations. I don't think double sentinel is completely off the cards. We know that
something like the old Deadlock Cypher?
Yeah, Deadlock Cypher, the Vise Sage obviously being a great composition when we think back to Champs last year as well. Honestly, whatever Raga feels confident on is what I'll be happy with this XLG.
Raga on that Sage has been farming. I think historically almost 270 ACS, maybe a little bit lower after that one, but very strong on that agent. And we've seen even like HyperX running that yesterday. That could be a little bit of a gimmicky agent that they could go for here. I don't want to see them play completely standard. If they're playing standard, then it is about speeding up the tempo, like you're saying. If they're not going to play standard, I want them to play full gimmicks. G2 don't have preparation here. They don't have any VODs. XLG can pull some tricks here.
I think for me, the question is, where does OMEN slot into all of this as well? Because we know that he has a very deep agent pool. We've seen him play the Jet on a couple of these maps more recently, but from the group stage into playoffs, we saw him pick up that Deadlock like you're mentioning, Mimi, but we also saw him jump onto that KO. So I'm intrigued to see what route they go down in terms of where he's going to slot into whatever composition they go with.
I want to look across to G2 for a moment here. Last time they played this map back in Americas, they were one of the teams experimenting with the Yoru here. What do you make of that agent, Mini, as we do get into agent select here?
I do think it's generally quite underrated, especially on this map where a lot of Vice gets played. And I think on defense is strong, but it looks like they disagree with me. They're switching back to a Neon Phoenix comp here.
So 2 new compositions here, both with the Phoenix in play, Billy.
Yeah, and I think that that's been proven to be such a great agent on this map, right? We're speaking about how Phoenix might be one of the pivotal agents when it comes to this event, but of course sticking with the Neon on the other side for Jogamo, and then the Jet on OMEN, which we've just been praising throughout this event so far. I don't know if you have a favored composition here though, Mini.
I like the Vice, so I'm going to go with G2 here, but very standard Ascent it looks like for both teams. Not much to see from XLG, we've not seen on this map. G2, the only thing I got really is that they'd love to do the B main default on attack and finish B quite a lot. So whoever's holding that side of the map for XLG needs to be on point.
Brand new compositions on both sides of the field. We hop into map 2 of the series with Pansy and Hypop.
All right, well, I guess we're going somewhat into the unknown here, Mike. Yeah, we know G2 a little bit, but at this point, XLG, what do we make of this, Mike?
I mean, this is certainly going to be a bloodbath in terms of the approach here from both teams. I mean, Raga, an opportunity to really demonstrate that. Ceiling we know he has. Again, confidence discussion for me, really applicable in this situation. Has to come out swinging in slower map 1 for him. A chance here at least to go forwards, but kept it played for the time being, some chip damage done. G2 on a quick cancel there, though.
I think I'm still just waiting to see the best of Raga at international stages. It's something
You see glimmers.
You do.
Yeah.
You see moments, you see rounds, but it's like, I want to see a map. I want to see a series that we can pin that potential to, but again, Ascent can sometimes allow for that. It can unlock that capability. He's on an agent that could certainly be played to that extent. I'd love to see it. Now, G2 not completely changing their end goal of approach, looking like they still want to finish towards the safe side.
Oh, Raga doesn't get cleared.
I've asked for it, but it's only one in the end. Trent's still going to trade it out, but XLG have numbers here, keeping bodies on this side of the map, and they could do with a good start.
Yeah, I mean, Baby Bay able to get further forwards in mid. Tagged up, down to 40, but does get the kill. Trent now, probably waiting for a reset
30 seconds
on the reveal. Lysor, 21 HP, No Man 26. Certainly still doable with a 2v3 here for G2.
You've got my attention. Happy Weight, the healthiest player standing currently in the right place, and certainly now at the right time. Catch on one, catch on two. XLG back on the board.
Another pistol posted here for them. They're certainly not able to springboard off that in map 1, but certainly what you want to see to kick off Ascent here. Is any hopes back here on G2's pick? Still a chance for G2 to actually win out some of these duels. Go further forwards, but XLG retain composure here. Two towards mid. If it's not round 2, again, you're hoping this round 2 is kept clean, considering what we just saw.
Oh, it becomes, you know, a necessity rather than just a want. Raga, good stuff. It needs to stay present in a lot of these engagements. Build towards that. Again, one of those things, you're playing Phoenix, it has to be done. Already respect enough given that you don't want to take a brawl towards Tree, so they sit a little bit deeper, but it does give up some access towards the site. Already, No Man not really allowing too much play here. Jorgamo, Valen starting to build up a case. No Man again, still going to find Valen, they want to shut it down. It got very dangerous there. Another body dropping, I wouldn't be happy.
I mean, when you see G2 getting onto that trade, there's a chance, again, the weaponry is passed across. Able to once more apply further pressure, but
Careful now.
again, I mean, bonus conversion in map 1, certainly. XLG are aiming for here. Fairly well invested, but very Happy Weight and Leo down on just pistols. No benefit of an early ultimate. Raga just at halfway. Could be a turn of pace, actually, for G2 on the way in. Jorgamo will catch the tag, though.
Going to receive a little bit of attention over towards that deeper A push out. I quite like seeing this from XLG getting a bit active, right? Especially in this sort of round in a bonus. Really going to put Jorgamo on red alert, right? 10 HP, he's got to work with this now. They're playing deep on the B site. There's No Man still looking for an opportunity. Utility still in play as well. See the temptation beckoning. Gorgeous from Leo, but right back at you from Jorgamo. 10 HP, apparently not a problem. So now do they pivot? Do they feel audacious enough to do it?
2 kills from Leo, absolutely beautiful.
And this is a bizarre battle, isn't it? Valen at this point finding Lysor over toward Tiles. Trying to get active to see if he can get out of this one.
He's going to get pinched, though. See already. Jorgamo looking back towards mid.
10 HP, though? Do you take that risk?
He certainly does with a Spectre on the other side, but it's just one bullet that needs to connect. Jorgamo will stay put for the time being. XLG a million miles away from this.
Yeah, they're so far.
Yeah.
Here. By the time they get back towards this side of the map, it feels like the time's going to be near on gone. Not able to kind of clear the corners diligently, have to take risks and gambles. And Babybay's pretty much your insurance policy towards this. He doesn't need to do too much. He's already got the time ticking faster. He's happy enough with this. It's got to be all in from XLG. And it has to be pixel perfect. Down to the second, down to the wire. Jorgamo's still down on 10 HP. Gonna fall. I said it has to be perfect. What in God's name is that? They walk back in with barely a second left.
I mean, they could not stop there in terms of the retake, and there's just nobody to cut any angle off here. I mean, the smoke almost benefiting here when it's Babybay left in a position where he can't swing out of this.
Oh.
Bit of a blunder here.
Massive blunder.
One enemy remaining.
So Babybay the one to stay on site, but look what he has to do to get back onto the spike. Round 3 converted once more.
They had no right to that, but I love that they still went for it. I thought they might have just cancelled
I thought they were
at some point.
might keep them interested, make sure everybody dies.
Yep.
Force out full repurchase, but
coming back in hungry. But we know that G2 can learn, they can adapt, they can adjust. That was the story of map 1. They started off not looking great. We already heard the desk kind of alluding to it. They weren't happy with that initial look. This time around, XLG, I think they've earned this one. They've earned this start. As G2 onto the Stingers and Sheriffs.
Cover going out.
Vested behind it though, still going to have some shields to play with too, so it's not just without any bite.
Yeah, and the other thing is Leaf's ult as well. Certainly a chance to throw an extra body on the front lines. Trent at least probing towards B main. Going to set up on A though.
Yeah, it's tricky. You can't go into that late, it feels like. I say that, they'll probably just walk in the door anyway and it'll be fine, but...
I mean, what does Leaf do with a stinger from there?
I guess that's the tough part. Normally this position feels really uncomfortable. Raga gonna have to now hold his nerve here. You can feel the tension mounting. Jorgamo scaling up through heaven. Gonna put Noman on the line, and already Lysor falls. So Noman has to get back here, puts his life and body there for it, leaving Raga with a chance, surrounded by mostly dead men, but until then, Valen still gonna be in this fight. Gonna go for the plant. Oh my god, that looked so close, but the plant's gonna be there. XLG now on the back foot.
It's only one upgrade for Leaf, and Leaf will find both kills.
Stop snooping.
But G2 on the board here. Again, it looked completely impossible, especially with the ult being shut down so quickly, but actually, it's deeper position, ultimately XLG's demise. Great stun to get them up. Not even sure where that came from. Trent to find the headshot.
Shouldn't really doubt America's teams when they have stingers, though, should I? I think
the age-old tale.
Yeah, especially G2, the way they work this. Incredibly diligent, but a buy still very much in hand for XLG. Operator coming in. Raga's still got that ult. Not really knocked off the ladder yet at all. So G2 need to double down now. Show me they got more of that.
Yeah, more of that, please. Forwards with a drone here. Nice will connect, at least, Baby Bait. Doesn't catch a glimpse of the operator, though. But look out. Diligent, the clears a miss!
Oh, and it is a huge miss. Baby Bay's going to punish that all day long. Noman is going to be kicking himself. But Leo's still on the case. Making sure no one can scale in too easy, but there is problems. He's not safe here at all. Raga going to get one, and then traded back out. That's fine, though. Was in the ult, and Leo not giving this up. They were hoping they didn't need to depend on Jorgamo to get re-involved, but...
Now he has to find the kill, yeah. TP into the back lines.
Okay, clean enough. No swing on that either, but Trent's fallen. Raga caught him trying to get closer. So the spike left.
Jorgamo's just not got enough time here. Yeah, it's 40 seconds, but look at what he has to overcome. And Raga will find the third.
There he is.
up to 4 now. Still, I mean, looking very confident in some of these situations. Certainly not rattled by map 1. Again, it's just
one enemy.
Crazy to see G2 at least. I say a freebie, right? It's a missed op shot, so at that point it does become XLG that have to overcome the odds. They certainly deliver here. More ults starting to come online for G2, but Leaf going to throw a rifle in the mix here.
Yeah, it's pretty much just Leaf and Jorgamo to be the front line if they can be, but Jorgamo's still held up here. That ult now ticking away. Not got much for it.
Leaf's just past halfway now. Trent went away from Hunter's Fury, but look where the operator's able to get to on the back of that initial pressure.
He's willing to play forward in this too, to an extent, right? Like he's going, looking. Ah, that's not good enough. OMEN really struggling there to make it count, and Baby Bay set up to succeed.
We can't get that operator though. Need a smoke or something. You can see actually the ping from Baby Bay, I believe. Drone going to clear out the space behind it.
Nowhere to run.
Oh,
nice.
It's a good connection.
Oh, it's dreamy stuff, and Happyway making it look magical. As now Baby Bay does get the upgrade, but for what cost? It took a lot to get it. And Lysor waiting. Patience pays. Oh, it's just perfect. XLG in control. Give me a timeout, G2. They are floundering.
Steer looking
way more comfortable in terms of where they can get themselves into in terms of positioning here. And again, a little bit audacious with the operator, but doesn't end up really biting them too much.
One enemy remaining.
Very proactive approach here
Beautiful though.
from XLG. Certainly, yeah, looking beautiful in some of these situations.
And this might be simplistic in approach. We are going to hear from G2 this round. Ult coming in for Leaf, a couple of key tools to play with, but expectations already managed from XLG. Happyway sitting deep here.
Joke's over. Able to spam onto this angle. We get a chance to listen now with G2.
Above, behind that, under that trip. Yeah, we have. Rock trip.
Planning, guys, we're good.
Break the camp.
I have ult for spawn. I'm gonna ult spawn.
No smokes. Everyone calm right now. They have no smokes. Look for
ult
spam.
spawn, guys.
B main flank. Go Trent. He made that. Mark it in spawn. Spawn is at 80.
Stay on site.
Nice. Come on.
Hot dog. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Fucking go.
And I think that highlights the impact of Baby Bay in those moments. Yes, dead at the very start, but again, such a calm influence, keeping that information, those dead comms being key there.
Even another situation where XLG could have run away with this,
yes.
Honestly. It's the recovery factor for G2. Only number 2, though. XLG not necessarily going to feel the pinch just yet in terms of the purchase. Get behind this, though. Certainly a question of Blade Storm to offset that. Operator back in hand. Nomad needs to start seeing that value, though. He's been caught off guard a couple of times now.
Yeah, and...
Still not shy.
No, happy to go for it again. How far does he go? That dash is gone. No Man, you are in no man's land here at this point. And there is an army around this corner. There's a fine line of madness here. And he is dancing across it. And he gets away with his life. That is daylight robbery.
That is crazy to see him play that sort of round after getting shut down the way he has been. Bold maneuver here.
You've got to be fuming if you leave.
Yeah, because again, you wouldn't think they're going to prioritize or yes, going to be a very passive mid-hold with oh man, not really finding the kills he's looked for. G2 stacked up outside B now, though. Happyway in a similar position, different weaponry this time around. But camera here to identify the presence early enough.
Cage triggered.
They can pull out through that smoke, though.
But he's committing. He's actually going towards site here. He has faith in his setup, faith in the utility, and he's still got control. Maintaining this puts G2 in a corner. All 3 players locked on the site. It gets deadly now. Baby Bay, Trent, and Valin having to go against the numerical odds in a 3v5. Still got util, still got flashes. Valin getting kills, though. G2 on out of the fight, holding the line well. Baby Bay goes out for a swing, but he falls. And there's the trade, though, not without at least a trade. Can they find any more here? Trent and Valin need to work in almost perfect unison. Raga getting closer, paranoia there, Trent comes in, Valin can't make anything of it, it's all down to Trent now, 1v2, he's fallen! A little too little, a little too late. Defuse will be there as XLG playing this just right.
And you gotta credit Happyway here as well. Gets the freebie, ducks right back out of sight. I don't even think he took any damage as well. There's this opener. There's certainly no surprise to see a timeout after that sort of round.
Oh, Baby Bay the beacon.
One enemy.
Again, XLG just looking hyper-focused.
Whoever you are my favorite fan member so far. Were you like a paid viewer from Yinzu at that point? Like, I'm just saying, she's been bigging up the chance the whole time. But at 6-2, we take a moment here. The Coinbase win condition, because G2's got to find some. Maybe banking on the coaching here. It flipped map 1 for them. They need something similar now.
I mean, similar sort of start as well to this map. Scoreline not too different in that regard, but G2 certainly the ones that are under pressure now. Again, the finances in total disarray. They get the benefit of 1 back, but can't springboard off that at all. And ults certainly to be considered, but certainly not in this round.
Leaf unable to really find the value just yet, other than, well, that split towards A, but
yeah,
again, borderline miracle. They're able to get that one across the line.
You can't bank on those,
and
right?
it's only one of two they found. This one for me is XLG's opportunity to really twist the knife, stabilize here, get themselves a huge advantage.
Oh, it looks
the last
pacey.
3 rounds, yeah.
OMEN, another chance, and we said he was audacious before, but this is a really tough one if they continued at the pace, but they don't. All gathered, and they back away.
Yes, if slowing things down, it's, well, still a chance for the operators to find value, but tucked into A site this time around. It's just a bit of misdirection. Maybe XLG wanting these rounds to slow down a little bit, force G2 to explore the map.
Well, that's the thing. You look how deep contact's going to be. If they explore towards A, it's going to be once you kind of commit towards it. You're looking at B again, maybe off the cam, but first time you meet a player is going to be pretty fast. Still got that trick towards middle. Who's going to have to handle that one, or someone does, as they do decide to kind of pressure this B approach through mid, taking the pathway through market. Going to put XLG to the back of the site. Played by Boathouse. Slow and steady. They're at the door here, G2, but they've got to stick the landing, and Happyway's having none of it again. 2 individual. A little too sporadic in approach, and Happyway making light work of the lot of them. Leaf, last one standing. I've heard something about a singular Leaf, Mike. Let's see if it's true. A 1v3 now needed. With 23 seconds, the man is surrounded. He's got problems left. He's got problems right. And they ain't biting on that tap. Second time for asking. Paranoia here, dips away, 12 seconds. The time, his biggest enemy now, but the guns are at the door. And Leaf knows it. Trying to get a fair fight, and they're giving him nothing. They're giving him no quarter. It's beautiful from XLG.
And further demonstration of composure here. Able to forget map 1 comfortably. Up to 7 now. Again, it's just, they can't pin down Happyway or whoever it is towards B site to find that opener.
Yeah.
And there'd be a little bit of freedom behind it. Just remaining so active around this map. G2 really put to task. Trailing by 5. Leaf ultimate here, but again, we just haven't seen the value just yet. It's been around you want to. Try and recover the scoreline at the end of this.
Quite a shallow ult really coming in, trying to be really making as much noise as possible towards this B side of the map, but sees nothing. Again, they're playing so deep, they're not falling for these early attempts here, but now Raga on the case. Bye-bye, Chogamo, bye-bye, baby babe! He's dropping body after body. Raga now spins on a diamond, looks towards main, surrounded, but certainly not outgunned. Raga's got 3. He is holding the line. No man waiting if needed. But for now, it is the Raga show. Gonna be smoked off, another chance. Oh, he's playing with it now. And okay, now he's actually called upon. Raga still going! 4 kills! Are you there fast enough, Trent? You are! Maybe, just maybe, you can recover this round. But Leo unnoted. Trent with a guess. And that guess is right. He's found Leo now, but with 30 seconds.
30 seconds
Sova on Sova. Who's got the chops for it here? Trent gonna opt for the plant.
My ult is ready.
Just to try and avoid this Al drone if he can. Does get tagged. Now the option's getting tough. Swing! And Leo absolutely pins him down.
Trent just trying to bait out here off the tag, but super sharp.
That was quick.
To find the headshot.
But Raga, man, what a
turnaround here for him. Again, gets another flash off this, so he can just keep going.
Yeah.
It just snowballs.
And it felt like he was really close to getting the time to fight Trent. Like, it felt really close on that, but still.
Yeah, sigh of relief. Again, it's I keep coming back to the same thing. Looking so calm in the clutch in terms of some of these rounds that favor G2 in terms of probability. Actually, XLG to take him.
Oh my God. No man's taking some really
I mean, I like it,
chances.
but again, G2 shut it down.
But that's not your kind of bread and butter sort of Valorant, is it? Going wild and kind of making these mad choices.
You see him swinging out anti-flash here.
Again, though, Baby copping a boatload of damage there. Down to 33, right off rip. Not quite going to even things up, but it's certainly going to put him back on notice. And they are trying to really clear towards main. Going to trip the wall on that, but does it then play in Happyway? Is he up for the challenge now?
We noted a ton of damage done. Notably, Jorgamo and Baby.
They're being slippery though, Mike. Showing a little presence towards short, still holding some cards towards B. They're not overly kind of giving away the end game.
Ooh, great catch onto Raga though. Puts Leo in a very, very tough spot now. Has to go forwards with the op. Baby to shut that down. TP to come through. Happyway now. Has to complement this.
I mean, nice sword, back of sight. You got me a 1v5. They are a little lower. Jorgamo going to pop the ult here. 89 HP. Lights all being chipped up. Tagged down and dealt with. G2 had to work that, though. It felt that they took an entire tour of the map.
I mean, it would feel like nothing short of a miracle, though, to close this out 8-4.
Wouldn't it?
I mean, the way this has gone, this is just crazy.
It's the flash going in anti. That's crazy.
Heads up work from Leaf.
One enemy.
We'll come into this with a Hunter's Fury TP for Valen. Certainly not in a terrible position in this round 12. Operator in hand for Baby as well, as contractual obligations take effect.
Yeah. Mini's been under the stage, actually. Just pulling out cables. He wants more time, but sadly it's been fixed already. So only a moment here, do not fear. We'll be diving back in, and you're right. 8-4 would feel like
I mean, with how this has gone, like,
yeah.
It's, again, expectations for Ascent, sure, thrown out of the window with how some of these rounds have gone. G2 really tested here. Be a relief for them to execute some of their defensive game plans, but they got the pressure of the scoreline.
Yeah.
And then the pistols to consider. The scoreline really has become a little more frustrating for them. Fury sent out proactively, but that's actually Raga, yeah, on the other side to fall.
Almost 1-for-1 on that. Raga going down, a bit of an issue as well, because he has been finding value here. We saw that round not long ago. Certainly caught our eye.
Leaf, one more for an ult as well. That would be a blessing in round 12.
Now, Valorant might have noted a little bit of a fact finder invested towards A main there. It might kind of indicate they were looking to get active on the A side as well. So let's see if G2 can, I guess, adjust in time. Speaking of adjustment, Baby with a quick attempt and a quick death after that. No man going to get him. We're back down to 4v4, and they are going to pressure at this point. They're going in. TP towards site. We're going to have Leo on the case.
They didn't even check!
Valen, how have you done that? Right in between all of them.
I know exactly where you
are. Ult coming in, but what do they care? Leaf goes looking. Doesn't quite get a target, but going to probably hear where they're adjusting. Information now free-flowing, but it's G2 with the time on their side.
3v4, also has to find a freebie, you'd argue. Happyway trying to make the operator work here. And G2 hold on.
Spam back, great spam back. Trent on the money with it. No man, yes, has made it out towards site, but these deeper angles might be the death of him. Happyway by his side. Two players on one side, two on the other. It's just insurmountable odds. And so does the scoreline feel at 8-4, G2 clawing back a reality, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it's a miracle to get back to this stage. G2 fighting tooth and nail for some of these rounds, Lauren. Great display from XLG, though. Can they convert that into the second half is my question. We'll find out right after this break.
Here with G2's Giacomo. Giacomo, what would XLG want to do against you guys today?
I mean, they're pretty creative on their side, like setup. So I'm kind of guessing that they'll have a little more extra stuff that we didn't see yet, and I think we're just ready for that.
Okay, ready for the extra stuff. Here at XLG's Happy Way. Now, this is what Hiboya said. Toronto was a prank, Santiago was a warm-up. London is going to be the real deal for you guys. What's going to be different this time around?
我觉得侯雅说的这句话其实挺有道理的，因为我们圣地亚哥其实也是一个磨合嘛。我们Leo刚转指挥，然后第一次进大赛，然后在那边吸取了蛮多经验的，所以这次巴黎，这次伦敦，我们一定可以拿到很好的成绩的。
Okay, he said something funny. What did he say?
Yeah, he said, I definitely agree with Hoya since in Santiago, we just like we didn't practice for so long, and Leo just changed his role into the IGL. So yeah, definitely coming into London, I feel like we can get a nice result.
All right, I'll be looking forward to that. Thank you.
Do we have faith, Mike? Do we believe this is going the distance, or the G2 once again can turn this back around?
A brutal first half to come back into. Like I said, did all the hard work there, G2. Trailing by 4, yes, you go to arguably favoured side. XLG certainly the ones, though, with the upper hand. Can they maintain this, though? Now, the pistol, like I said, you got to think back at what's happened so far in this series. Great openers to these halves, but a fumbling map 1 in terms of the round 2 flip. Got to clean that up here on Ascent.
Yeah. The bar is there. XLG steady on approach. And G2 not really giving any early fights. The only one they could have had potentially was over towards A, but not fancying that. So eyeing up towards short. There's first contact. And OMEN doesn't really want to go that way. So regathering, 3-2 approach towards the B site, it looks like.
No catch through mid just yet. Giacomo looking for it, but is that worse for wears there?
Yeah, Leaf is backside though with Trent, so this chip damage could be gorgeous. It is. Big reward there, but Leo's got some back. Leo's got more back, finding Trent as well. It's going to be on Leaf just on the back of the site now. He's got problems left and right. Leo, all 3. As Fallon and Baby Bay probably left a little dazed after this. Again, nothing looking like it's landing. It could be all 5. Leo lights it up with an ace.
Wow. What a way to kick off this second half. Beautiful conversion here. Leo doing all the heavy lifting. Giacomo, like I said, that damage early on converted.
30 seconds left.
The shock dart.
One enemy.
Able to just follow through here. Can they right their wrongs? I believe it's a similar sort of investment back into a round 2 here, but XLG need to keep their head on a swivel here.
Yeah, you have to shut down any opportunities when you face G2. Look, we know they are a high caliber team. XLG need to stay buttoned up in this. Don't allow them to build back in. Keep players like Leaf kind of under the thumb a touch. And coming into this, the bye, reflective of the scenario for G2. Not given much quarter to play with.
Giacomo will get a sound cue here, but has to respect it. So we want to challenge onto that angle. Raga very quickly onto it to try and convert. G2 effectively slowing things down, though. XLG have a little space to play into. Is all but screwed here if he gets pinched.
Oh, it looks like that's about to happen, doesn't it? They seem very aware. Already Raga looking his way. No,
no way. No.
Fallon, you're not meant to be able to do this, but it's allowed Giacomo down, but he gets handled by Raga. That somewhat quelled that threat. Somewhat.
Leaf already tagged up here. Baby Bay down to 68. I mean, now it would take a miracle for them to flip round 2. Raga ready to flash behind this smoke.
Oh, that flash is foul, isn't it? And Happyway going to connect towards Baby Bay. Trent gives it up, and there we are.
Tick.
4 standing.
In the box here for XLG.
I got a bit scared.
I mean,
Bit scared.
when Valen gets inside that cloud burst, again, even just another half second to reset, maybe steady his aim with an upgrade.
Or if maybe someone else can maybe dive down at the same time, get in.
I mean, Jogger tried it.
Yeah. Here it was.
Able to find this. Raga finding 2 crucial kills.
10 rounds is double digits. We could be going 3, Michael. Michael, it could be 3. Look, all roads lead to split. Any good game is always determined on split, is all I'm saying. So, I'm all aboard. I guess this is it's the first test. It's not even the big test. This is a bonus for XLG. If they get this one.
I mean, the big thing is, again, Raga's going to basically have Zolt to carry through from this, regardless of outcome. Certainly upper hand here for G2 in terms of inventory, but XLG still not shying away from a little bold in approach. Baby Bay effectively confirms there's no remember slipping through behind the wall. A bit of audacity on display here from Leaf. Maybe a paranoia to follow this up, though.
Well, there's the paranoia.
Oh, it's not going to note him.
Huge. Leaf could be on for an absolute heater. Jorgamo as well. They're getting audacious, they're getting wild, they're feeling a little bit braver, a little bit bolder, but it's only a bonus. So don't get ahead of yourselves just yet. But Leaf is going to do what he can to make sure this stays in check. But Happyway is right back at him. It's down to a 2v2 now. They've got options on the site. They're going to get the plant. And it is game back on here. Suddenly, we are all even.
Trent and Baby Bay left to try and recover once more. Both upgrades found, though.
But no utility on G2 left. This is all going to be the gun in hand, door shut. First indicator of where they reside. Lysor, highly disconnected from this, but checking deep. Wants to make sure that he can come back around and support. Happyway playing towards Hell. And the time now starting to dwindle. Baby Bay, though, with a quick kill on Lysor, leaving Happyway all alone. But Stan!
Oh my God!
All alone! Happyway with the Red Bull clutch, giving them everything they needed.
A massive fumble from G2. Happyway gets away with daylight robbery on short here. Get the bait up from OMEN, and it just looks so easy for him. No! Pixel perfect to close as well.
So calm with it. Look at him.
11 posted by XLG. G2 yet to have a say in this second half.
Oh,
lots to digest in this timeout. That will rattle the G2 camp.
Of course it will. Of course it will. Again, at this point, I'm a little stunned. Don't get me wrong. I thought map 1, okay, we're on for a real heater here. 7-30 in the end, you kind of get brought back down to reality, right? Like, okay, G2 meant for greatness, all of this, deep runs. That's where the issues normally would start, when you get deeper down in this. But okay, this is playoffs round 1. I thought, okay, a good matchup for them, maybe competitive, but here at 11-4, they can't put it together. They're being outclassed by XLG today, here on Ascent. And who knows where Split goes after this? It's not over yet. Sure, there's a chance, but the way XLG are playing, oof.
So the buy settles here. Not many opportunities, to be honest. G2 happy to at least concede here, but it creates a long pathway back into this map. Leaf, one away from the ult, a chance maybe to have a say. It looked like that short hold was going to favour them, especially with the drone, catching the near sight, not clearing that angle, but to the Happyway, just hand delivering the opportunity for XLG to convert once more.
Certainly now the composure can be tested once more for XLG.
Yeah. And the thing is, this hasn't just been like a cheesy look, right? They've been playing good Valorant. They've been diligent in approach. They've been great all
G2
around.
getting caught off guard a number of times.
Completely. Rare.
Don't get those opportunities.
No, trying to get active in middle, but Raga then going to fight forward. Going to identify Trent and going to know at least one more in the form of Baby Bay. But by now, Leaf gets invested, gets involved. Happyway goes down. That's again that short presence. But does he even get out of this? No, he's surely dead. Takes a bit of a tag as well, going to at least try and do a bit of damage, but that's silver lining. He's gone down. Next corner. Are they just trying to punish them if they're not checking corners at this point? Jorgamo going to try and play him Valen? Yeah, okay, it's worked! It's ridiculous to get away with it, but Trent hot on their heels. Playing behind again, similar duo! But they've got a great shot on Raga. Down to a 2v2 again. We've been here before. This time the outcome feeling somewhat similar. Trent left with it all to do.
I saw tagged up, but he's able to slip away. Do have a reveal, but again, XLG total control of this situation.
So
and actually
versatile.
posted up to greet Trent out of this smoke.
Yeah, playing that kind of 1v2 situation for themselves with such confidence here. Lined up. It's a firing squad, and it is 12 for XLG, keeping G2 absolutely distraught in this. They have nothing. 4 rounds. And this has felt like a powerhouse performance from XLG here on Ascent.
One enemy remaining.
Again, for me, there's still an opportunity at least to go forwards and fight here alongside Leaf. I think they just give him up. Rely on that setup on Switch, really delivering, but
checked out.
Tough now. Jorgamo will throw an op in the mix. Hunter's Fury and Neural Theft available for XLG. To convert here and take us to split, Lauren.
And it's a scary thing if they can humanize G2 now. They have learnt the hard way in their previous times meeting. In Toronto and Santiago, they haven't been able to get the map from them. Suddenly they do it now. Could you imagine what that could do for split? We wait and see if it can be done here and now. 1 minute 10 to figure it out. Leo clearing the corners. They've had to learn the hard way to do that, but they've learnt it. Raga again, taking a similar walk this time with his teammates by his side. Leaf put to test, eats the flash. Gonna have to fall off, this pops the ult. Leaf once in, gonna catch one. That's Lysol gone, follow up! Leaf, big round! No man gonna send him back now, tries to get the spike back and maybe still give them a shot at this.
Oh! Get back onto the angle, but Jorgamo will fall.
But Leaf's still got another, he's on 3. Hell, he could ace this, but Leo and No Man, can they shut it down now? No Man on 3 himself. And again, it's Trent and Baby Bay to potentially face the music. XLG could be breaking the curse here. Finally getting a map away from G2. And Trent is all that stands in their way. Leo and No Man want this map done. With 7 bullets and a prayer, Trent moves forward. Time ticking! XLG! Taking the map from G2, pushing us to a 3rd, and finally breaking that trend.
For the first time ever, XLG take a map off of G2 in their third match at a global event. A historic moment for China. They've already won one series today, courtesy of EDG, and now a map away from another against a favored team. Welcome back to the desk. Let's dive right into talking about this, because this is just such a big moment for XLG. They'd only won one map ever before this tournament, and now they've taken a map of the team that was their kryptonite.
Yeah, it's so nice to see them. And I think one of the things that impressed me in that map in particular was the fact that every single individual stepped up to the plate. I don't think that there was any heroics from one singular person. I think that we saw Noman on the jet here looking so comfortable. The sniper usage, incredible. Honestly, Minnie, everyone stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, and early on I said about G2 on these BXX looking strong, but XLG held every single time. Even early on, it seemed like when G2 had that weird bonus round where they got stalled on B and went to A and fumbled, that was all about this idea that XLG's just had a really good bunkering system. Here, Happyway just by himself, able to get a couple of frags here. Beautiful to see on that weak side. It just felt like there's just a lot more confidence coming in overall, and it set the tone for later in the game, because G2 started exploring towards A, faking towards B, and XLG called the bluff every time. They were like, well, you haven't finished B and won yet, we're just going to stack towards A. So huge implications early on some of these B holds. Happyway in particular shined for me.
Yeah, for sure. I think starting on this defense, it really allowed them to get off to a good start. And then Happyway, as you mentioned, has always been that kind of consistent performer for this squad when it gets to the global event. However, I think when it got over to that second half, that's when we really saw the highlight of each individuals having heroic moments throughout that second half.
Yeah, what I was just impressed with was the overall confidence from XLG. My impression of the team has always been that in China, they have good macro reads, they play a more structured style than other teams, but when they show up to the big games, the players often don't deliver. But that was so different in this second half, Minnie.
Yeah, like usually I'm highlighting Happyway every single time, and then I'm saying Raga needs to step up with him. But this game, it felt like every single player had their moment.
I mean, it was a Leo ace
to start off.
That set the tone of the second half, in my opinion. I think that that was the kind of confidence that they needed, as if leading at the half wasn't already enough confidence for them coming into this one. Yeah, I think it's just great to see them firing on all cylinders.
But yeah, some G2 fumbles here. We saw a 5v3 going in the way of XLG. That is not the G2 that you want to be seeing if they're wanting to go for that first trophy, first global event trophy. Some fundamental mistakes being made there for sure.
Yeah, it certainly was. And let's talk about that a little bit, because there is a real risk of G2 losing this now. I don't think anyone would have expected that going into this match. Billy, what does this put the tournament into if it's G2 going into the lower bracket, if it's another win for China today?
Can you imagine, like, the teams that we already have in that lower bracket? G2 came into this event as, dare I say, one of the favorites alongside a PRX. And I think if we're looking at a possibility of having both China teams winning today, where are all the haters now? Where are they? Because we had so many people saying that those teams were the ones that needed to step up coming into this tournament, and kind of pooing on one region, I guess, there's not really any better way to say it.
It's because they hadn't performed up until this point. In the last year, it's been pretty much nothing from CN since that Toronto run from Wolves. So it would be massive for them, but also for G2. This is where they really have to dig deep. This is a team with such lofty expectations, Minnie, now facing down the barrel of the lower bracket.
Yeah, I have to say, G2 maybe a little bit overconfident in this map veto too. Yeah. We talked a lot about Lotus and didn't get around to it. G2 picked Ascent, which isn't a map usually they're very strong at. I'd say they're the best pro team in the world. That was ready to be picked there, decided to not do it. Sometimes Josh does these things, I feel like, in map vetoes, where he feels like the team, it's an easy game for them, they think, and then leave weird maps in sometimes. I think that Pearl was an obvious pick today.
It's not the first time that we've seen this from an America's team either. They come out onto that global stage and maybe they ego the map veto a little bit, thinking that they could get a rep in against a team that they would maybe see as a weaker opponent, as you're mentioning, Minnie. I am intrigued to see what this last map has in store for us, though. I think Split is an exciting one when we consider both teams, G2 having an okay-ish record on it when we think back to their America's time, but then XLG also having a pretty good record on this map.
Yeah, they do. We've lauded some how good XLG was on that map, and the step up was fantastic. What issues were you seeing from the side of G2? What do you want them focusing on, looking to a third map of this series now?
It's a good question, because honestly, in the first half, I was a little bit stumped. I think sometimes Ascent can't just play like that. I don't think anyone necessarily shines on that map. I think sometimes it's just a 50-50 brawl and everyone knows Ascent. Later on, there were some fundamentals. You can't be losing 5v3s if you're G2. Those were some criminal rounds, in my opinion.
What did you think of the Jogamo Neon?
Jogamo Neon, I think it's fine. I don't love it on Ascent. I don't hate it necessarily.
Now let's take a look at where we're heading for Agent Select Map 3 here on the cards. Shilai going to this double duelist composition and G2 on the other side. This is one of those comps that you were talking about liking, Mini, with the Vice, with that more controlled style.
Yeah, I generally like it. Split is a slightly strange one, but I think that it's been working really well in Americas, having this Vice to try and counter the double duelist. It hasn't always worked, and the key agent for me is this Waylay if Raga locks it in. The Waylay can dash in past that util, maybe go for a frag past the Vice util, and if they're in trouble, go right back. So I think there's a soft counter in the Waylay versus the Vice, and I think it'll be very interesting to see if the coaches have set up Raga with some of this theory.
Interesting, because usually we would see the No-Man on the Waylay, and now we're seeing him move over to the Raze and Raga onto the Waylay. I think that's interesting for me, because when I'm thinking about how much nuisance No-Man was with the snipers in that last map, doing it on a Raze is a little bit different in comparison to someone like the Waylay here.
I think one thing I want to see from XLG is taking B main control. G2 like to use their Raze nades, their seizes, their Vice Thorns towards middle, and then B main is completely open, ready to be taken from XLG. There's a lot of information to be gathered there from XLG, and it will inform their rotations really well on this map.
XLG got their first map win just now against G2. Ahead of this tournament, they'd only ever won a single map globally. But now the task to do one more, try and upset this G2 squad. We find out if a second Chinese team can do it into Split with Pansy and HyperX.
Oh, could you imagine? Twice in one day. The Chinese region having two teams to back like this. And again, G2, by all accounts to this point, as highlighted by the desk, have had the upper hand every time they've met.
And I think as well, this is just a display of complacency in certain parts. I mean, Mini kind of touching on some of the things I was talking about.
I mean, he was harsh, which I'm glad to hear.
But that's the struggle with G2. It's like if that cockiness becomes their demise, now they're under pressure, and again, we always talk about the resilience of this roster, but you've not got those rounds where G2 can get on their feet and really get behind themselves. I'm worried. Very worried.
You and me both, but I'm kind of all for it, I guess.
Ever the optimist.
Look, I'm always down for an upset. Like, I like G2. I think they're a great team, but they have such a curse on their capability to do deep runs. I just didn't think it would start now. But it's only been one map, but it's what we saw on Ascent. It was those initial issues on Lotus. When you put all of that together, it paints a condemning picture. However, they can clean the canvas in my mind. XLG, the question is, can they do it again? Is there repetition?
Can they maintain? Yes. You always want to be the one to force a third, but in that sort of fashion. G2, what he said, put to task once more. No bite initially here in the pistol, but it's been all XLG in terms of the opening few rounds so far in this series. Catch on the flash here will confirm presence.
Right place for XLG to have the 3 players too. So they'll be happy enough with that. 35 seconds as well. G2 leaving this quite late.
I'm telling you,
the paranoia on contact. But if they're going to commit, yes, they will, I think. But Trent's going to catch Raga kind of on that later wrap back through. But there's still 2 players here, one of them being Leo. They should already expect it. That flash came out earlier from somewhere. They're going to know of one. They don't know about Lysor, but his name's in the feed, so they certainly know now. It's going to be another pistol round.
I mean, you look at the timing here, and again, I noted the util, but they even wait for the snake bite to come through. Talking about XLG being the ones to hesitate repeatedly. G2 find the opener. They are able to actually sidestep here. And immediately, XLG set the tone once more.
My. And this is when it brings in that second map as well, because it feels like a continuation. It doesn't feel like you've stepped into a brand new map where you can rewrite the script a little bit. Here, it starts to feel all the same.
I mean, if it's a continuation, yeah. Said we're still asking for that adjustment.
They're ahead of this. Oh, but he's still got the damage. Happy way with 3. Valen, it's going to be a formality at this point. Leaf is fantastic, not that good. XLG, they look locked in, Mike. They look confident. They've got a nice little approach to it, cool, calm, and collected.
We're just happy to just hold down Mouse One here.
One enemy.
I thought they beat it a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like there is a chance to get ahead of it, but nothing to write home about in round 2. Dare I say it, poised for another bonus conversion.
Could you imagine? That's got to be the first nail in the coffin, right? You get that?
Looking here, you're going to maintain most of the buy. Certainly a chance for an operator to follow regardless, if they see fit. Real progress in terms of ults for G2 to rely on early into split. Again, just a receptive start here. They might just gather up towards mid. Still 3 members of XLG to command this space for the time being.
This could be another late round. I mean, they are stacked up now towards middle. I guess you've still got Leaf off on the extremity. That's going to be no surprises. But 50 seconds, they haven't really started to build too much. The flash going to confirm that no one's there. You can't have full faith in it, but you can put a little bit of stock behind it. Still got 3 players present. Going late into bonuses. Again, this is, I'm getting concerned. We're battling in middle against ghosts here.
Kept in check. Well, the Snakebite Raga going to be able to slow things down as well. Does back away off the Prowler.
Okay, that's big. That's the first real win they've gotten. It's taken down this long, 30 seconds. They're walking blind into a site. No split through main just yet. Smoke gonna fade. Now it's a 3 fight on the pillar. Back in we go. Jorgamo and Trent in unison doing some work. Finally, they get some stability, but it felt shaky.
Certainly doesn't instill confidence. You're no man. Chance to do damage here. Secondary objective. Catch here off the dog.
Leaf is down low, so.
Still looking this way. Just misses Leaf, though.
I mean, it is Leaf. It's one of those players that you'll have to always keep present.
Always elusive.
Yeah. So for now, the timing fantastic from him. That internal clock absolutely perfect to the second. Feel like you could set your watch by him.
Trying to box him in, though. Can remove some of these rifles.
I mean, that's
a lovely outcome. Yeah, as good a start as converting this bonus.
Last player standing.
And there we go. Well, that's the first hurdle to at least keep the weaponry. The awareness, but going to be beaten to the punch on this. And now No Man really wants to just buy time if he can. Can he keep him pinned and do anything further? No, but he does get the upgrade, so he won't be punished too harshly coming back in.
Can they stabilize off 1?
Yeah.
And playing at a deficit has not suited them. Seen that same sort of bravado that usually bails them out in some of those situations. It's been all XLG coming out of Ascent. Talking about halfway, Valen and Trent alongside that. I'd say opportunity to get a scope in hand, and Raga certainly happy to do so. I mean, Happyway not too far away from a pit and the TP for Lysor, but won't be available here to start round 4.
I'd quite like to see Raga get going on this, because he was actually great in map 2 as well. He actually found so much more value than we've seen in some of their previous series. So if that unlocks him, cool. We know the G2 do have resilience. So again, I think my concern was even in that last round, it being a bonus and how late it felt. They were walking a little bit, I guess, unawares in towards B. If it could have maybe had more presence, but they felt as though they'd done enough. We'll check on Leo here. And it's once again Leaf on a singular mission up middle. The rest kind of changing things up. 4-play stack over towards that B main side.
Looking to at least provide some support.
Oh, it's going to be tough. They're already ahead of the
in here, yeah. Lysor
Missed the timing a little bit, but Paranoia will slow them down. He does get the kill onto Jorg. He gets the second as well.
Oh, it could have been a third too. Valens barely alive. Left on 21, they had to run away with a tail between their legs.
30
It looked
seconds
too
left.
direct, a little too simple to hope for that, but I thought they beat the timing on the smoke.
Speaking of timing, 20 seconds. I mean, look at the minimap right now.
This is safe.
They're giving this up.
Oh, they look flat, Mike. I'm worried. That was what? That was pretty much Lysor, good utility work, nice
And
timing
he misses
from
the
him.
timing as well.
Exactly. He comes back around and actually catches a benefit off it in the exit.
seconds
Thought that he was actually on a bit of a problem there, but G2, I need to see you look better than this. You were tipped to be top 1, 2, 3, 4, wherever you want to put them. You could argue, yes, HyperX may be the team to beat, but G2 is in that conversation again. They cannot be looking like this.
I just come back to the vibe down on the stage as well. Beautiful control here from Lysor. There's nobody able to scale forwards off this.
I almost want to have a listen in with G2 to a degree on some of these rounds to hear the kind of environment, because we've kind of said it before. They came in, kind of gave them that little extra boost. You got that
Listening
confidence.
to one of the timeouts as
Oh,
well. Like,
mate, if
what is
only.
being discussed? Certainly the ones on Ascent where cover going out. Looked so flat coming out of it as well. Raga now starting to take some liberties in terms of this space. And confidence, a question for him, but certainly a 13-4 on Ascent.
That'll help.
He'll have the wind in his sails.
Poison's off.
To at least be present in here, able to control side of the map for the time being. Actually, we left on an island here. Leo, a pivot towards mid.
Okay, again, similar look, but this time a bit faster, about a minute, but no further commitment behind it. And now not feeling any pressure towards B. We're not seeing anything on that side. This should keep Raga very drilled on this line.
Defensive protocol's looking fantastic from XLG so far.
Yeah, the timing's good. Leo, obviously, no more flashes here, so Raga is going to be just on the line itself. There's the follow-up, but good spacing for Leo to swing off that kind of contact play. There's Raga, back in the fight. Now the only one on the site, though, has the help coming in from Lysor already. Paranoia sent in to slow down the roll. No more springboard on this. 30 seconds, they pivot up towards heaven. And Happyway waiting, gets one, but trades his life. 25 seconds, two of them are on the run.
Look at OMEN though.
You don't win
He's
against him.
cleared all of
You
the
don't
space
win
outside of
against him
B
here.
main.
That is a checkmate position by all accounts, but he goes back in towards Pillar.
You can hear it now.
There it is. Call should be made. Still 2 satchels, 10 seconds. Swing and
miss!
Baby Bay gives him a lifeline.
He just has to
Plants
play
it.
time there.
Oh!
What? He cancelled!
No,
The satchel!
No way! No way!
He's got it!
Oh. I can't take it, man. I can't take it. That would have been something unthinkable, but we're back in a 2v2. Plant in play. Given a new lease at life. A miracle gifted. Baby Bay not going to let that one go now. Raga. One left and one right. How you splitting this fight? Going to spot out Trent first. 8 bullets. Oh.
I mean, when it's all said and done, those aren't the rounds you want to see from G2.
That was so fortunate that satchel wasn't. I mean, it's less than a second away, it feels like.
Seconds left.
This is just
Look at it.
one of the wildest situations.
One enemy. Last player
In
standing.
fair criticism. Can let this play out another couple of seconds, but so much at stake here.
I'm not good yet. I'm not good yet. I still...
I mean, I come back to it. You're not sold by a round like that. It's not like, yeah, cool.
But
G2
it's
back in
3-2.
control.
They've been given a gift from the gods there to even get away with that. You could argue maybe no one could have played it differently. You could argue a whole lot of things, but as it stands, defined by a satchel and a second. And the scoreline at 3-2. A buy still in play. A couple of ults coming through now. We're getting much closer for G2. Raga needs to activate a little bit on these deeper lines if they want to kind of keep him as a determining factor.
Is what you want to see him doing, though.
I agree.
Had the freedom in a few rounds. Maybe even close enough to hear a step or two there, but doesn't look like he's calling a rotation in. That's another miss, though.
Nice and slow.
Early indicator. But look at the gap on the minimap. G2 are going to expect a second player here for sure.
Yeah, luckily they've been conditioned by this point to expect it, which is a fair call. Happyway's in a real predicament. Does he fight? Oh, and he does! Oh my god, and Leo's dived in as well. Hold on. But luckily, Babyface cleared Raga, so the site is actually open for business. Jorgamo going to deny Happyway any further chances.
30 seconds left.
Snowman and Lysor have been traditionally the B players, but look who slipped through towards A site. I don't know if they know that Lysor is here.
Showstopper popped here.
Hold your breath, is all I'm saying here. Hold your breath. There was a chance. Slim as it may have been, he took down one, so he gives No Man a 1v2.
Spike planted.
Still got Util to play with.
They've got no idea. He's seen Jaw. He's absolutely seen him. Oh, but what a swing! Brilliantly handled in the end. Bold, but G2, it is clutching at straws, but it's working.
These aren't confidence builders, though. Such fine margins to find these conversions. I mean, it's just an absolute bloodbath for G2 to even get themselves towards the site.
I need to see Raga activate, though.
Yeah,
Because
a couple of
again,
opportunities. Like I said, it's what you want to see from him, looking to really take control of this space and really command a heavier lean towards mid and towards B, but you need to see him find one or two.
And that's
absolutely.
Gonna be my Coinbase win condition here, is that Raga activates, because otherwise they can just disrespect it, right? It becomes a little bit less of a threat, it becomes something you can deal with later. So it's not necessarily the numerical value, but he needs to be able to kind of go pound for pound at this point, because if they're starting to feel that there's room there to work, they will do. So again,
I mean, G2 are the sort of team that if you're not finding these picks, they will disrespect that.
Yes. Yeah,
they know a player's off, they're happy to feed into that. As I said, they have tied things up here, forced a timeout. XLG to consider their approach here and put back down to odds and ends in terms of the buy. And ults-wise, not really anything to rely on just yet.
But I'm also quite glad to see a timeout at this point as well for the XLG side to make sure the momentum doesn't get completely taken out of their hands, because as much as we can look at this game and go, God, those rounds were close, you can't bank on them. When you're losing the rounds, you're losing the rounds, right? It still feels like, God, we can't catch a break here, so good to check back in.
I'll even say, I'm not actually worried about XLG yet. Like, if you look at expectations coming into this series, the fact that we're 3-3 and some of these rounds are just wild, that G2 are getting across the line. Nearly a fight out. That's the boom bot here, but smoke to go up. Raga will be tested once more. Exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, especially in a round like this, right? The stakes are a little bit lower. They know they're on a lighter purchase. Keep compounding that problem. If they feel that Raga doesn't have the chops for the big stage, right? He hasn't got that capability to kind of lock it down and then build himself back. You're going to keep doing this. So again, another issue for him to overcome, but neither here nor there. Baby just needs to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed here. There's a lot of players on the other side. He's been solid as a rock, honestly. One of those looks unaffected by potentially the downswing or issues that were presented earlier.
G2 not moving forward just yet. Happy to maybe find another. It's a trade here for Happyweight. Should spur things on towards 8. Leo considered the possibility. Slip in the smoke, but more strong G2 will find the plant.
Spike planted.
Very little to say here for XLG. Yeah, not even really in a position to be able to kind of deny much or kind of subvert expectations here, so really looking to just do what they can. 2 on site. Happyway going to make it at least potentially uncomfortable for Jorgamo and Trent.
Last player
Leo looking to try and help that. Not going to be. Trent and Jorg, perfectly fine. Lead now taken back by G2.
What feels like a lifetime in the making for G2. Have a slight advantage here. I mean, Seeker's in hand for XLG, but Trent and Valen, opportunity here to be fairly decisive with their ultimates. Again, XLG still up against the ropes in terms of the finances as well. Lost bonus to consider, sure, but I mean, yeah, No Man or Raga maybe an ult to offset that. Operator back in hand, immediately where my eyes are drawn to. Switch up here for him, over towards mid. Maybe something discussed here in that timeout.
Again, he needs some of these to work here. And Jorgamo's going to pressure this point, take the space off the back of that missed shot. Ooh, easy.
All he could see was his head. How is Happyway not dead?
That's a good question. But a little bit of a pause down from G2, just freezing for a second. Going to see if there's an overpeak. It's like a re-peak from Raga. He's just not felt threatening now.
It's when you come back to some of those interviews and you think it's just going to be so tough for him to believe in himself in some of these situations. Absolutely. That's what XLG need.
I feel he's just going to get timed on this. Sophie's choice. You look left. There we go. Already going to get the ball rolling, but he can't get away from it. Trying to help out the others and didn't fight forward. Looks like a panicked approach as Leaf on the punish. Great from Happyway, though. Maybe just offsetting the scale up on the site, and Lysor again looks dominant. Valen's going to need a miracle, and they ain't happening now. Happyway holds down the B site.
Beautiful cleanup. And Raga show he can still be selfless here in this sort of situation. Happyway, a crucial kill onto Leaf. This is one that really throws this B-side hold into question. He's dealt with so early that then, I mean, Lysor can just solidify this position.
Let's go!
So at least seeing confidence on one side of the stage.
And that's great, though, because it alleviates some of the pressure from maybe Raga, if he's got the other guys kind of stepping up to the plate here. But you can see what G2 want to do. They want to abuse this point, but already a switch up. They've got a new man on the case, No Man, now controlling over towards ramp a little bit deeper, playing kind of towards heaven on that Rafter's side. Leo sending a flash, confirm attendance, going to hear the Prowler. They know what's happening. Going to pull over rotation. Happyway won't be the first time he's towards events. It's time ahead of it.
The timing here on the wall as well.
I'm going to respect it.
Forced back.
Yeah.
I want to fall short here. Again, GT can't scale forwards off that initial pressure.
No, but Happyway's got to be really careful to not fall in this, because that's what G2 want. They want an overfight. They want someone to peek into this, get a bit more play. But your back's starting to feel like it's against the wall for XLG.
A little bit of a misread, though, with the rotation coming through from Happyway. I mean, look at Raga's position. He's been there for the last 30 seconds.
And they're hearing these Prowlers go, man. They're hearing all of this. There's no way they get away with the same corner again. There is no way, right? There is no chance in hell. You get away with it again. BabyBay too smart for that. Not going to fall for it again. So the plant's next up. And Valen going to punish any sort of trickery here. And a misread.
I mean, they're playing towards a pivot into vents. Like I said, and this is one of those situations where it's like Raga doesn't need a kill, right? His position basically pieces together what XLG should be doing. Maybe another sign of hesitation. Happyway just like second-guessing himself almost.
Yeah, it's strange to go for such a long rotation back around with no indicators. As you said, you had Raga there. What issues were you expecting? Do you think they were going to back away from this, maybe go back towards middle?
It requires your site anchors to just go nuclear.
Yeah, right.
Because you know there's no mid-lurk. It's not, at least it's not present yet. Raga's behind boxes. You know you've got no threat coming from vents, so it's like, a G2 going to be set 3-2 on like each extremity.
Yeah.
You've had no bite on B main whatsoever.
Yeah, I think we can chalk that one up to misread.
Yeah, a slight misread that just looks dominant for G2.
Oh, it's lovely for G2. God, what a dreamy outcome to get them back up to 5, right? This is huge for them. And I do have to give credit to BabyBay, because like Jordan, you saw it there. He even did kind of like pre-fire just to that copy again. But BabyBay really making sure. So at 5-4, buy still there for G2. XLG's looking a little bit lighter. We do see that there is a Bulldog for Noman.
Where does the operator head this time? Back over towards ramp. This hasn't been a death funnel.
No.
Wide open for the taking for G2. Showstopper at least a hand now for XLG.
Pacey. G2 gonna shift gear here, looking to take over Mail, and they've done that. But then, where do we go from this point? We've seen kind of explosive hits through Heaven. Haven't really seen them pivot much through Vent, to be fair. That hasn't been something on the card, so actually gonna backpedal from this, gonna prop up Leaf, leave him to his own devices.
I mean, usually you'd be talking about late round walking into an op, but G2 certainly not gonna be worried about that. Happy to do so once more. Confirmation here.
don't know if he saw Leaf. He might have then. Yeah, well, it feels like he has. Stop it!
Well, it definitely didn't see him then.
But Raga's got Jorgamo, so they're not having the same sort of ease towards the site itself, but Leaf's an issue. Babybay's fallen, but Leaf's still standing, still doing damage, still dropping bodies! 3 to his name! So Leo fights forward, and now they have to turn tail and run. Leaf looking to secure some more space, but he actually stops.
He's got a pit as well, though.
He's gonna invest the pit instead. That was his choice here, but look at Happyway hot on Raga hot on their heels. Oh, got him! Just goes wild for it. Leaf found, hops up, loses his life. A little overheat on that moment, didn't need it. And now Leo's dropped down. Trent again, left on the pillar here. Commits left, but he knows, he doesn't know that Leo's already down. Turn and face this one. Leo's got him. Raga with an outstanding find on Leaf. Leaf going above all expectation. What a wild round.
He's caught off guard by the timing here. Expecting a very different swing. I mean, for a second out ticket, yeah, they must have seen a mini-map ping or something. Showstopper thrown out on a whim.
God, he's good.
It's this kill again. I mean, he's not been good for it, but what a crucial one to find. Jorgamo earlier in the round, and this one to remove the pit.
That was nuts.
Still neck and neck here on Split.
Okay, Jorgamo's got Showstopper. Do they just... The approach
we haven't seen G2 look towards early brute forcing anything just yet.
No.
They're still so cautious about their approach. I mean, it puts it into perspective, right? Even with things like Raga maybe not commanding as much in the early round.
Look at that B. Oh. Okay. B main's also a problem. There's a little bit of a trap set up there, but Happyway's the one still under pressure. You can see the position here. This is something new. Jorgamo gonna try and crack open this B site, but he's got issues. Rocket sent straight to the pocket of Noman, but Lysor is still a factor. He's been monstrous at holding this. G2 have to be aware. He's taking such a gamble here. He's getting away. Leaf, turn around! He's got to have known. Lost in the sauce at this point. Babybay and Valen gonna have to dig deep on this one. Raga and Leo, and look who's already patrolling, already prowling. Raga!
Well, they'll take them all day long. Another cleanup here. XLG up to 6. G2 have to see how the bye will settle here for round 12.
Yeah. Oh man, that leaves a sour taste in your mouth if you're G2 as well. Clawing back into the game, but just at that final hurdle.
They had so much freedom in some of these situations in this first half. Lysor again to apply just enough pressure.
God almighty, we are at 6-5. XLG in the lead on the third map here. Playoffs are proving to be somewhat of a bit of a beast so far, haven't they? And it's a broken purchase for G2, but again, a capable team in these scenarios, able to make it work with much less. But certainly no easy task now.
No challenge onto Raga here. Same situation again, kept probably in check towards ramp, considering those earlier rounds. And certainly here, I mean, a divide to play with for Valent. And a pivot much earlier for G2. Investment comes through. That's when they'll know. Leo playing ahead of this for the time being.
Yeah, dipping in and out, not really wanting to back away. The confidence is sky high. And Raga's already repositioned, playing towards the site itself. Slices down Jorgamo. Happyway in on the action. It is magic for XLG. As Leaf and Babybay feel like they've got no options here. Lysor still controlling this space. You've still got no man on the other side. Babybay looking to give them something, a way in. Already seen, and they are dead and gone. 7-5, an unthinkable score at the start of the day in this third map, Mike. I can't believe what we're seeing.
I mean, XLG is fighting with such resilience here, even with some of the negatives, to come out with an advantage here. Big win out for XLG.
This is everything. The crowd believing it here in London. And there's a real chance we have an upset on our hands. 7-5. Map 3. XLG coming in as the underdogs. We know their history against G2. They hadn't made it past 11 rounds, sum total, the last times they met. They faced the defeat time and time again against G2. And G2 thinking, hey, they had the best opponent to start with. An easy warm-up, a comfortable way in. And what a hell of a surprise they've got now.
This was like the comfort zone, right? We talk about obviously stepping into a Masters stage, having a familiar opponent to face off with. It's just not gone that way at all. And I come back to it, G2 just looking rattled in some of these situations where usually they come out on top. Sure, a few clutches going their way, but another advantage scoreline for XLG. And they've had fantastic starts for these halves.
Exceptional starts. And if it goes that way, I think we're all paying attention. World is watching now as XLG have the chance to put G2 instantly on the back foot. Now, obviously on the attack, they have to prove they can best what G2 have done.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, there's further scrutiny now on Raga to really deliver here.
Starting to heat up at the end there. Let's see how he fares this time. Nice scaling, a powerful punch towards the site and a great trade for Happyway. Valen couldn't do much more. Kind of put under the pressure instantly. Jorgamo, Leaf and Trent trying to find ways back in. They've only got Heaven really available for now. We're in a second further for Leaf to make it towards that CT side. Leo going to be noted. Can't be put
Still
down.
gets it!
He's still standing! Trent can't believe his eyes at this point. He's still got 3 to clear and they're healthy. They're sitting high on the HP. He's hoping someone gives him a chance and overstep, and they're giving him nothing. No quarter today! XLG with another pistol to their name.
I mean, stacking these pistols up. G2 again trailing, but just can't find these openers. Beautiful bait and switch here off Raga. Man, happy to open this up. Even the near sight. Jorgamo, you see the frustration. Just can't pin down that kill. See, light investment, I mean, round 2 flip found previously, but it certainly doesn't feel as if the momentum swings that way once more. Well invested here for XLG. And another that G2 don't go forwards. They don't want to be proactive with this lesser purchase. XLG looking to get lay of the land. Space to play into here in mid. Certainly behind the reveal as well. Leo very diligent with this clearance. We'll catch a glimpse as well up towards Heaven. Very tense here.
Yeah.
The culmination of this series. XLG I mean, probably scratching their heads in this situation. G2 are so passive here. Raga running away with this space.
Okay.
Finally.
Okay.
Maybe Bay finds that kill.
30 seconds. G2 with a chance in this.
30 seconds
They can't let it slip. Don't get given many of these, as we note by the scoreline, but no man wants to make sure that pathway is safe. Done enough with 20 seconds. Plant should be up next. They need to make sure they don't get flooded on this, though. G2 readying themselves. The plant is in play. Another smoke for Lysor if needed. And there it goes. Keeps that Heaven space harder to work from, but Leaf has the upgrade here. Bulldog in hand.
It's 2 Spectres to really shine in close quarters.
Time to dig your heels in, G2. If you want this, this is the round that you try and make something happen now. Given a gift, given a chance, and given an opportunity! And left in tatters, Trent falls! XLG, round by round!
Just when you think there's a chance.
It was right there.
Yeah, XLG clean up another. 8 found. G2 on the back foot once more.
Put it in the highlight reel, hell.
Buy will come back in for sure, but... And the scoreline just beckoning. Team XLG very frugal in the follow-up purchase.
Oh, they're pacey. They are quick to business. Pulling no punches here, keeping it simple.
Sights wide open.
It's the right read, a great call. Whether they know it or not, it was a stack up towards heaven, up towards ramp, but a catch from Leaf. Keeps Happyway in check, and the rest of XLG boxed in towards sight.
Saw in a tricky spot here to deal with. He could
Nasty.
farm.
Really nasty. Unchecked, unnoted. Now certainly revealed, but how much can one man do? Not enough. Gonna fall in the end to Trent, who are keeping this. A man to the good. Again, this is the bonus.
We'll catch them.
Leo. Frenzy, hard to make work. Stingers, they've got to play these close corners. And Jorgamo wants to get this one started. No man, no way.
The stick's coming through.
Can they deny? Swing, it's a miss. G2 clutching onto this one. Thin margins now.
Only thing missing there is the play back into heaven for that plant. Just when they get it, G2 find the crucial kills on site. I mean, it's a real shame Lysol can't find another one here. It's certainly slowed things down.
One enemy remaining.
Trent still looking composed.
There he is. They could do with a couple of those rounds, though, as well. Some confidence builders to get them back feeling that this game is a possibility. This is the real deal, though. This is the serious one. This is the scary one. Out of the bonus and into the buy. They go through now. Early pre-fire on the corner. Doesn't find much. And they once again direct their attention towards A.
Faith in this retake. Have to be tested once more. XLG with a very quick plant. Again, keep your eyes on the play into heaven. That's the plan B for this post. Over a million miles behind the curve. But keeping control of CT.
Really putting late pressure and presence towards that deeper side of ramp as well. Look at the two players very disconnected from this. Baby, good catch on Raga. Leaf hoping he's got some safety to play from, but to his right, there's still an issue. There's still a man down there. Baby clears Leo. G2 starting to build back towards site. No man in. All comes out denied. 1v2. Happyway needs to go wild here. Baby Bay is on the case, on duty. Leaf on the defuse. He's not going to let this slip.
He's not going to get it.
Surely, Leaf steals it away. G2 not down, not dead yet.
Baby Bay finding everything G2 need here. Keeping control of this space. Follows up as well, but then it's Lysol here with this late play into vents.
Heroics from Baby Bay here.
Nice! Come on! Let's go!
They need him in these moments as well. Someone to ignite that faith that feels like it's been lacking. Getting the boys back up on their feet. They've broken the buy. That's the first step now. Cannot afford to lose a round to a purchase like this, though. I'm surprised that I'm talking about XLG like they're the favored team here. History dictating other. But today they are making a real case for it. However, simplistic in approach. Again, very direct. Raga.
No way!
Not again! This is heartbreak in motion! Leaf and Jorgamo barely able to get into the round!
Spike planted.
And now a 2v5. What can they get done, if anything? Seekers to go out here. Happyway swings on. Leaf will fall. Jorgamo has to head for the hills. XLG with a clean sweep of the B site here. Just when you think G2 have done what's necessary, it's snatched away from them. Lost for words, Lauren.
There's got to be a timeout coming, surely, for G2 after this one. There has to be something. Jorgamo being hunted down here. He'd like to just keep a rifle if he could. But the walls are getting closer. Trying to hold it. But you can see it, the Mastercard Thrifty, a wild outcome here. We said it was such a necessity for G2. But a loss.
How did Raga get the kill? I mean, we're looking at this thing at 2K, but...
Oh! Man, if he starts hitting, Mike, he's on 8 to 10. He's not even positive. But that sort of impact is critical, is essential. And it's getting really tense for G2. Leaf knows it, we know it, the arena already knows it as well. A broken buy.
Digits.
It's 10.
Pit here invested over towards mid, but again, XLG have been fairly one-dimensional in terms of their approach. You get a catch here, Valen is dead, he's done.
There's nothing you can do here. There's no way out. No man makes sure of it. And Baby Bay, he's been doing so well. He's been digging so deep for this team, but you can't keep asking the same question over and over again of him. You can't expect him to keep bailing them out. We need more. G2 needs more. And XLG, hell, they're kicking them while they're down. Make it hurt. Make this stage your own. Jogamo's got 4 players to drop. Plant coming through. He's done for. It's 11, man. This is something you rarely see. He's up. He's having a game. And he's letting them know. There's the timeout.
What a display from XLG here. And history almost dictating this one, but overcoming the odds.
I have a slight preloading.
A taste of their own medicine here.
This is what it's about, man. This is the stuff. G2, look, how many times do you say, look, they've got depth, they've got capability, they can bring it back, they've got that wherewithal.
I come back to it. We've not seen any of that, though, in the last 2 maps. I said that usually the win conditions, you talk about the resilience, the pedigree, and
all of those lovely words we use.
It's just, it's lacking on so many fronts today. And I don't want that to take away from XLG and their performance here, but usually the things that get G2 back into maps, back into a series, just missing. It's a massive concern here. Trailing by 4. Olds to play with, sure. Baby Bait, Trent, Valen. Jorgamo missing one for a showstopper to boot. But there's been no pendulum swing. We've had an anomaly here and there, it feels like.
Yeah.
This has been all XLG in my book.
I'm with you. I'm willing to see a turnaround from G2, the timeout of...
More faith in this A-side retake. Like, I'm concerned already here. Yes, a switch up here for Baby Bay, but a real roll of the dice.
But you got to try something.
Yeah.
It's not been working how they've been playing. So a call to action from the coaches. But Site's theirs. Completely and utterly theirs. Interesting to not give that plant over to No Man there, but at this point, already invested the pit. The bar's been set, it ain't gonna be easy. The Nightfall gonna come down, at least identify 3. This is gonna get dangerous now. Raga, can you live? Leaf, can you get them on the board here? Trent's done his work. Now it's your turn. G2 turning up. Raga, the only one to fight back. That is the G2 we know. Clean and concise. They kill them all.
Crazy retake here, executing. That's where the pit on top of what's already looked fairly comfortable for XLG. They find number 8, 4 left standing again. Maybe, just maybe a chance to stabilize. Trent, a great catch off the review, and Leaf pounces at the right time.
And back to things that we know Leaf can do. Great on that timing, the tempo when he engages, beautiful.
That's more typical of G2. That sort of clinical execution.
Run it again. Or at least imply
Run it back, boys. Yeah.
Imply we are. Look where the spike is this time, though. The only adjustment
Well, do they
now.
catch the mid-exploration this time around?
Well, that's going to be interesting.
The awareness there with how that round panned out.
Because they're playing so light on the site, they don't really know. They don't get this information, right? They don't know it's 1, 2, 3. They've seen the util and they've heard Raga maybe make him there. Here's the difference.
The timing!
There's the find! Leaf looks away for merely a second. And that's all it takes. But Baby Bay with a catch on Raga, over-exploring on A.
Massive overstep from Raga, given the situation.
Good re-clear from G2. Bold to do it at this point as well.
Even there, you got to question the plan, really. XLG showing the awareness they're going to have the space on the other extremity, but don't proceed onto site.
Okay, 3v4. This should be the bread and butter for G2. They know, oh my god, Lysor. You madman. And at the end of this, not ideal. But they've got the plant, and he doesn't get noticed on the Prowler. An opportunity for a new lease of life for Noman. And there he is, gonna get one, goes down on the second. Advantage still in the hands of G2. 3v2 by the time again, some spots, one on the side, sends it, doesn't get it. Lysor played in, hold on. Lysor in a 1v3. This would need something magical not to be. Baby bait, once again, the safe pair of hands here. Catching Raga on the overstep, then following up there. Comfortably and clinically, we are seeing G2 on the slow and steady march back into this.
What's left in the bank here for XLG, like I said, the presence of mind to really execute this following that A site posted the previous. I mean, there's a huge opportunity for this showstopper to connect into Mail.
Yeah. One enemy.
To G2. Lucky to get away with that one.
Timeout for XLG though. They can.
And I love the fact they're able to slow G2 down a little bit following a couple of rounds.
And it makes me wonder, Mike, how much of the conversation might be about identifying there was that mid-walk and kind of catching them on that
Well, you've got to argue it's called there ahead of that round. Because Leaf's there so quick in the back lines.
You're like, ooh. Got to be some awareness that something's happened to give that sort of indicator away. So the coach is going to have their work cut out now, right? How do we patch this quickly? Because if this last time out from G2 has given them enough to draw this game back in, we know they are capable. We hadn't seen many signs until, as said, the last two rounds.
Yeah, Raga's ult here. Nothing available for G2, but obviously the advantage in terms of the economy right now. Let's see how the purchase will settle here. The only one member to really struggle will be an SMG to round out. Actually swapped over to Leo here. So Faith put into Noman.
Time to mobilize.
He's been doing pretty good.
A switch up here as G2 have put an extra body or two, at least early towards A. Just in case.
Scout destroyed.
Yeah, definitely not going to go for that same walk middle, at least early, right? You can't
Doing a thing.
that. So Raga, once again, trying to be the kind of, I guess, attention grabber at this point.
Slowing them down.
But again, it's a similar sort of thing. Every time this happens, G2 explore mid.
Yep, there it
See,
is.
they're at least probing.
Happy way.
The awareness is there.
Yeah. And now it's just kind of that 1v1 game between Leaf and him of consideration.
Leaf caught off guard with the timing previously.
planted.
How long does he
Yep.
wait here?
No, it's tense.
He wants
Leaf.
to catch a lurk.
He would love to. Happy way, building now. Oh, he's got him! Leaf's gone. Suddenly the flank becomes available. Jorgamo turns. G2 now not feeling so comfortable as Noman lighting it up. Jorgamo and Trent up against the world, and Jorgamo comes out swinging. Trent's on the ground already. He's got a player left and a player right. Takes away the one on the left. This is against the odds. This is madness. Raga, backline dead. Trent, you've got to do this all on your own. And Leo's got the timing. This might be too little. Too late. XLG up to 12.
The standoff in mid. We're questioning if the full awareness is there, but it's such a beautiful read. And Happy Way, king of the clock there.
Man, he's been good.
The Faith put into Noman with a rifle here. Look at what he does with it.
You back him every day. I've got to give so much credit, though, to I think it was Jaw and Trent, making that even look possible for a second. They had no right to get that close. However, this is the margins we talk about. This is what it takes at this level. G2 burn their last timeout now.
I mean, they burned the last of their funds as well. This is
Yeah, Babybay's going to be able to cycle a weapon across, but there's not much left to play with here. They don't come out of that round with an ultimate. Trent just missing one. The other side, Leo will have the Seekers. I mean, it's just incredible to see XLG really elevate in terms of their understanding of a team like G2. Talk about
absolutely
their macro approach. XLG handling it. Again, really simple stuff, but it's working so well for them. Like I said, how often do you see players getting the better of Leaf in timings like that? He is the king of that sort of situation.
If you weren't paying attention before, you're paying attention now. It is 12-9, XLG. It's not just map point, it's match point. G2 just investing that last time out. They need this bad.
A probe sent out this time from G2. And we've seen them explore mid. XLG now sitting in wait. Only one over towards A. It's no man. Another adjustment in terms of this A site hold. Valin put to task. Trent won't catch anything here off the Prowler. It's no man. What's going to feign a bit of presence here?
Crowd getting
puff in
riled
the
up
chest.
here.
Look at this.
Yep. Trying to summon them across the line. Jorgamo going to see the bulk of the approach.
Back out.
He has to back away, but Leaf and Babybay considered getting involved. They've paused for thought too. The site is XLG's.
At least this time around, it's a long time we've seen a 5v5 in the post.
And it's already Leo. It's Lysor! XLG start the end of this as Jorgamo, Valin and Babybay have to walk into what is a blender as XLG on the verge of breaking the curse that has controlled them. But Babybay making a name for himself, dropping 3 of the boys against him. Ult's coming out. He's giving everything to this, but the time is ticking. And Raga is doing everything. Now, Babybay has to ace to save G2. And no man knows what he's up against. On the corner now, plays it. Perfect! XLG! Break their curse! Best their nemesis! And make London become a city of dreams today! 13-9! Can you believe it?
Third time's a charm here for XLG. And what a display to overcome the odds here. A team like G2 that's always fighting back. Kept in check. And a statement made here in London for their intentions to go forwards.
And G2, that is going to be a tough battle for them to take here. They know that their work is not done now. For XLG, a moment to soak it in, to really take it in. This crowd today has been exceptional for this side, from start to end, cheering them on, the 6th man being present. For them, a moment to remember. How far can this team go now?
It's got to be a sigh of relief for them as well. You know, you see this on paper, you're drawn into this matchup. G2 resting on their laurels slightly, but again, I said it earlier, I do not want to take anything away from their performance today. Battered in map 1.
Yes.
They come out swinging on Ascent, which is a real question mark in this veto.
Hands down.
And then to close out like this on Split. Truly fantastic here from XLG.
Certainly made some believers today. You can see it, the crowd loving what they've seen. Job's not done though. This tournament demands so much from these players and teams to continue to work harder and harder, but the potential is there. Let's see how far they can go. However, let's send it to Frankie down at the stage. They're standing by with Happy Way for the Verizon post-match interview.
Happy Wei, you were the second seed from China. Now you're in the upper bracket of the playoffs. You've held your spot at the top. How does it feel?
因为其实你们也是来自 CN 赛区的2号种子，然后现在进入到了胜者组，所以说对于你来说感觉怎么样？
我觉得一切都非常的好吧，因为我们终于开始有自信起来，可以证明自己。
I feel like everything went so well so far. I feel like our confidence just come back, and it's again like we can prove ourselves.
And talk to me about the Ascent. We haven't got to see you guys play that map for a while. It seemed like a masterclass from you. How much work did you put into it?
并且还想问到的就是你们亚海玄城这张图，因为其实很久都没有打过这张地图了，但是今天你们的表现真的是发挥的非常非常的亮眼的，所以说你们大约前期是做了什么样的准备呢？
我们就选大家都擅长的英雄，然后每个人都玩得舒服为主。
I felt like everyone just played their comfortable agent and everyone just played comfortable.
Well, I've got one more question for you, Happy Wei. China is the only region with 2 teams still in the upper bracket. Does this mean that China is the best region in the world?
并且我们现在 CN 赛区2支队伍通通都是来到了胜者组，那你觉得可能对于你们而言的话，现在 CN 是最强赛区了吗？
我觉得，现在还早。如果我们继续往前的话，CN 有机会成为最强赛区。
I feel like it's too early to say that, but if we can keep going, we can win more. Probably we can be the best region.
Well, I can't wait to see you try. Thank you so much, Happy Wei. Thank you, Echo, for translating. Guys, we'll be back with some elimination games on stage tomorrow. Don't miss them.
Two Chinese teams guaranteed in the top 6 here in Masters London. We're joined on the desk by OMEN after that incredible win. What is this moment like for you? You lose twice to this team, eliminated in 2 different events to G2. You finally beat them today.
Yeah, I always say this in every interview, but like I'm lost for words. It's just the euphoria you get when you win a game like this in a crowd like this. It's unbelievable. So.
How much does it mean to you that there's so many fans in London for your team?
Yeah, I knew we would have a few, but my gosh, it's a different XLG like chant when it's going on. It really warms my heart, and to have my girlfriend and my beautiful friends here, it means so much to me.
Did you hear how loud that chant was after you won?
You can hear it even just in the game. You hear it like just a faint little and you're like, oh
and you know
my
what
gosh.
they're saying.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think G2 has 3 letters, so it's probably us.
Yeah, the reactions to this from you guys were absolutely incredible as well coming out. I want to talk about this game because you lose the first map, you lose your Lotus. It has been your stalwart this tournament. But to bounce back on the rest of it, what was the approach to the Ascent, seeing G2 pick that into you?
Yeah, I don't want to leak too much, but it was a lot more free, let's say, on Ascent and this map. We were kind of just basing a lot of the game on our individual ability, and I think that really shone today. And like, I'll say it every time, like these guys are world-class players. It's just, if on the day they shoot, it makes a big difference.
Were you surprised they didn't go to maybe a Pearl?
Yeah, I think the veto, I just leave that in the coach's hands. I don't really focus too much on that, but yeah, we were a little bit surprised.
Well, I wanted to show you, did you see the clip of G2's reaction to when they drew you?
Oh my gosh, I was waiting for it to pull up Twitter after this game.
I want to pull this clip up for you and get your reactions to this after beating them, if we can take a look here. See, they're elated after getting the first pick, knowing they get to pick you guys. What would you say to them now?
Like, it's easy to laugh when you're in the bedroom, but when you're on stage, it's a bit different. I'm not a spiteful person, but it does feel really good when someone reacts like that to choosing you, and then you do the one over them. So, fairs to them. They came out. It's also their first game. Maybe that's some jitters or something, but...
Yeah, what do you think the difference was for you today?
We are hyper relaxed right now. We're in the state like I've never seen us. Santiago, we're all like super like bunched up, and like after the GE win, we're like, guys, like this is just VALORANT. It's a video game. Let's just play it.
You think it's just confidence getting some of those wins in?
Yeah, getting the wins in early. I think I will say DRG did us a solid. Getting that game over, winning at an international again, it kind of just boosted our mentality.
Well, you get another opportunity to play against the CN team. If we take a look at the bracket, there's now guaranteed to be a team from your league in the top 4 here. You're playing against EDG. You lost to them in the finals domestically. what do you feel like the team has learned since that finals? What will make you different against EDG in a few days?
It's kind of something I've always said as well. It's like we just need to play like practice. We find so many times when we play officials that we're just not playing to our potential, whether it's nerves or whatever. So just play like practice, and we know EDG so well. It'll be a fun game.
Is there anything you do specifically? Because obviously on the camera, you're the one getting hype, you're the one bringing the energy. Is there anything you think as like kind of an emotional leader potentially of the team that you bring? Not just the hype, but like if you see any unconfidence happening?
Yeah, I think a lot of unconfidence derives just from like a bit of fear, I would say. It's just fear that you're not good enough. But I think at this point in time, I don't really have to do anything. Like these players have showed us that they're capable. So I think a lot of people on our team probably have self-confidence right now. So normally maybe there would be potential for me to like help out a little bit, but right now they don't need it.
Yeah.
Scary.
Well, an incredible game from you and the team, OMEN. A day off for you tomorrow as we head down to the lower bracket in the start of elimination games. Leviathan playing against teams HyperX, followed by Foot versus G2. Before we let you go for the day, I want to give you an opportunity for the last fans here in the venue, for the people who are watching at home in China. Anything that you would want to say?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Like, obviously, I don't think this was the expected outcome for anyone, but it really, really helped, especially in the first map. You know, when you have people here that rely on you for a good time, it's really special.
And it was. Congratulations once again on the win, OMEN. Thank you so much for joining us as well. That wraps our second day of playoffs, but eliminations to be had. Two teams leave the tournament tomorrow. We'll see you back in the Copper Box Arena then.
Top, try and pull it out of the open, but the star is doing everything now. And Chicho wants it. Sociable, there's no more choice but to stick this one. It's a slam dunk finish. It's a sure shot. Got no love for the bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, got no love for the bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait. Got no love for the bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait. Got no love for the bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait. Got no love for the got no for the got no for the got no for the got no love for the bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait, bait. Got no for the got no for the got no for the got no love for the bait.